Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. There's a lot of excitement and energy in the room tonight, so appreciate all of y'all being called to order. We're going to begin tonight with a pledge to the flag, and we don't have an elementary school, person slated, but Audrey Judson, could I have you lead us from your seat? Oh, no, come on down here.
Come on down.
Are you okay with that, leading the pledge? Oh, sure. Come on down. See, wow, on the spot.
Oh, got it.
Okay. High pressure.
Hi. You ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Well done. I'm not going to give you a city pin because later on, you might get one. We might be honoring you later on, and I don't see your school principal here to say anything about you. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay. All right. And with that, can we do roll call?
Councilmember Franklin?
Here.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Here.
Councilmember Sherillian?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser?
Here.
Mayor Howard?
Here. Okay. And so now we will move on to our ceremonial calendar. And I'd like Bob Perkins from the Poetry Circle to come forward. Hi, Bob. There we go. Hi, Bob. Could you say a few words about the program, and then we'll... Great. Oh,
So, Jean Reese and Betty Carol Costan and I are here to congratulate Elara Onat, Sophia Zandpour, Alicia Fay, Marcus Mann, and Evan Lee, who are the winners of the 8th annual Circle Awards for Excellence in Poetry Composition. And I'm sure the council would like to see them, those of them that are in the room, to come on down.
We will be calling them down.
Oh, okay, very good.
If you could tell us what the Poetry Circle is.
Absolutely. The competition itself is a joint program of Miracosta High School, spearheaded by their teacher Shannon Vaughn, and the Manhattan Beach Poetry Circle, which is a program of your Parks and Recs Department, the older adults program led by Mary McCabe. So the circle meets the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month at 1:30 at Jocelyn, and we read and write there, and frequently we interact with the kids at Miracosta High School. Our work with the high school includes joint readings, class visits, publishing each other's work, but the Circle Awards themselves are special. And the judges, of whom Jean is one, tell me that this year's contest featured particularly strong poems. So I especially want to congratulate Elara, Sophia, Alicia, Marcus, and Evan. They should be very proud of their achievement. I know we are. I should then say some of them I know won't be here because I foolishly scheduled this during spring break and, and well.
It's been a while since you had spring break. Yeah, I'm just saying. Is that, I'm sorry. I mean, since, yes, you know what I meant. All right. Wait, no, don't go, Bob, but I'm going to give you something, too. You and your group. It's actually April is the National Poetry Month by the Academy of American Poets. And so on behalf of my colleagues here on the City Council, before we recognize the students, I want to present your group with the certificate recognizing National Poetry Month. And thank you for a really wonderful program that's cross-generational and sounds very wonderful to me. So you're welcome to stay up here. We'll call the students down and then get a picture. How's that sound? Okay, now I'm not going to know who's here. I think there's at least 2 students here, correct? And I'm going to call everybody. And my colleague is going to help by handing things out. Okay, so could we have Alicia Fay? Is she here? She is not here, but we will make sure she gets her certificate. Elara Onat? All right, Elara. Oh. I'm looking. Here we go. Where's Elara? Where'd she go? Oh, she's over here. Come over here. Congratulations. I also, well, I'll call your other honorees down here. Evan Lee. Marcus Mann. And Sophia Zandpour. Okay, it appears that you're the only one here. So that was my favorite poem. No. What's that? Alicia Faye, I did say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Maybe she didn't hear either, but it appears. So we'll make sure the other students get their awards. I'm wondering, to put you on the spot, do you have a favorite poet?
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
probably Maya Angelou.
All right, solid answer. Very good. Okay, all right. So, so now we're going to do a picture with my colleagues, and if you could stand next to Bob, and here we go. We're in between. Well, make sure we're all safe.
That's true. Good point.
Okay. Great, thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you, Bob. Okay. Now I have to get my other notes because we have another ceremonial, another recognition. Hold on. I can't find my notes that has all this on it. Okay. So now, pardon me, folks. All right. We are now going to be recognizing all the members who are here and those who aren't, for our Outdoor Dining Task Force. This was a long-running student-led citizen committee, which also had several, there were staff, there were planning commissioners, and I will be identifying you, if I can find my notes, involved in this. And it was many, many hours over many, many days and many, many weeks of sometimes just hearing from staff, I'm imagining, on these are the rules, this is how it goes, and then really trying to figure out the best plan that everybody could agree on, and then having that plan come to council and us say, well, and I want to say that because that's how this works sometimes, is that an advisory committee can come forward and say, we would like to do this. And for different reasons, council may say, we don't have the money, we don't like all parts of it. But I want you to know, for those of you who, maybe it's your first rodeo on a task force, that many things that you guys spent months working on are actually going to come to fruition. There's a lot of code amendments, planning, design elements that are going to be incorporated, bike parking, which was a very important lack, parking meters, widening the sidewalks, which will all now go into the CIP plan. So even though we didn't approve everything that came forward, you have done work that's going to be foundational for a long time. And I really sincerely thank you for all your patience and all your hard work. And we really want to recognize you here tonight. So give me 2 seconds to see if it's, I don't know if you guys can see. We have a giant book for tonight. So if I've lost things, that's why. Here we go. I have it. I'm so happy. Okay. So as I mentioned, we had planning commissioners. So if I could have Joseph Anguco, who is a planning commissioner, and is Kristen Sistos here? She was the alternate from the Planning Commission. Joseph, I know you brought so much expertise and so much perspective. Thank you so much. Stay up here. We'll do a picture. Okay. Kristen Sistos is not here. Is that correct? Okay. So Bob DeGal from the Parking and Public Improvements Commission. Thank you, Bob. So you see, these folks are doing double duty. They're also still attending their regular commission meetings. Okay, did you get are you looking, can somebody help over here with somebody help? We're a well-oiled machine. Downtown Business and Professional Association, Jill Lampkin. Okay, we'll save our applause for the end. Okay, come on, Kelly. All right, Chamber of Commerce, Maureen McBride. And again, these people put in so many hours for the betterment of our community. Downtown residents, Jim Burton, and is Carol Perrin here? Okay, if Carol, we'll make sure that they get their certificates. It's important to recognize them. From the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District, Mike Sims. North Manhattan Beach residents, Kimberly Kelly. Michael Cohen. Come on down, Michael. Thank you for being here tonight. Commercial, we have Don Ziss and Cher Willis. What? No? Okay. Commercial, non-MVSC, Harry Eshkian Harut. And he fixes my shoes, too. Then we have some at-large residents. Paul Mullen. Bridget Goodman. Is Brenda O'Leary here? And Loretta Rafferty. Excellent. And I want to thank my colleagues for helping with the certificates. It's really a lot better. And then at-large residents business, Faith Lyons. Per Sirota. Audrey Judson. Rachel Vandenberg. Jerry Morton. And George Wright. Some of those folks were alternates, but this is usually pretty thankless, so we're going to thank them here tonight, truly, for really digging in. And I know they've made a positive impact on our community. So if we could give them a round of applause and we'll take a picture. Okay, taking my glasses off. Moving the chairs, working the room. Okay, can everybody see the camera? All right. Thank you all very much. Okay, so any leftover certificates, we'll make sure the residents get them or business. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't think so. I have to check. No. Okay. As I said, it's a large agenda, and we don't have a lot of room up here, so finding everything was a challenge. I appreciate the help of my colleagues. So, let me find my other note. So, item E is, we'll give folks a minute to get out, agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances, and just, if I'm pulling a consent calendar, I can do it now.
Mentioned.
Yeah, I'm going to pull item number 8. And actually, I just want this item to be considered at a future city council meeting. So just table that. So if that's within everybody's, is that still your second? Okay, yeah. Great. Any other amendments? Okay. Call for the question. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so now item F, which is city council and community organization announcements. This is of upcoming events, 1 minute each. So this is the time, you know, we have the parish fair, we have a library event. This is not just public comments in general. For those who are new. Hi, Josh.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Murray. I'm here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. I'd like to invite the adults of the community to our upcoming program, turning ideas into words, how to begin writing your book, on Tuesday, April 22nd from 6 to 7:15 p.m. Ready to write your memoir, but not sure where to start, putting your finishing touches on your novel, but uncertain how to get it published? Then come to Manhattan Beach Library for this program on how to do exactly that. author, editor, and writing coach Jasmine Boswell, employing over 30 years of expertise advising individuals from diverse fields on how to realize their books and projects, will provide guidance on the many paths you can take to put your words onto paper and then into print. Again, this program will take place on Tuesday, April 22nd from 6 to 7:15 p.m. and registration's available on our website, lacountylibrary.org. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. I'm Cultural Arts Supervisor Randy Neeson, and I'd like to invite the public to the opening reception of our upcoming exhibition, Let Me Fix You a Plate, this Friday, April 18th, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Manhattan Beach Art Center. In this powerful installation, artist Keith Magruder invites us to gather around the table, not just for food, but for a conversation around history, memory, and storytelling. Inspired by lessons from his grandmother, Magruder explores how knowledge is passed down within families and communities, especially stories often left out of mainstream history. Central to this exhibition is the dining table as a symbol of culture, heritage, and Black resilience. Magruder also reflects on the local history of Bruce's Beach, honoring Black prosperity while envisioning a future of renewal. Using paper and watercolor with trompe-l'oeil techniques, Magruder creates everyday objects with striking realism. Butterflies, a recurring motif, symbolize ancestry and migration, connecting food, memory, and the Black diaspora. We hope you'll join us for the celebration of this thoughtful and immersive exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds interesting. Okay, anyone else?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Nice to see you all. Jill Lampkin, Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association, but I am actually here as a board member of the Chamber of Commerce tonight. I know all of you guys have attended this event before, but I would like to invite everyone else in the audience and everyone watching on TV, or on their computers, I guess, to the State of the City address, which is Tuesday, April 29th from 5 to 6:30. We will be having, the Chamber is actually hosting a reception afterwards. So when you go to register, if you go to the website, it will take you to the Chamber's website where you can register. The event is free. The reception afterwards is a small fee, but that's where you get a couple of drinks and then you can really ask them the tough questions. So that's the fun part. I am actually one of those geeks who I've been going to this for years before I was even involved in city stuff, because I think all of this is important. And I think all of our residents should think it's important, because it's where each of the major divisions of the government give an update for how we're doing with the city, and then the City of Commerce will also. We're going to get a small brief update from Beach City's Health District, as well as the Superintendent of Schools. So thank you. I hope you all can join us and look forward to seeing all of you. And Amy, I can't wait to see how close you can come to that time limit we gave you.
No. I respect a time limit.
It's 2 hours, right?
No. I did radio copy for a while in college. I respect a time limit.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City officials, Mr. Lee. My name is Bobby Bell. I am the WM Recycling Educator for the beautiful city of Manhattan Beach. Couple quick announcement, reminder. April 26th, Saturday, we have our paper shred event coming up. It'll be at Maricosta High School from 9 to 11. It is a stay-in-your-car drive-through event. Looking forward to seeing you guys all there. Then, since we won't have a meeting before then, wanted to announce our composting class, which will be held on May 3rd at the Manhattan Beach Botanical Gardens, which are at the north end of Pollywog Park. It is from 10 to 12. Hope we can see you guys all there. Have a great night. God bless.
Thank you. Hello, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth and members of the City Council. Rachel Johnson, your police chief, and I'm here to invite the community to Tippecop. Tippecop is scheduled for Wednesday, April 30th at Rock and Fish from 5 to 8 p.m. Reservations are highly recommended. As the council and community know, Tippecop's our event that allows us to partner with Special Olympics to raise money. The tips that you give us in your envelopes, as well as some of the proceeds, will go directly to benefit Special Olympics. So we do invite the community to Tippecop on Wednesday, April 30th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I can launch into this one, too, since we're here.
It's up there.
Also, since it's spring break here in our community, I just wanted to remind our community to be safe and have fun during spring break. And people have the most fun during spring break when they don't meet with officers from the police department. So if everyone could do their part to ride their e-bikes safely, make sure their dogs are leashed wherever they are, unless they're in a dog park, and drive safely and just obey the rules of the road, we would be eternally grateful. Because I don't want to include anyone in these numbers for bicycle citations. We wrote about 21 last month and 65 for the year. And we wrote about 32 dog leash tickets last month and about 63 for the year. And you know what? Don't let that happen to you. So follow the rules. If you see a police officer, say hi. We always have stickers. It's our only party trick. But please be safe during the spring break because we'll be out.
Stickers.
We do. We have stickers. I have one in my pocket right now, Madam Mayor.
No, I'm good.
Okay, very good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Chief, can I ask you a question quickly? So where can we send a donation to Tippecomp if we can't make it?
Well, certainly, Councilmember Franklin, I know you and I will probably see each other between now and then. You can leave one at the front lobby of the police department with Special Olympics on it, and we'll make sure we get it to them.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Great.
And I'm certain I can send the entire council URL for you to donate online if that is your preference.
Great, thank you.
Great. Any other announcements of upcoming community events? How about on Zoom? Are there any announcements, do you know, for community events?
No request on Zoom.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to our public comments. And there's some new faces here, which is great. I welcome you. I do want to say there was a bit of an outburst earlier, but I would like to encourage folks, if you're speaking on something on the agenda or actually off the agenda, we won't respond to you. And the reason is, if it's not on the agenda, other people in the community won't know that it's being talked about. So it's a part of the Brown Act, but it's also about being transparent. So let's say you wanted to talk about making all the porta potties pink, which I think is an excellent idea. There could be other members in the community who would like to weigh in on that. But if it's not on the agenda, they wouldn't know. So that's why we don't say anything. I'd also ask you to hold your applause or, your thumbs down, because that sometimes limits public participation. So let's be civil. And with that, I open it up to public comments, which is 3 minutes per person. Come on down to the dais. We will also open that up to Zoom.
How you guys doing? My name is Justin Zapata. I'm the owner of Just Time Incorporated. And on the agenda is actually criminal activity. And I have been called 5150 by the police for reporting. What I'm reporting is there's immigrants here that work here, is making our crime high. There's women being raped at the beach. The Ocho gang, actually, they don't care. They got HIV. They attack people. They don't care who they are. There's more in the report that I could put on an issue. I actually agree with the Trump administration right now that a lot of this is messed up. But we got to remove the options. They're hiding in constructions, landscaping. They're targeting us for rich. They're doing unspeakable things. But at least I come by to tell you the truth. The truth is the way and the light. And that's all I got to say. You know what I mean? The cops ain't doing nothing. I have to speak first. God bless.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable City Council members. My name is Ray Lawson, and I'm with the Western States Carpenters Union. We're the Carpenters Unions that cover the South Bay, this area here, and we're just here to talk about tax fraud in the construction industry. A lot of the homes that you see being built, remodeled, and so forth, how are we sure that taxes are being paid into the city, that no wage theft is going on, no misclassification of workers are going on? We can't ever be sure. There's billions of dollars, tax dollars lost in the construction industry every year to cities like Manhattan Beach and the surrounding cities that are not paid into the cities behind tax fraud and wage theft. Contractors often misclassify workers. They often pay them in cash, and they use labor brokers to get these workers here to do the work. And it's rampant throughout Southern California, throughout the western states of the country. And we're here to just talk about that and remind city councils throughout the South Bay that this is happening and that what can be done about it, it's a lot that can be done about it. You can start a transparency ordinance, a subcontractor disclosure ordinance, as other cities have done in Southern California, where you can track the contractors that work in your city, and you can see they will have infractions in the past where they paid cash, where they used labor brokers, where they misclassified workers. And you can track them, and it's just transparency. The residents will know, the city council will know, planning departments, everyone will be aware that these contractors have been violated, they have been fined, and it can be made aware, and that you don't want them in your city. Because, once again, that's taxes that doesn't go into the city for schools, for healthcare, for the hospitals, for the police department, for the fire departments. Just think if a tragedy happened like happened in Pacific Palisades or Pasadena, and then you don't have equipment, you don't have tax money to buy new equipment, to ensure that this city can be taken care of. So that's why we're here. We're standing up for tax fraud and wage theft. And we just want everyone to know about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
562.
Pretty good. That was pretty good. Anyone else? Here we go. Appreciate.
Hello, hello. My name is Herman Soria. I'm also a member of the South Bay Carpenters. And like the people that spoke before me, I didn't get a cool display on the screen, but what I did get was right in person. So we are from the South Bay, and like my brother Ray here said, these are all union members, construction members. You know, they take pride in their work, brothers and sisters. And we work from LAX to the Port of Long Beach. You know, we cover the South Bay. There's 4,000 of us strong. Today, after work, we got 25 to 30 people here that just came on their own time. And we come because we just would like to see a pathway to better jobs, tax-paying jobs, like my brother Ray said. I know a lot of these people here pay a lot of money in taxes. I know a lot of you do as well. And that's what we do as American people. You know, it's not about an immigrant status or whatnot, like our gentleman before us spoke about. These are just hardworking people that want to go to work, give back to their communities, and work together. So we would like to see some transparency where we could offer apprenticeship, healthcare, and better jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
562 Carpenters.
Okay. Hi, Maureen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth and City Council. I was thinking up there, if I had $100 for every time I've talked to the city about parking and meter rates and permit rates, I probably could retire at this point in 25 years. So anyway, I just wanted to address it really quickly. We got notification about the increases pretty late, I think, on Friday with the report that came out. And unfortunately, and I'm with the DBPA, I'm on the board of the DBPA, I own Tabula Rasa downtown, and I'm also a resident. So, you know, the notification came a little bit late to us as far as what those rates were going to look like and the detail to them. And unfortunately, in our board meeting, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss the details because we didn't have it. So I think the vast majority of the association may or may not know that this is happening and that the date is May 1st and, you know, it's right around the corner. And I think while we all understand that, you know, increases need to happen and expenses are up and all of those things, and we've got a lot of parking issues that we need to cover, I just think a little bit more notification and partnership and getting some feedback and input from the people that it's going to affect the most would have been very helpful before it came to council. One of the things we all know is parking does have a really dramatic impact on business, not only from the standpoint of the customers being able to have convenient access to be able to get to the stores, but also employee parking and having places where we can, you know, we can attract our employees and we can give them, you know, some level of assurance that they are going to have a parking space to be able to park in order to come to work. It's something that's very complicated, always has been in the downtown. And, you know, it's something that some of us as business owners, we pay for and others don't pay for them, and you expect your employees to pay for them. The increases in particular to the commercial parking are pretty steep. And I just would ask that, you maybe reconsider those, look at maybe a rolling increase so it's not all at once. But if I did my math right, and Steve, God help me, but it looks like about a 50% increase to the quarterly or to the biannual, and then over 140, 150% to the monthly, and that's a huge increase, whether it's an employee absorbing it or whether it's a business owner absorbing it. So I would just ask you to look at that, and then for the street meters, just looking at maybe other ways to maybe increase on weekends, maybe you increase seasonally, during the summertime when we have such an influx of visitors coming into the town, but to try to balance that out a little bit better so that it's not just all at once and it's impacting everybody at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Stephen D'Amico. I am also a business owner. Maureen did a really good job. I'm going to be talking about the same topic there. I'm a business owner. I own a Amico hair salon, and I also live downtown as well. So yeah, again, just kind of echoing what she's saying. How you doing, Jeff? It's really hard with my employees. They're always getting tickets at probably a couple times a week, and so for a young adult just starting off their life, it's extremely hard for them to already pay a $53 ticket. Now it's going to go up into the 60s, and they're getting a couple, like 2 to 3 a week. So it's not really a point for them to even come to work anymore. A lot of them are traveling far from, Long Beach area because they can't afford the Manhattan Beach prices. So they're already traveling, gas money, half hour away, 45 minutes away, and then they have to pay the parking meter prices, which are going to go up, and then possibly the tickets are going to go up. And there's also no that whole buying the permit ahead of time and then parking down under the shade here. Like it's oversold. If you're not working at 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning, you're not getting a parking spot, especially in the summer. So we definitely need to find some more parking for people that work here. And when it comes to like clients and people are coming here, attracting here, you guys were comparing the numbers in that brief to like Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. Now, we're not Santa Monica, we're not Beverly Hills. We're a small beach community with a charming vibe. And we don't want to be, or at least I don't know if you guys want, I don't want to be Santa Monica, I don't want to be Beverly Hills. And if you look at their downtown, there's vacancies everywhere. So you could walk Beverly Hills or Santa Monica, there's literally vacancies everywhere. There's a lot of issues going on there, but I'll tell you one thing, if we raise our prices up there, we could have a lot more vacancies here because the support is not here. And if you guys are truly helping small businesses out, I definitely reconsider. Maybe I was saying make it go less, but I understand you have to pay things. But it sounds like these guys are talking about tax fraud and not collecting taxes. So maybe if you guys jumped on that, grab some money from there, that can offset everything. It's just a quick thought I just heard. I mean, I heard half the speech of their great speeches. But yeah, just try to find. I mean, we're a small business. We're dealing with terrorists now. We're dealing with online sales. We're already competing with those. So putting another tax on it, on top of doing our sales taxes going up as well. So you're hitting us on all angles. And as a small business owner, it's really hard. I love Manhattan Beach. I've been here for 17 years. And I always hear my clients, they always complain to me about two things in Manhattan Beach. They love everything about Manhattan Beach, is getting permits and parking. And as a small business owner, I got screwed on the permits. It took about 11 months to get a permit. I went through $100,000 in rent. And now we're getting screwed on parking, so if you guys could help me out there.
So building permits, not parking permits.
Yes.
Building permits, sorry, building permits.
Say the two issues, yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
you.
All right. Okay. Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Oschlager. I'm with the Downtown Business Association as well as Culture Brewing. And just to piggyback off of the last two speakers, I'm here to talk about parking and particularly parking permits. Right now, as a business, we spend $1,000 a year for our employees to have parking permits that allow them to safely park close to work and hopefully be on time. So you're talking about raising the prices, which is, going to price us out basically because we're also hearing that our employees can't even find parking with the permits that we are purchasing. So I don't know if they're oversold, but I would like you to reconsider raising those parking permit prices, please.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else here in chambers? Okay, I see you, Steve.
Good evening. My name's Steve Packwood. I have 3 items today. The first one is the format of your minutes. I had the opportunity to go back to 2022 and review them, and I'm glad, Mayor Horwath, that you mentioned it today, where you allow public comments. In your minutes, you say who spoke, but you don't say what they talked about. So it's very hard to track through and try and decipher what happened at the meeting when it's so vague. And it may be intentionally that they're vague, I don't know, depending on the topic. So I'd like to see you take a look at that and make it a little bit more thorough. Number 2, this is my 3rd request, that I am requesting of this city council to be transparent and to the community say why the 6th housing element that was presented on February 1st, 2022 was denied by that city council. I tried to track it through your minutes, and again, it was very vague. There was a lot of other things happening in terms of special meetings et al., and I understand that. But to us, there's no understanding of why that was denied. In addition to that, the final overlay doesn't even consist of any of those sites that was presented to you at February the 1st. And there's only one city council member here that's on this committee that was also on the other. So perhaps we could get an understanding of that, at least for the residents of Oak Street. My last comment is dealing with your $13.5 million purchase of the corner lot downtown. It's nice to go about doing that. One of the ex-council members on social media said one of the reasons that you're purchasing that is to protect it so a developer might not get it and turn it into another high-rise. I would hope the same concern would be given to the Oak Street people who are now facing 3 different sites of high-rises from that. And at this point in time, the city council has really not offered to spend $13.5 million to them for what they're going through. You know, and I just want to remind you, the people on Oak Street are not second-class residents of Manhattan Beach. They are not. And just because they bought 30 or 40 years ago in Manhattan Beach, they weren't expected to understand what was happening, and a comment made, well, you should have known when you bought there. Unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments in chambers before I turn to the Zoom folks at home? Martha, are there any comments at home?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. And thank you all for your comments. And let me make sure, okay, at this time, we need to vote. I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar minus item 8.
So moved.
Been moved. We'll give them a minute to get out. Thank you. Thank you for attending, for bringing our attention to the issue. The motion has been made by Councilmember Lesser and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem David Lesser and Councilmember Franklin. And that is to approve with the exception of 8.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. And just to remind everybody, we're not going to be talking about 8. It's going to come back at a future meeting. Okay, public hearings. Item number 9, conduct a public hearing for consideration of adopting a resolution regarding the citywide user fee schedule and cost allocation plan. And if Acting Finance Director Libby Breithauer could come down and present. And I'm going to open my giant book here. Give me a sec to open the giant book. Okay.
Right, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Haworth, members of the City Council. I am Acting Finance Director Libby Breithauer, and I'm actually pleased to turn the mic over to Emmy Rose Hanna, our Budget and Financial Analyst, who will introduce the item, and then we also have our consultant here from Wildan, who will take you through the rest of the presentation, and then we will all be here to answer questions. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Libby. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Haworth and members of City Council. As Libby mentioned, my name is Emmy Rose Hanna, Budget and Financial Analyst in the Finance Department, and I'm honored to provide an update on the results of the city's cost allocation plan and user fee study. So as a best practice in maintaining fiscal resiliency, it is customary that cities assess their fees based on full cost recovery model, considering user fees are discretionary on the part of the user and that the fee that's paid should offset the city's costs in delivering those discretionary services. Otherwise, those services would then be subsidized by general tax dollars to pay for those individual services that are being requested by the user. So in upholding this best practice of cost recovery, the city has conducted a cost allocation plan along with a user fee study roughly every 4 to 5 years to identify the true costs of providing city services and to recover those costs through user fees. With the last study and cost allocation plan completed back in 2020, the city was due for another study and has been working diligently with our consultants, Wildan Financial Services, over the last year. And here with us today is Tony Thrasher, the project manager that led the study, and he'll be presenting shortly. However, before we dive into the presentation, I wanted to share a few highlights. First, I wanted to recognize the tremendous effort and support from the external departments that contributed to this study, as it involved extensive time and participation from 8 operating departments. Those departments include Community Development, Public Works, Police, Fire, City Clerk's Office, Parks and Recreation, IT, and Finance. Together, our city staff carefully reviewed approximately 435 user fees, and the department staff are in attendance this evening to answer any questions you may have regarding their specific department fees. Secondly, I also wanted to highlight the scope of the study, which occurred in 2 main phases. The first phase was to complete the cost allocation plan, and this helps identify the city's current costs, existing costs, and determines the appropriate overhead and indirect costs for central services. And then the second phase of the study involves conducting the user fee study, where we review all of the city's fees and we evaluate the time and the staff involved with each service. And then from there, we calculate the city's cost in providing that service to develop the recommended fees. And thirdly, I did want to share just some of the public outreach and communication that was coordinated prior to this public hearing. These activities included publishing an ad in the Beach Reporter, providing both mailed and emailed notices to our utilities, including Southern California Gas, SoCal Edison, along with the Builders Industry Association of Southern California. We also posted the proposed user fees on our website, and we made them available for public view in our finance department. And then we also provided a courtesy email notice to the construction community. And lastly, we recommend the format of the public hearing. We'll walk through the presentation shortly, and then answer any questions. And then from there, open the public hearing and then discuss and provide direction regarding the user fees along with recommended action to adopt the resolution. And that concludes my introduction this evening. At this time, I'll turn it over to Tony Thrasher, and he will provide the presentation on the results of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am Tony Thrasher with Wilden Financial, a project manager for the cost allocation plan and user fee study. So going to ahead and dive right in. So we got a wealth of agenda on here. We're going to start off with talking about exactly what precedes the user fee study, which is the cost allocation plan. The point of a cost allocation plan is to identify the central functions of the city that exist to provide support to the other operating units that provide, services to the public, right? So the point of the plan is to identify those functions, what their costs are, and allocate those costs based off of data sets that closely mirror how they're providing services. So think of human resources using salaries and benefits, as well as full-time equivalents or the number of positions in each department. Now, the point of the plan is to identify the support structure of the city and within how it supports those departments and the amount of that support in terms of allocations, as well as indirect overhead rates. And when we get into the fee study, it factors in as being those allocations factor into program cost analysis as well as fully burdened hourly rates. You'll hear me talk about indirect cost rates or indirect overhead rates. That's what that's coming from. So it's identifying that central service support that is needed for staff to provide services to the public. Okay? Now, once we get into the user fee part, first I want to talk about what we're actually talking about. These are operational cost provided services that provide private benefit to the public. Right? So under state law, they should be set only up to the full cost of providing them. That's why we do a study, right? And individual use of the services needs to be voluntary, either through a service request or through a compliance requirement, right? Once we identify what the full costs are, that's what you can set the fee at. And so that is done through a public hearing, as we're here today, to talk about full cost compared to suggested fees. And we also want to note we do not include development impact fees, utility rates, or taxes, things of that nature. These are purely operational cost provided services. So why update the user fees? As you heard, most of these services are provided through the general fund, right? So if you are subsidizing these services, it impacts your general fund's ability to provide community benefits, community programming, public safety, things of that nature. So it can reduce your ability to fund those things. Sustained subsidies can result in impacts to service delivery as well. So always keep that in mind when we're talking about subsidization. It's kind of it take from one to give to the other, right? So now, ultimately though, we want to make sure a user fee study is providing you with the information of what it costs to provide the services so you can make the policy decisions on where to set fees. And of course, keeping in mind state requirement, don't set a fee above full cost because then it's a tax. So that's why we do the study to make sure we know what your full costs are providing those services. So there's two primary steps within a user fee study. The first is determining the cost of your services. That starts off with a review of your current fee schedules with your departments to update those, do modifications to them to make sure they reflect how services are moving forward. And then that's additional new fees, removing old fees, stratifying fees to make sure they reflect how service is being provided. And then once we have the fee schedule in place based off of kind of your staff's needs and the service needs, then we use fully burdened hourly rates to calculate the cost of your services. So that is the subject matter experts, your staff, providing the amount of time it takes to provide services on each and every of those 450 some odd fees, right? Once we know what the full cost is, then we can shift into the next phase, which is comparing that to the current fee to identify where your current subsidies lie based off those cost calculations. We want to make sure that we know what your current subsidies are compared to the full cost so that you can make the decision on where you might want to go with obtaining full cost recovery. Typically in development type activities, so that's building, planning, engineering, things of that nature, cities are usually looking to get to full cost recovery because it's heavily private benefit, as opposed to, say, recreation or community services, which those are always going to be subsidized to some degree because there is community benefit in there, and there's also a market aspect to that. While most of the fees that you see in here are going to be based off full cost, there are some market type based fees, and you'll see that, that one of them was brought up, right? So the parking fees, right? That's an example of those. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go to the data piece. So since we're talking about operational cost fees, we're talking about budgets, staffing structures, organizational structures, right? So a lot of those data sets are what we use as the foundation of the cost. We include central service overhead through the cost allocation plan. We divide salaries and benefits by productive hours, so the amount of time staff is on the job to provide service, factoring out, holiday and vacation time, things of that nature. Then we factor in the time estimates, so the reasonable time it takes for staff to provide services to get to a full cost calculation. And as you'll kind of see, there's at no point during the study, every task involved, we need to have a lot of staff input and a lot of staff providing support. It's more than they ever anticipate, and I apologize for that, but it's imperative because for every city, the fee schedule should suit how your services are being provided, and the staff input to what it takes to provide service should be unique to each city that we work with as well. Now, I went through quite a bit of this, so I'll do it quick, right? We start off with model development through incorporating all that data to build up hourly rates, calculate overhead factors. And then we meet with the departments to revise the fee schedules, update those, incorporating time data so that we can get to the full cost of services. Then we shift into comparing that to the current fees so that we can then identify current cost recovery deficiencies, identify suggested fees to put into a report and bring to a public hearing. Now, scope of the study, I'm not going to read them all off there, but as already said, 8 departments, right? So there's a lot of people involved with this. So when you're doing a citywide fee study, it involves everyone. So everyone's involved. Now, I want to note, because on the next slide I'm going to talk about, there's going to be a grid with the number of fees going up, down, and all that sort of thing. So to note on kind of typical reasons why fees would change or not change, increased fees are typically a result of increased costs, so no surprise there. But at the same time, when you do take 5 years in between doing studies, there's going to be changes in the way service is being provided. And also, when I'll say, when you're using different vendors or you're talking with different people, you might incorporate other departments that may have not been included in prior studies. So if we're looking at a planning application, a lot of departments are involved. But if you do a study 1 year and then you come back in 5 years and realize you didn't incorporate public works into service, that's going to increase the fee as well. So there is a combination of factors that go into increased fees. And this was quite exhaustive. Your staff took a lot of time to go through and identify all the departments and positions that are involved in providing services. And so it is very comprehensive, and that's what you see in a lot of the increased fees. For decreased fees, there are definitely going to be efficiencies gained through like technologies, right? So state mandated you have online submittal policies and things like that. Technology does factor in to decrease the cost of some fees. At the same time, the code doesn't get simpler. So every 2 years, a new code, new requirements, so there's always a combating effect. Senior positions that are able to provide us services more efficiently can have a cross effect. Either, senior positions get paid more, but they also may be more efficient and decrease the amount of time it takes to provide service. That could be a decreased fee as well. Now, new fees fall into a few different categories. They're primarily 2, though. It is a services being provided either that wasn't before or was and wasn't charged for, or it's a new derivative of a fee that you already have, but this it's a substrate to pull it out so that it identifies that fee separately to be charged individually to best reflect how service is being provided. So you'll see new fees in there, and that's what that's about. For eliminated fees no longer needed. They may fall under a already charged service, things of that nature. And fees with no change, most of those are based off deposit-based or actual cost fees, because those are going to use the fully hourly rates for staff already. And so we're not changing the fee, it's actual cost. So that's why it lists that way. Also, if there's certain like market-based fees, like the residential parking permit, I don't believe it's said to change, that would be like a no change, right? So things of that nature. So here's that grid, right? Fees going, increasing, decreasing, new, not changing, those eliminated. So a total of 435 fees that are represented there. Most of those are increasing. I will say the biggest category is increasing, right? With the second biggest category being decreasing. And then there's new fees not changing and eliminating. So it's all kind of right in that row. Now, we want to show this grid now, but we're going to get into the individual schedules in a moment. I'm going to be going through it department by department, so asking if you have any questions about any of the fees on that department's fee schedule, and we can go in that fashion. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into that. All right, so we'll start off with finance. It's really easy to see up on this screen.
Can you just let us catch up?
Yeah. No. I can tell you it's page 198 of your agenda packet.
Yeah. Yep, thank you. let's see, hold on. Now I'm at a disadvantage because I took out some of the pages because I'm like, oh, I want to remember this page, and now I'll have to look at it again. Let's see. All right. Great.
All right, so starting off with finance, we've already had some questions. Public, any questions, comments? So just so you know, I'm here to answer your questions about the process, methodology, how the studies are typically done, what we see out there, and staff's here to answer any questions about the procedures and how service provide, what's involved, things of that.
Great. Let me ask my colleagues. It feels like it would make sense to ask questions after each department, because otherwise we're going to lose our minds. So at the end of that department, I will ask you all for questions, okay? Remember, questions, not comments, but you guys all know that. So thank you. Carry on.
So starting off with finance. So in finance, I'm going to go bit by bit. There's 2 pages of their fees. Are there any questions on theirs?
Okay, yeah, let's,
Yeah.
just signal me and I'll,
Signal.
yes.
There's bat signal.
Yes, bat signal, go ahead. Councilmember Shirley, thank you.
Tony, thanks for being here. Respect your industry knowledge on this item. Quick question, row number 13, monthly parking permits, and then 14, 15. The parking permits have to be market driven, correct?
So they do not have to be. It can be based off of cost, it can be based off market, or it can be based off of a policy goal.
So do we know if these parking permits were off of staff time, or were they market driven?
There's a staff recommendation of update to those fees.
Based on?
Based on, is it market rate or?
Market, based off the market
Okay.
comparison.
Okay. So is there something in here that
Yeah.
tells us if something was market rate versus going through the fee
Yes,
process?
the notes column should indicate that anytime it's market rate or if
Aha.
there's a policy
Look at that.
decision in years past. Now, the parking permits, those are, we are talking about those items specifically in the next public hearing item. So I don't know if you want to dig into those, but maybe some of your questions might be answered in the presentation coming up next.
No, that was it. You answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Libby.
And if I could, actually, before, do you have another question? Or
No.
I just wanted to also interrupt. I would suggest whatever vote we take, that we discuss anything related to parking that's in the next public hearing underneath that item. So when we do, okay, you agree?
That was the follow-up question I was going to ask following Councilmember Shirley's question. So the relationship of what we're seeing in this report for finance and how it relates to the next item, which is somewhat discretionary, particularly for our policy decisions. Can you articulate how we should view this data as it relates to the next item that we're going to be considering?
To the parking?
Yes.
Well, I will say I think it was mentioned before, one of our main goals on this update at this time was to prepare a comprehensive user fee list that incorporated all of the city's fees into the one attachment. So that's why you see the parking permits on this list. So that way, for members of the public who view this later, the parking permits are, on the same fee schedule with all of our other city fees. But in the notes column, you will see occasionally references to certain resolution numbers. So any fees that get updated at a later time, either this evening or at a future date, then staff would come back to our comprehensive fee schedule and note any subsequent resolutions and decisions and update it on the comprehensive fee schedule so it's all in one document on our city website.
So, thank you.
Real quick follow-up
Yeah, of
question.
course. And then
So is it safe to say, Libby, the market-driven, the ones that are market-driven were also vetted in the same manner as the user fees? Meaning you guys went out and made sure that those fees are market?
Yes, our staff would have, we researched every fee on the list. So if you have specific questions, we can certainly.
No, thank you. That's it.
Okay, and then Councilmember Franklin.
Okay, thank you. So going in that same item, number 13, it indicates that there's 1,140 annual quantity of these monthly lower Metlocks parking lot?
Yes, so we currently offer 95 per month. So that quantity, I believe, is the 95 times 12,
Ah,
right?
annual quantity.
And is it oversubscribed? It seems like 95 seems like a lot of spaces.
Well, that's our monthly permit that we offer. We also offer the 6-month permits. And again, we are planning on going into some further detail on these permits
Okay.
at the next
Sure.
item.
Okay.
But yes, to answer your question, they are oversubscribed.
And just a question on the marketing data. So are you looking at monthly permits from those 4 or 5 cities that were mentioned in here? Santa Monica?
Yes, we have some survey data with the next item that includes the survey cities and market rates that other cities are charging.
Okay, and then just overall, this practice is done how often?
The user fee study?
Yeah.
Every 4 to 5 years, we update it.
Okay, and so you go back 20 years, it's been done 5 times?
I believe so,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Just want
Yes.
Definitely.
I'm testing my math.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely. So in 2020 was our last study. Before that, it was 2015, and I have to research prior
Every
to
5
that.
years.
since I
Every
was-
5 years.
Okay,
4 times.
and then just generally overall, it's on the parking. That's okay, I'll ask my questions when we're talking about the parking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding the finance department section? Okay. All right, so, and we can always go back, folks. I just wanted to do this while, we're thinking. Okay. Parks and Rec.
Yeah, so Parks and Recreation, these are the non-program activity-related fees, right? So those are a separate matter. So for these, banner installation, special events, film permits, recreation classes is a note at the bottom, but that varies. So that's not being considered here, but the ones above. Any questions on these?
Are there any questions? Yes.
I do. So Libby mentioned that we're trying to capture all the fees in one document. The majority of the Parks and Rec fees are market-driven. So I guess my question is, why would those not be?
Great question. So your kind of seasonal classes and things of that nature, they're a completely different type of animal. Those should be allowed to stay fluid depending on what kind of contractors you have, what kind of classes that you can offer and things of that nature. So historically, and this is an industry standard, usually those are not included, but there's usually a reference such as the recreation classes, just to mention that it is a service being provided, but that's going to vary depending on the season. It's going to vary depending on what the offerings are, given a period of time.
Okay.
And my question would be, under the film permits, you have the film permits reference, which has the LA Film Office, TMZ, if you will. And then you have the film permits applications. So is it true that we're only charging $550 for an application for a motion picture as compared to the $2,500? Or are they an addition? So that may not be you. Maybe it's somebody is there somebody who can answer this question?
Mark over there.
Because I'm just, if you can come on down, that'd be great, because I'm confused as to why we have it
No,
listed.
Mark's over there.
Oh,
So I
we're
guess we were
giving you,
using the mic. Yeah, we're gonna do
so
the mic.
sorry, my
Have a gallery.
mistake. Passing that mic around. Hello, Mark.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Mark Lehman, your Parks and Recreation Director. So I will turn this over to Senior Management Analyst Linda Robb, who has the expertise in this area.
Okay, Linda, take it away.
Yes, thank you. So we do charge the application fee upon application, and then a daily permit fee for every day that they
Got it.
film.
So 24 through 27 are the daily fees? Is that correct? You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, that's really helpful, thank you. So the 22 and 23 are the overall application, and there's the daily, which is standard in the industry in LA. Great, thank you.
And just a little background, right? So the application fees are based off staff time it takes to provide those services, whereas the other ones are kind of the impact to the public, right?
Got it. Any other questions on
Yes.
this page? Yes, please.
Please.
No, I do, but go ahead.
So related to Parks and Rec, first, with regard to banner installations, that would be row 18. I just wanted to confirm where banners are authorized over the public right-of-way, because we have limitations on where they're permissible. And I'm just wondering, just for reference, what we're talking about.
Yes, I believe there are 8 locations. I don't know them right off the top of my head. There are Manhattan Beach Morningside, right over here in front of Uncle Bill's. I think there's 6 down in the downtown area and 2 in North Manhattan Beach. We used to hang on Sepulveda, but we don't hang there anymore.
Question I'm going to have with more interest is going to be related to where we want to underwrite certain of these fees because we see a community purpose, public purpose. But I was just curious, the fee that's rising or proposed to be increased the highest is the special events applications. And trying to understand the gravity, how many do we get a year? Are we talking 1? Are we talking 20 on average?
So we get an average of 5 new applications per year. We do process 11 legacy event applications every year, but new applications are far fewer.
Helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Steve?
And
Councilmember Sherlin.
Thank you. Brought up, following up on Mayor Pro Tem on number 21, Mark, the same fee for the special event. It's going up 100%. And there's only about a half a dozen per year based on the quantities. Is this going to be somewhat of a hindrance for people to come in and like, oh, I want to have a special event, but it's $3,000 to submit an application? So is there a process so they can actually go vet the process before putting $3,000? Is it refundable if they don't get it approved? So that type of thing.
Yes, it's a great question. And yes, I know Linda and the team spent a lot of time proactively before it is actually the application submitted to make sure that they are aware of kind of all of those challenges before they propose their event to the committee.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Other questions right now? Yes.
Just a quick one. Is there any, police department interaction with this and being charged out, security, that kind of thing? Are they expected to bring all that themselves?
Correct, and so that's why it has been escalated. These are all fully burdened rates for every department representative, and it does take a lot of those representatives from every single department to vet each event.
So I asked either or, but it's both. They have their own security and they use police department?
That is based on their recommendations on what is needed for each unique event.
Okay, great.
But this is just the application fee. So this is for our police department to actually look at their application and say, we need X amount, whomever
Correct.
supplies it, right?
Yeah,
No.
correct. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. All right. Move on.
All right. So next we have City Clerk, Management Services. Any questions on any of theirs?
I can't.
I have one, which is somewhat in jest, and that is, I'm aware that our copy machine breaks down from time to time, and I'm wondering to what extent this cost bears the burden of repairs for our copy machine under the lease.
None. It's by law.
I can answer for him, it does not.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Didn't we used to have to pay more money to run for office?
Lisa Tumar, City Clerk.
Yes.
Those are the fees for the candidate processing that are done for the candidate statement.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and none of that is kept, it's put in the trust account and
Yeah.
then paid back to the county.
Right, okay. I think it would be great if it was, it's de minimis, but thank you. Okay, any other questions in this section? All right, let's move on.
Next, we have Citywide. It's 3 services, right? So we have the finance penalty in there. We have a new fee, the administrative citation appeal fee. It's a deposit of $500, as well as technology fee, which is applying citywide as well. Any questions on these?
Yes?
Yeah. So, Tony, number 37, finance penalty, it only indicates the 5% for 30 days late. In your expertise in doing this with other cities, should there be a scale up after, 60 days or 90 days? Or because 5% seems like such a small number on a
Right, the percentage is...
punitive, like, wouldn't get them to pay to...
The percentage difference is the tracking of kind of the number of days and adjustment of the percentage. So we typically do see just one finance penalty percentage, but the way it's applied, and, you know, at some point it goes out to collections, things of that nature. So I let finance answer to anything specific on that. But typically, no. It's usually one percentage that we would see, but 5%, I can't necessarily speak to that personally.
Yeah. Do you usually typically see like 5% on the total or 5% per month? Typically, it's like a monthly late penalty, right? If a $100 bill, it's going to be $105, and it's not really going to get me to pay it.
Huh.
I can't say. Just so you know, for penalties, right? Penalties aren't commonly part of the user fee schedule because it falls under another category. It doesn't have to be based off time, right? So it's a different sort of animal, but we do typically see finance penalties, but to answer exactly how they're applied in other jurisdictions, I couldn't say it. I can't recall. I don't know.
I have another question, if I
Okay,
may.
of course.
Number 39, technology fee, and the 3% currently, and it's jumping to 13%. Is there a list of what fees those would be impacting? Because if a fee's going up by 13% because of the technology fee, in addition to the user fee study, that could be compounding that fee, but without knowing what fees are tied to that 13.
So it's just a small description, right? So it's cost related to online permitting system utilized by planning, building, traffic engineering, police, fire, public works, finance, and parks and recreation. So really anything that feeds into the system is using the system would have that fee attached to it. This is the fastest growing fee that we see in every city we work with. So while there is efficiencies gained through technology cost is increasing quite a bit. So I'd say 5-6 years ago, the typical average would be what you have currently, 3%. Now when we do the study, the cost is double digits. So it's always double digits everywhere we go. I've had some that it was 30% based off only applying it to very specific things, like in building permits, but still they would subsidize that because 30% is quite insane. So double digits is the norm nowadays.
Okay. Just one last follow-up. Is the 13% already built into the overhead of those fees and those programs that you mentioned?
No, it is not. This has been pulled out separately, so it would be accounted for as a separate revenue and go towards that purpose. So it's not double counted in any.
Okay.
Very, okay, I see you. Very interesting question, and then you. Okay, so.
Two questions. First, to follow up on an issue raised by Councilmember Sherillian regarding row number 37, the finance penalty. To the extent the council was interested in exploring a sliding scale, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or more in arrears, how would we do that? What process would you recommend we follow to the extent that this is presented as just a flat 5%?
So I'm going to throw it to finance, but it would require a code amendment because it's likely written within your code that this is the penalty.
Yes, my answer to that would be that we're happy to research that and look at what other cities are doing and come back with more information if you'd like.
Do you want that as a future agenda item, or is that something we can give direction for during this item?
I think it would be most appropriate first to bring it to our finance subcommittee.
Right.
To present our research there and see, come up with a recommendation.
Next question. Refresh my recollection as to what the city's approach is towards credit cards. When users use credit cards, what fee is applied? What is the cost to the city? How is that borne?
Thank you for the question. So we have discussed this at some recent finance subcommittee meetings because the city does absorb about $700,000 in credit card fees per year. I say that, but we absorb it. However, it is built into things like our water rate studies, sewer rate studies. So those fees are shown as expenditures, and then when we do those rate studies, like our water and sewer rates, we are capturing those costs, and it is calculated into our rates. So we kind of absorb them. However, they do get passed on directly or indirectly to customers.
But only in those because I went to Parks and Rec today and bought some T-shirts. Used my credit card. Do I get charged anything additionally there?
No.
So
So
but we could give direction on that.
correct. So for things like our enterprise funds that I just mentioned, we are indirectly passing those costs on to customers. For items like our building permits, T-shirts, other various things that we take payments for. We don't currently attach an additional credit card convenience fee like some other jurisdictions do. Historically, the city has absorbed those costs.
And I'm sorry, I know Councilmember Franklin has a question too, but what was the kind of philosophy behind not suggesting that? Because I feel like almost everywhere I go, they'll say, do you agree to a 2%, 3%, and I do.
So it is something we have researched in the last several months, and what we found recently is that with our cashiering system, there was a technical issue that we're still researching, that we couldn't apply it to some fees and not others. So for instance, it would want to apply it to our utility bills, which are already kind of indirectly charging customers.
Yeah.
So there were some technical aspects to it, and how to apply those fees in our cashiering system that we wanted to fully research before presenting that as an option.
Okay, very interesting, and, okay, Councilmember
Okay.
Franklin.
Thank you. So on the technology fee, is that you buy the new, you get a new copy or whatever, so it's the depreciation amount that you carry forward each year? That's what you're using as a percentage to charge, not the...
No, the
Not the
technology
gross
fee that's
price.
applied on top of all permits and all items that go through our permitting software, so plan checks, permits, anything like that, we are applying this additional technology fee on top of those
Okay,
items.
but as part of
And
that, the
includes,
equipment that you have, the computers,
it
the
includes
servers?
equipment, the maintenance and staff time to maintain those systems. Additional items are the server hardware, the storage that's very expensive.
So does that adjust because, we're doing this over 5 years, but the equipment tends to depreciate, right?
Mhm.
So do you do it on the depreciation amount, or do you do it on the initial
Well, this is
acquisition?
replacement cost, so we are, the fees were calculated based on our current costs, but then also future replacement costs as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
So since it's a percentage-based fee, there is a recommendation that you will use an inflator on years in which you're not doing a study. And since it's a percentage-based fee, that means the amounts you collect based off the percentage would also go up incrementally. So it has an incremental increase in the revenue it brings in, even the percentage doesn't change. And then in 5 years, you would recalculate the percentage as well. There's a list of a lot of things that it includes within there, but yeah, so there's a lot. There's software, and so if you're talking about, how software going to change, well, sometimes you're locked into a contract that does or doesn't have some sort of inflator, so there's a combination of effects in there.
Okay.
Mayor?
And did you have another question? Because I
do.
know. Okay.
Thank you.
Go
So
ahead, Steve.
something near and dear to my heart is block party permits.
I think that's in police. We
Yeah.
haven't.
It's what?
It's in police.
It's in
This is
Oh, I'm
special
sorry.
events.
Oh, there it is, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I did request to have the font even smaller. on the support, so
That's right.
I wasn't listened to, so
No,
I'm sorry,
there-
yeah, that's
yeah.
please.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman
yes.
Tarnay, and then back to you.
Can you share with me how the 500 deposit under administrative citation appeal fee was determined? And then how was that, because I see that following determination of appeal remaining actual cost billed based on a fully burdened hourly rate, how do we do it now?
That's a step.
Good evening. I will defer that to our representative from the city clerk's office, Patty.
Good evening. Patty Matson, Senior Management Analyst. The current process right now is we just have the individual pay the citation fee. And so as far as the $500 deposit goes, I might defer that to the city attorney.
What a volley.
Yes, and some of the council members may recall that there was a practice for quite some time that the city was charging $1,500 as a deposit, and depending on the cost of the hearing officer, staff time, and sometimes attorney time, the appellants, if they lost their appeal, would get a refund based after the actual costs are subtracted. So in connection with this study, it was determined that the hearing officers that we currently use charge a certain amount, and So it came up to about $500 would be the actual cost of the appeal to the city. There will be some appeals that may be less. And so the appellant, if they lose, if they won, they would get the deposit back.
Right.
If they lost, they might get a refund. But also, there are cases where the appeals would cost more than $500, so they would get a bill after their deposit for the additional cost to the city.
Great. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Any others? Okay, I know, I just meant any others from Councilman Tarnay.
Thank you.
Councilman Sherwillian.
Thank you. Really quick, Tony, quick question. I want to circle back on the credit card fees. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you take all the expenditures, part of your cost allocation, you take all the expenditures, and part of the expenditures are banking fees, which are credit card fees.
Yes.
Can you explain to the group that we are recovering these fees, or you explain how that process is, that those fees are embedded into the overhead of the fees?
They are. So currently, within the cost allocation plan, we are allocating finance. They're essential service. Embedded within that are some of these costs. And so there is a very small piece of those credit card fees that does filter down, but the typical recommendation is once you kind of get the technical piece of it kind of resolved, would be to recover this directly so that you can have a fee that accounts for it separately. Because yes, there is a portion that does get recovered, it filters down, but it is only based off of staff time being involved in providing a service, and so only a portion of it will filter down that way.
It's not based on the cost to the city that is charged to us from the bank.
No, it is, so with the transaction being charged determines how much you
Right.
get charged from the bank, and it goes into finance, it goes into those places. Yeah, and so there is a filtering process that does get down, and so some of the cost is accounted for it, but it's a loose indirect as opposed to being a direct fee to recover its cost.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Let's keep going.
Okay, I'm going to head this up real quick, right? So you're going to see as we get into some other departments, there's some red text and notes previously set by council policy. We have as a separate part after this to talk about fees that were previously reduced or kept at a low level so that we could talk about those as a group, right? I'm not telling you you can't talk about them or you don't, or not to talk about them necessarily, but we're going to address that in an upcoming part. So that might be the best place to talk about those, but let me know if you do have questions.
So like that red for the block party,
That's the
we're
one.
going to talk about that in a group.
Right. So yeah,
Or we
so for
could.
police, we have, so police is broken out in a few different sections, so I'll actually go with each. So for this police section, are there any questions you want to address now? If you have any questions about it now, that's fine. You can address it now.
Oh, this one's pretty straightforward. I feel like
Wait, I'll save my comments and questions for
the
policy.
section with the red.
Yeah, council policy. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So for community fairs, there's three fees for this one. Any questions on the alarm system, the alarm school?
Since there's no change, I think. Alarm school.
Okay. Now, for technical support, duplication, fingerprints, things of that nature, reproduction. Any questions on these?
Go ahead.
I'd like to just make a comment about number 56, where this fee is for digital reproduction audio, providing a police audio recording upon request. So it's going from 101 to 192, 90% increase. Could you almost consider that, not impeding, but maybe not promoting, not a people.
Discouraging.
Discouraging, thank you, that's the word. People wouldn't be able to afford it, that type of thing, so. Is it, so I guess my question is, what has caused it to go up so high?
Right, so that is the staff time it takes to do the duplication of audio tape. So generally, since we are talking about a request for duplication, this is the time and cost involved with it. So that is kind of the recommendation is for a full cost recovery.
And we can discuss the policy when we, afterwards. But
Yeah.
do you have another question about that?
Well, and I will say, so for those in red, we are going to address those later as a block, but for any others, and if there's, a desire to do subsidies, things of that nature, then please.
I'm just making this section here just for questions, not for then comments about whether we want to change it or not. So, Councilwoman Tarnay?
And just to piggyback on that, does that, just the duplication include editing time? I know sometimes there are information that you can't disclose. Is that why it's gone up so much, or?
I'm going to need to throw that to staff on that.
So yes, that includes redaction time, the time to research, the time to figure out if this is something we can release or not, and then just the technology to do the redaction. Redaction is quite a cumbersome task.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions on this section? Councilmember Shirley.
Piggyback on the piggyback. So Tony, maybe talk a little bit about, how you're involved in when you're sitting down and getting these fees and you're looking at the hours. If somebody says, it takes me 3 hours to do this inspection, you get engaged at that point, like, well, it seems like a lot of time. So why don't you talk about the process as to how these fees are set, and when you're doing the interviews with staff, that there is some kind of mechanism in place that doesn't go too far off of the average in your kind of expertise.
Sure. So when we are taking down information, your staff are the subject matter experts of what it takes to provide those services for your city. Now, if I got 30 hours back, I'm going to ask questions, right? So whenever we're getting information and time back, we do look at that, but you see a 90% increase on that fee, right? Which seems a lot when you see it as a percentage base, but redaction actually, it takes a lot nowadays. So that sort of cost is also one of those things that is increasing over time. So to hear that, it takes 3 hours or 4 hours, it's not really going to raise any red flags. But when red flags are raised, we would ask those such questions. But it would be from a standpoint of, is it a reasonable time based off of how it takes to provide service? It is not based off of, we're not auditing, we're not looking at their time cards to make sure they actually spend those exact hours. That's not a state requirement. That's not a realistic expectation, because time is not tracked that way for each individual staff either. So.
Just wanted to
absolutely
hear you say that to the group.
Right. And you do have, as in some of the backing documents, you have it broken down, hourly rates, burdened, and, it's also possible that in the past we weren't actually charging, how much it costs. That's what some of this is about. Any other questions on this section? Okay, carry on.
All right, so on to fire. Now, fire does have, we're talking about departments that have fees increasing, decreasing. There, as a whole, has more decreasing than increasing. So just to kind of touch on that, it's because there's been a shift in the staff that are providing the services from going from sworn to civilian. And so the actual fully burdened hourly rates that are used for the time data goes down. So that's why the fees are suggested to go down as well.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember, or Mayor.
I just have a
Pro Tem.
compliment. I want to compliment our fire chief for helping lead the professionalization of the fire marshal services, because this is where we see this has resulted in a reduction in fees. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments or questions?
I was just going to echo those same words. I
Right,
appreciate
echo.
the due diligence and the reduction due to the number of staff that has changed in that.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Get through a few more, right? All right, so Public Works. Okay. All right. So let me just scroll through these. 3 pages.
I do have a question. We just
Okay.
scrolled through it very quickly. The pole removal, can you go back one slide, please?
Sure.
No.
Or
one
third?
Back.
There you go. One of those.
row 141. Can you explain the difference there
Huh.
to maybe our Public Works Department representative?
Looking for an explanation on 141
Yes, please.
and why the annual quantity would be 0?
It looks like there's a reduction. Can you explain?
Why?
That was based on the amount of time we think it would take to process this. However, we haven't done one in years, and so we don't have any real metrics to compare it at. And so this is what we think that fee would be if we processed a request for that.
So I know neighbors on my block have explored moving poles, and my recollection is there were quite significant fees from Southern California Edison. So is that the reason why the city's fee has reduced? Because there was potentially going to be city time in it, so I guess I'm a little bit confused.
So I'm going to let Principal Civil Engineer Mike Guerrero answer that question.
Great.
So, Mike Guerrero, Principal Civil Engineer. So those are separate fees. So the property owner that would like to move a pole would have to contract with Southern California to actually move the pole. So we actually do have a process. There's an ordinance, and that's the difference between the standard and the PPIC. For a standard one, it's in the ordinance that we can't approve that administratively. So we do review it. We work with Edison. We work with adjacent property owners. And then the PPIC is, if that's not resolved, it would have to go to the PPIC, has to be notified, and there's a little bit more strict process.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to take any further time.
No, that was a
Thank you.
terrific explanation of it. Councilwoman Tarnay?
Can you please share, okay, this is for item 123, tree trimming permit, and there's a 364% increase. Can you explain what that captures?
Sure. So your current fee is not capturing much, so likely was definitely not accounting for full cost recovery. So go ahead and throw it in.
Yeah, Senior Management Analyst Nicole Petroff will answer that.
Yeah, that is correct. That is the Urban Forestry's plan review, which was not part of it initially. So now it's actually captured in this fee.
Okay.
And that's for a tree on the public right-of-way
That is
versus someone's, okay. And the homeowner's paying for it?
'Cause typically, that's for a public request for tree trimming of a tree in the public right of way, right? So it's not it's not trimming of their own tree; it's city tree.
Correct.
And now, if a tree needs to be trimmed for safety reasons, this fee would not apply.
Okay, so otherwise it's okay by the city, but if the homeowner wants it trimmed, that's what this fee is for.
On that one,
Yeah.
I would need to get back to you on the specifics of that
All right.
fee. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sherlane?
Thank you. The item number 134 and 135, they say new, and are they under, in this area, I thought we were looking at the new fees when are a different attachment.
Oh, so there is a separate attachment for new and deleted fees, but this is the comprehensive fee schedule, so they're all embedded
intermixed.
within here.
Okay.
Yes, you're going to see them embedded throughout.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more on this page or this section? Yes,
Yeah,
Councilmember Franklin.
If I may, line item number 119. So it's pretty well spelled out. I don't know how we did it for $43 5 years ago, but that was nice. But same thing, it's just costs have gone up. And
Yeah, it did not include the actual cost of having to, provide the barricades, put them out there, and do everything involved with it.
It really did include the full cost of it.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Real quick follow-up on
Yeah.
that same item, 119. Just for the sake of conversation, we're going to look at the block party because it was subsidized. But this fee is tied directly to that fee. So if we have to just keep that in mind because this fee is going up a lot. And if that's what,
Right.
just to keep both of these fees in mind.
Yeah, that's great. And we, it's a decision again. And when we have our dialogue, It's about, maybe we want to subsidize that for residents, but this, what they're saying, this is just what it costs to do it. So, okay. Other questions? Looks like you do.
Me?
No,
Oh,
no,
no.
I just thought you were, okay, doing that. Okay, no more on this section. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so traffic engineering is next.
Wait, I'm going to-
So there's 3 fees on here that will be addressed the time for the parking request, traffic request, and stop sign request.
Okay. All right. Any questions that we'll cover that aren't covered in the future section?
I have a real
Yes.
quick question, Madam Mayor. So, Tony, it's really important on the quantity amounts. There's a lot that are missing. It's really hard to really know the impacts to the community because it's not identified there. So how do you kind of walk us through that? How are we going to look at it and say, oh, these are not applicable? Is it 1? Is it 100? I
So-
mean, those are real important figures to see. I'm looking at the far right.
Yeah.
If you don't have quantities, how can you make a decision to subsidize and how many people is that going to impact?
So I'll need to throw it to staff on whether or not there were not any quantities that were able to be reported. I will say, seeing quantities, it's typically not tracked. And so this is an estimated number of quantities that are being provided. Individual fees don't have their individual revenue codes, and so things get consolidated within the systems, and so it can be hard to identify specific effects of fee changes because things just aren't processed in that way. So, but I will throw it to staff if there's anything specific about the NA, or if it was that it's 0 was the answer on those.
0, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Just to add to what Tony was referencing, whenever you do see NA listed under the annual quantity, it is primarily due to the data not available, not being tracked individually, as there are 435 user fees that were reviewed. And not every individual service fee is tracked based on an annual period. Or it may be that there were 0 quantity that occurred within the year. As some of the fees are rare. They could happen, every other year, once every 5 years. So for these specific fees, there was no data tracked and that was readily available. However, we could certainly research this further if necessary and work with our traffic engineer to get the data behind this.
Thanks for the answer. Just really quickly, I know we implemented community development software 4 years ago, and that was one of the things that we really wanted to do was track, be able to track quantities and pull a report out of the system for efficiency. This is not, keeping track like that. So I guess maybe it's a comment, more than a question, but it's really difficult to make decisions without having quantities.
Absolutely, and the data on planning and building permits was pulled from the online permitting system to be able to assess the volume of those services annually. I can defer the question on these services specifically to our traffic engineer to discuss whether or not these are individually tracked within the online permitting system. So with that being said,
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Zandpour, the city's traffic engineer. There's 2 reasons for the not available or the NA in the traffic engineering section. Firstly, the traffic requests and the stop sign requests and the annual oversize and the extension of oversize have no data because there is no data. There was none that were applied for during the 5 years that we had the fee. For the other not available for construction management and parking plans, we do have data for the number of CMPPs, as we call it, that are issued every year, but we don't have the breakdown of which ones are small and which ones are large. So we don't know that number. But there's over 600 CMPPs that are issued every year as part of building permits in our sand section. So that's where we're at with that.
I mean, for instance, on Valley and 6th, or 6th Place, we know that there was, there was a request for, some traffic calming measures. We know there was some at Oh, by the old Barnaby's, Belmar, what's that hotel?
Bellamar.
Belmar, boy, I'm getting old. Okay, so like so would those be the kinds of things that these fees would apply to?
No, they're not. So
Got it.
we have neighborhood traffic and calming plan program. So if there's a petition that comes in, we don't charge this amount for a neighborhood that wants to have a neighborhood plan.
Great.
If it's an individual that wants to take a look at a stop sign request that we've already taken a look at before, then we will charge them for the extra work for us to go look at it again.
Okay. That's how they do it right now. Yes, Councilmember Lesser?
So my question bleeds into what we will be talking about with council policy issues, but on Pacific Avenue, for example, south of Alley Ardmore, there have been several, at least one stop signs added in the last 3 to 4 years. Did that come about through the neighborhood process, or were there not one or more residents that requested the stop sign?
Sure, thanks for the question. In those specific instances, that was a request. It was reviewed the first time at no cost to the applicant or to the requester, and we found that there was justification for those stop signs, and so we went forward on it from a safety perspective. We don't want to charge a citizen to have a review for a stop sign that is justified.
So that's what I'm trying to clarify. So when does the fee apply and when does it not? Is it sort of like the deposit that was
No,
referenced earlier?
it says right here, it's the second request. So if
It's supplemental.
it's a supplemental request, it's, we've reviewed it already, you weren't happy with our answer, you want to review it again.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
We all went, okay. Councilmember Franklin.
Okay, so item number 145, for the disabled parking space. So does that require I don't know, want to say like an official, someone who's going to make a judgment about the claim? And then also a follow-up question is, if it's denied, do they lose that money then?
Throw the process question.
Certainly be happy to answer that.
And there's 235 people.
Here, exactly, again. Curb painting requests or parking requests that are beneficial to an individual or to a business are charged when that space or when that curb is approved to help pay for the cost of the paint and for the sign if there's a sign. If it's a general benefit, like the red curb is needed for safety reasons, there's no charge, there's no application for those kinds of things. In the case of a handicap parking area, this is for street parking. There is a city's policy that qualifies a person who has a disabled placard and does not have sufficient parking on their own private property to ask for and apply for a curb paint for their car. They have to have a valid disabled parking placard, and they have to meet the qualifications. In that case, we will then say, you're approved, we're asking for $100 to help pay for the paint.
Right, okay, gotcha. So they're not, we're not having to provide a medical analysis of...
No, they provide the
That's from the
placard, the valid placard, and we'll accept that.
Can I piggyback on that question? Do we have to, if they're in the coastal zone, we also then have to go, don't we have to go through the coastal commission? If we're removing general public, if it's, it's residential, but it's coastal zone parking. I thought we had to do that once. No, we don't have to do that for disabled? Somebody?
No, we don't have to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Madam.
Yes, please.
One last question. Tony, so before we get into the meat of it with community development, I'm gonna probably bring that question up again on the not applicable on the quantity. So the revenue projections you're making, or staff's making tonight, you're taking the delta between the old fee and the new fee and taking the multiplier, the quantity, to ascertain that information?
For most of them that we are, but I believe for the building calculation, we're looking at the delta between what your cost recovery is currently versus what full cost recovery is based off of these fees being full cost recovery if they were adopted. So we're looking at the difference in the amount of revenue recovery in that specific instance. But for planning fees, engineering fees, those, yes, it is based off of the average change of the fees compared to what your current revenue is. The fee quantities we got, it was after the point in which we had to make it publicly available of all that information. So our revenue calculations are more based off the average fee change as opposed to individual line item fee changes and how that contributes to an overall, revenue effect at the end of the day.
So it's more conservative then.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on this section? Okay, continue on.
All right.
And full-on warning, I will probably take, before we even take public comment, we may take a little break. So just setting the stage here. Please continue.
All right, so planning, on to planning. So we have at the bottom of the first page, 3 appeals fees that will be brought for separately regarding that, as well as the first one on the next also.
And those fees also, I thought we had a policy too where if a council member pulls the appeal, then it's not charged to the resident.
I can answer that, Madam Mayor. The council has the opportunity per our municipal code to do what's called a call for review. And if 2 council members elect to call an item for review, that would have to be done by 2 council members, not a single one. At that time, there is no charge for a call for review that's conducted by the council. But an appeal from the public is charged.
Yep, gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Okay, questions here in community development except for red zone questions? Yes.
I have questions about those fees, but it's
Yeah.
going to relate to our council policy.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
On 218, at the very bottom, there's 2 that were previously set by council policy for conservation district designation as economic hardship exception.
Right.
And then falls through the next page, which is, whoops, I went the wrong way. There we go. Historic landmark designation and historic district designation. So those will be
Discussed, yeah, those are big. Okay. Okay, so questions if it's not regarding the red zone, as I like to call it. Okay. A lot of work, a lot of technical work that happens in community development. Okay, no questions here.
I have a
Go for it.
quick question. On the minor exception, we do 6 of those. So are those the ones that we allow a business like for encroachment, or is that something completely different?
I apologize. What number?
Number 199, minor exception.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it over to them, but I'll bring it up on the screen.
It's residential.
Oh, residential,
Yeah, there we
okay.
go.
I think, but let me-
That's fine. I'm good.
Well, let's
Good?
make sure.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
So, Adam Feinstone, Planning Manager. So we have a minor exception process that allows people to do minor changes to their property, even if they might, for instance, have setback issues on their lot. It allows a small deviation from the process. It's kind of giving people some flexibility if they've got an existing home rather than tearing something down and building something brand new where they're able to do a smaller project, even though they might not conform to all zoning standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions here?
I do.
Okay, Councilwoman Tarnay.
On item 207, can you just explain what that is? Review documentation of body work application which is associated with another special type of business and meets certain criteria? Because that fee is going to go up 100%.
Sure. So basically, it is if you're doing something where you're getting a massage permit and you are also operating that within another office facility, like a medical spa or something like that, that would be covered there.
Thank you.
Okay. Others?
It's not on this page, but.
Okay.
is-
Go ahead and
community
ask it.
development,
Yeah, if it's in community development, you can.
223, the outdoor facility permit. application to allow outdoor dining or outdoor display. It's going from 170 to 1,100. And we don't have a quantity, so what is this also, can you talk, we're talking about outdoor dining and all this type of thing, so what does this have to do with that?
I'm going to throw it to staff, but typically, if I'm looking at a $171 fee for this, it was likely put into place at some point without fully accounting for the amount of time and staff need to kind of go through the whole process. So, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly it. For things like outdoor dining, when you're using the public right-of-way or your private property, there's more departments involved in that than I think we anticipated when it was established a number of years ago. But a number of different departments, planning, building, public works, fire, PD, even take a look at these plans and these applications.
Okay.
I had a follow-up. I want to piggyback on what Councilmember Sherillian has indicated, and that is it's difficult to look at these numbers without knowing the total number we're talking about, because that results in the burden on the general fund. So to the extent we've heard from downtown merchants who talk about the cumulative effect of the fees, are you able to provide a general number of how many actually are granted in a typical fiscal year?
Or requested.
Requested, thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know why it doesn't show up here. I think it has to do because we have broken things out for an existing versus an annual renewal or something of that sort. But I believe it's about 12 to 14 that we do of these every year.
What I'm thinking of is the dedicated weekends for the outdoor, I can't remember the name, sales that are sidewalk sales. So for a sidewalk sale, does not a retailer have to apply for one of these permits, or no? Is there an exemption to that?
This section is more for a permanent outdoor display.
Okay.
For more than just a single weekend?
Correct, on the private property,
Thank
correct.
you. Helpful. Thank
That
you.
is very helpful, thank you. Great question. Yes, Councilmember
A
Franklin.
permanent store or a permanent
Display.
display for?
A permanent display for a store that it's in front of.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Good clarification. Okay? All right.
Where are we? I'm sorry.
Anywhere you want in community development.
Line 231, the tree permit. I guess that's going up almost 450%. Is there an explanation for that?
Yeah, that's very similar to the explanation that was provided for the tree on public property, where the urban forester does get involved, do review, and we actually also receive and review reports from arborists that were much more detailed now than they were a number of years ago.
Gotcha, makes sense, good to know.
Okay. More questions in community development? And again, as we go through this and discuss this, we can completely ask again, but there's been some new fees here.
Since you said new fee, if I can ask a question on the new fee, on
Please.
community development. So is it safe to say that the new fees that we're saying propagated throughout the study, those fees have not been charged? Meaning those are fees that we are not charging now. I guess the question is, are we still doing those? Are they part of the requirement of getting a permit or doing something? Are we just doing those for free?
So I'll speak, some of them are because you're splitting out a fee to identify two, like a minor major, right, as opposed to just having one fee for it. Some are, like in this case, it might be provided within another fee, and now it's being broken out into its individual component. Whether or not it was previously included within the fee, so I would typically see a lot more fee reductions, but you do have some fee reductions. I need to throw to staff on it for specifics about, like preliminary planning review. There's a lot of new fees, or they're all new fees under there. So specifically to that one, would it be brand new services weren't being provided, or was that previously included in something else?
If that's the one that you're looking at or looking for, I can definitely provide that. So we have regularly and for a while offered a preliminary review for people who want to do a single-family home and just, hey, are you going to, does this meet zoning code requirements, et cetera? That was just charged at an hourly rate for our planning staff. At this point, we've looked at the different kind of tiers of projects that you see here and identified the fact that, one, we need a multidisciplinary approach to these preliminary reviews. And then two, based on the size and scope of the project, they're significantly greater than it would be for a single-family home. The single-family home, I think, wound up being similar to that 400 and change when we looked at hourly rate for a planner for 4 or so hours. But when you start looking at these bigger projects, it's a number of different individuals in different departments, and then the complexity of the projects are significantly greater.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Adam. Good answer.
And these fees are actually fairly new. In the past 5 years, we see them pop up more and more. So whenever we do a fee study, we do ask about preliminary plan review or pre-development meetings, just because what can happen is you can get a lot of staff time involved before you actually can charge a fee that's on your schedule.
Right.
And so they're trying to check off a lot of boxes and get things in line using staff time. So this is a way that you can recover that cost to include it within the service being provided.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions here? Okay, let's move on.
I do have a question.
Please.
I thought there were limitations of what we could charge for wireless
Same.
communication facilities. Can I ask the city attorney what fees apply?
Can I, before you answer the question, I want to piggyback and say, maybe the question is also, I thought we had limited ability to deny, and so why, right? So both questions.
This is line 2 or item number 270?
Yes, yeah, 270 and perhaps 271, but the small wireless, you're correct, there's limits on what the city can charge. And actually, I think, and I will defer to ComDev, prior to that law, the fee was a lot more.
Oh.
And so there are limits. This is, it's FCC regulations.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, Councilwoman Tarnay.
Can you clarify what, under 253, 254, and 255, what kind of signs are we talking about there?
Sure. So those are signs for retail establishments or businesses. Basically, if it is for a single tenant in a building versus for a building that's got multiple tenants and you're doing signage for everyone together, or for something that's got an existing, basically an existing box sign or cabinet sign, as we call it, and you're taking the face out and replacing it with something different.
And those are signs on private property that?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Move on? No?
Quick question.
Quick question.
336, it's a new fee. It says Solar App Plus, process and inspect solar. What's the difference between that and the solar permit that we issue on 333?
Ryan Heiss, building official. So Solar App Plus is a new state requirement that started the end of last year. It's a pre-approved solar application that goes through a statewide program, and we've developed a new way to accommodate those in EnerGov. So if somebody comes in with an application that's pre-approved, they put in their application number, and then a review is not done internally.
Great, thank you.
Great questions.
I will note on the solar fees, you'll see the costs are greater than the suggested fees. To keep in line with the government code 6015, state restricts how much you can charge for those services.
Okay. All right. More questions here? Okay. Oh. Tent permit. That's not a termite tenting. No, that's just a party tent or something. Okay. Correct.
Yes.
I answered my own question.
The big ones, like at the hometown fair.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oof. Right away, okay.
Line 416,
416, okay.
the right-of-way excavation permit, the one that's going up 7,000%. Can you explain that one?
416?
421?
421, yeah, but it's in, yeah, sorry.
Yes,
421.
yeah, I know, it's part of the whole block, right?
That's
Yeah,
the block.
exactly.
Oh, 7,000%, interesting. Go ahead.
From $2.
From $2.
I mean, Steve.
So it's the per linear foot fee that attaches to the base fee on that. It's currently going from $2 up to $146. Need to look at that specifically, because I know the time data listed for that one will is for, but I need to see if maybe there was maybe a division by number of square or number of linear feet. We should do in my head right now.
I think we're getting an answer here.
Mike's got it.
So previously, we charged that as a linear.
It was on that, no? No.
How about now? Okay, there we go. Previously, we charged that as a linear footage. There's lots of different ways you can charge that fee for any project over 200 lineal feet. So the new fee more likely is more of a lump sum. So that's why it's not really comparable. And we also in the past have added like a multiplier depending on the size and scale of a project. So obviously a project that's maybe 500 feet long is going to be much different than something that's maybe 2,000 lineal feet long.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay. Okay. Questions? Okay, now we're, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say 434. So in addition to surcharge on all building permits to allow for completion, so in addition to all the fees, that's a builder may encounter, then there's going to be a line item that says 3%.
Yeah, the recommendation is 11%. So this is for general plan and advanced planning. So for your general plan as well as specific plans.
434.
Those need to be updated on a certain basis, right? There's a specific government code that calls out that the city can recover these costs through development fees, specific development fees. And so this fee would be attached onto those to recover the update costs of those plans and, yeah, general plan and specific plan.
Great question.
I guess the larger policy issue I'm sort of mulling is we talked about how certain fees can be charged on individuals who have a specific benefit. This one is obviously a community benefit, is it not, to have our general plan? So I recognize you just indicated this is state law, we can get this recovered and we need to help pay for it, but can you explain that differential between the specific fee and its rationale?
So I won't pretend to explain the legal reasons behind it, but the connection between the benefit is that the development community, the development of the city itself dictates the changes that you need to make in your plans itself. So no development, no changes means a rollover of your general plan, whereas you have more development, then it prompts the need to kind of have those changes in there. So that's the general nexus that I've been told. But yes, we do lean on the fact that there is a government code that says that this fee can be conveyed onto those permits and those fees.
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything to that? Okay, I thought, okay, great. All right. Other questions on this page? Okay. And so these are the combinations.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the combination building permits, that it does include the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, so they're not separated out for kind of new construction as well as it's all the occupancy types you will see there on the left. This is hard to read. I acknowledge that. Just trying to show what the current fee is, what the full cost, what the suggested fee, as well as the change. So.
That is really hard to see. Go ahead.
And the square footage is the finished home or the lot?
It would be, it's the actual,
Facility.
the construction, the actual construction of the building, so the building size.
Yeah, the building site,
Thank you.
okay.
Losing my mind.
Okay.
So most of it would be in the middle there.
Yeah, custom single-family homes. Go back, yeah, it's a little.
No number on this? Number of?
It's,
No line number.
no.
No, I mean, no number of homes, you know, that.
No
Quantities.
quantity.
No quantity, sorry.
No, I did not see quantities for these ones.
I can't see this.
It's really
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So for the square footage-based combo permits, we did not factor the annual quantities. However, I will defer to Ryan Heiss, our building official. I believe he has an estimate on the annual quantity for construction of new single-family homes.
Brian Heiss, building official. So these fees are charged on a single permit. You'll oftentimes have 2 or 3 or even 4 of these fees, because a new single-family home also may have a U structure on it. It may have detached accessory structures. It may have porches and patios. So these fees are typically not charged independently, meaning each square footage is specific to that type of construction. So as far as new single-family residence last year, we usually use the complete demo permit numbers to signify how many of those we have. Last year was a little under 80 for new single-family residence. But once again, those permit fees will be charged with multiple fees at the same time.
Yeah, and do keep in mind, each of these square foot increments are ranges, so they're, as you go within those ranges, so it can be, there's quite a lot of variables involved to try and, project out number of units and things like that.
Okay.
I have a
Yes,
question on this.
please.
So on your R3 combo permit, and I'm gonna talk about what's on page 245 of our packet, which is the comparable analysis to other cities. So this is a building new residential combo building permit. Our fee's going from $14,000 to $21,700. You have 4 other cities mentioned on that line item, and we're at the high end next to Beverly Hills, and the range is $4,000 to $20,000, and we're at $22,000. I guess, can we talk about that?
So I'll touch on comparisons here. So the value of a comparison is that is what another city is charging for a similarly named fee. There is no comment or dissertation on what their actual cost is, who's involved, what services are being provided. As you note that this includes mechanical, electrical, plumbing, we don't always know that if that's the case in other cities, right? So it's never with knowledge of who's involved, cross-departmental, or anything like that. So there's 1,000 variables. I always say there is no apples-to-apples comparison of any fee you have on your schedule. It is only, we try to find certain things that are named the same, compare that to another jurisdiction to see what they charge. In addition, while they may update their fees annually and list that as their 24, 25 fees, we do not know oftentimes when they actually did a cost analysis. I'm still working with cities that haven't done one since the 90s. So sometimes it's just a CPI rollover, they haven't even really touched it. But they have to actually list them on their fee schedule. So in the past, it was easier because cities weren't required to list their fees. And so when I did see a fee schedule on a website, it's because they did a fee study or they actually did update their fees. Or I could see the year on there. Now, since they're always up to date with an up-to-date listing what the fees are, it's unknown. It makes it more difficult to identify that too.
I can answer the question specifically for R3. Once again, Tony did say that we charge combo permits, so it does include all electrical, mechanical, and plumbing, where we used to charge those separately. We've rolled it all into one cost. Additionally, we've looked into the city of Santa Monica. That does appear to be just the fee for the plan check, not for the permit and plan check itself. So these fees, as Tony mentioned, may not be comparable to what we have.
So take this comparison chart at a grain of salt, because it's not, it's really, okay.
I highly dislike comparisons just because it's not comparing one T-shirt to another T-shirt from the store. There is nothing that can be really compared.
Okay. All right. Here's what I'd like to suggest. This is a lot of information, and we are going to open it up to public comment, et cetera, but I would actually like to propose a 10-minute break before we do that, with the consent of my colleagues. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, wait, what?
My apologies, Mayor Haworth. I just wanted to share there are still additional sections of the presentation before the public hearing is open.
I'll keep crossing my legs. Okay.
So with that, we have just a few more schedules to share. There's a schedule
so
of
sorry.
new fees, eliminated fees, and then the comparable survey. And then from there, just a few more sections on the slide, and then we can conclude the presentation.
Right, and what these are, though, these are, we've looked at all these fees, though. We have looked at all these fees, and they've been by department. Now what you're saying is, here's all the eliminated fees together. Here's all the new fees together. So
Yes, so I can expeditiously go through this.
I'd recommend that.
Right, okay. So, yes. So I'm going to.
Mayor's prerogative
skip through-
to sue.
Now, the fees that you have not seen, so going through the new, are the
New
eliminated.
fees, thank you, yeah.
Right, so the eliminated fees are the ones that have been removed.
Yeah.
Right, so there's the banner installation of Sepulveda. I won't list them all off, but you can see them on there of what was removed.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, where is that?
Not a lot, 2 pages worth.
Is,
With some, map copy.
oh, there we go.
Yeah, we're starting with page, I think, 242 is the eliminated
Yes,
fees?
242 and 243.
Yep,
But don't we want to look at the new fees?
yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, get to the new
Agree.
fees.
Agree.
Oh, yeah, the
But
hitching,
they're
the hitching
reversed.
post
They're earlier.
permit.
There you
Yeah,
go.
horses, yeah, that's gone.
Hitching
Yeah.
post, what?
Wanted to make sure.
Okay. Because I don't want to rush our discussion later, but we saw these eliminated fees. So these are the new, okay, we're adding the bingo game fee. That's kind of hilarious. But, and all of these, again, were captured within what we just covered. You're just trying to say, look, these are our new fees. So we can go over those. And then I assume there's also a section that has the policy decisions all together.
Yes.
How about that? Okay.
Okay, so-
All right, so okay,
So,
and we talked about the comparative analysis.
I have to ask.
Ask.
Why is there a fee for bingo?
I know.
I can
Somebody-
answer that.
anybody?
It's in our municipal code.
Oh, I love that, okay. The policy, it's in our
So there
code.
has not been a fee in the past, even though it's been in the municipal code?
It
I'm
may
not
have
following.
been a fee at one time, but perhaps the popularity of bingo dropped off. So it dropped off our fee schedule, and we did get a request last year, so we had to.
So we might have police raids of private
right.
unregistered bingo games?
Bingo's coming back, baby.
We might.
even,
Thank you.
Okay.
even worse than
Bingo.
that, you have to deal with the bingo master.
Bingo.
Do not mess with the bingo people,
Okay.
let me just tell you. But I appreciate the comment, okay.
All right, so are we,
Well, Joe, my point, you ask any questions you want, but all these fees we've already looked at.
Right, yeah.
And embedded
Okay.
in the departments.
Yes.
They're just trying to
Gotcha.
show it in
Yep.
general. Okay, and then you did the comparative analysis of other cities, which we also were just looking at, which was saying, this is a really hard table to take. We must take this table with a grain of several salts.
Yes, and so, and you can actually see that, like, if you want to look at the use permit, if you can look at the use permit, and you can see that, well, we are listing a single amount for each of those. Unless we're comparing just to Newport Beach for that same name service, it is dependent on other factors, right? So it's hard to determine a lot of those things. Many cities use deposit-based things for, especially in planning, so that's a factor.
I mean, are there I have to ask though with this, could there be things that are like to like? So we've looked at some fairly, what do I want to say, subjective or, building plans and plan check. Oh, it's very different here, it's very different there. But there should be some fees that are kind of across the board, no?
So you would think so, but when we actually look at other cities' fee schedules, they could be charging deposit-based based off of actual number of hours. Like Beverly Hills, a lot of things are valuation-based where we typically see flat fees. So
Okay.
it's complicated.
I guess, I mean, it is complicated. I think what I was suggesting is maybe within the planning or comm dev department, that's where you're going to see incredible fluctuations, I would imagine. And perhaps other departments there may be more specific costs that maybe wouldn't be. But anyway, all right.
So Mayor, just wanted to add, which has been pointed out earlier, these have to be based on our own costs. And so the other cities really have no legal significance. It's nice to compare and see what other cities are doing. But
No, that's
legally,
fair.
it's based on our cost.
That's right. We can't, yeah. Yes. Councilmember Franklin, sorry.
I'm just wondering, should.
Wait till
Well, just new fees, number 18.
Okay.
Is the construction management and parking plan review fee, supplemental traffic and parking review for major projects. So if a project is ministerial review approval through density bonus and the like, do they have to? So they don't have to get this supplemental traffic study and parking study then? Or does there have to be some sort of study?
So the construction management and parking plan is applicable in our beach zone or sand section. Generally, that's not where you're going to find that kind of development.
Oh, okay.
To add on to that, we are looking at coming back to council to suggest it be a part of that process at a future date.
Outside of the coastal zone.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move past this, okay?
All right, so here we go. Policy considerations, right? So I'm going to go all the way back to the start. General standard, if a private benefit is being conveyed upon a service request or compliance need, generally the thought is to charge full cost for that service so it doesn't impact your general fund and you're not subsidizing that service and you can use those funds for community benefit. But I've never worked with a city that doesn't do some level of subsidy. So that there is that within some of the suggestions you have here, right? And what we're going to talk about next. And so just always keep in mind of when you are subsidizing, typically do with a goal, right? What's the initiative you're like, what's the policy you're looking to put into place, right? We do recommend the city utilize compensation factor or a CPI or some inflator each year. There's multiple labor groups, so it's hard to use one compensation factor, but something to keep up with your costs in years in which you don't do a study, which is recommended every 5 years. It used to say 3 to 5, but staff would hate me if it was 3 years, so we go 5. Right?
You certainly would.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it on over to Emmy to talk about those fees that are policy considerations.
Thank you. We're ready to wrap this presentation portion. Thank you, Tony, for walking us through the fee study, the fee schedule, along with policy considerations. Just to continue the conversation of policy and fees that were set by council policy, during this particular user fee study, we identified several fees that were limited by council policy, and these did include a variety of appeal fees, parking, traffic review requests, block party permits, along with solar permits, to name a few. And through the study, we observed that the cost of providing these services has increased over time. However, the fee has been limited and has remained unchanged all the time, or throughout the time. Based on the time and effort involved in delivering these services, staff recommends resetting the fees or reevaluating the fees to factor full cost recovery and minimize the general fund subsidy for these services. And alternatively, we can have this discussion after the public hearing. An alternate would be if council would like to continue to subsidize these services, we will be seeking direction on if the fee should remain the same or if it should be adjusted to a new suggested amount that would achieve increased cost recovery. So we'll pause for any questions. We won't dive into these specifically at this time, but we can certainly revisit these slides after the public hearing.
Very quick, because I want to get this to a conclusion. Excuse me. Can you explain why, can you go back to the appeal fees, why the appeal fees varied as they do? It was on the chart you just had.
Under community development.
So the appeal fees listed here include appeal for planning, yes.
Planning Commission, PPIC, and administrative wires, there are different amounts.
Yes, the time and staff involved in the appeals will vary depending on the, escalation of the appeal, whether it's planning or just administrative, or if it's escalated to council, and so on and so forth. And so you'll see greater costs are involved the further escalated the appeal goes.
Thank you.
Okay. That's an important, distinction. Okay.
So, any questions on these, or would we like to discuss after?
More questions. I'm going
Yeah,
to
we'll
defer
talk
them.
later.
Yes.
We will talk later, yeah. I mean, we're going to take a break and do public comment and then have lots of policy considerations. And, there's a lot of decisions. It's a beast. And we need to consider that we may not be able to do the whole thing in one night because there's a lot and we still have the parking to go through. So we're going to take a break for at least 10 minutes here, and then we'll come back and open it up for public. Thank you, Amy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
we're all up here. Madam Assistant City Clerk, if you could ask Pegasus if we could possibly go live.
Pegasus, can we go live?
All right, thank you all. Much needed little break, and I think we are back here at the dais. So we took a break after our questions on the public hearing, item number 9. I predict we'll have more questions, but this is the time I'd like to open it up to public comments on this item. So anybody here can make comments on this item. So, but please come on down. Oi, what just happened?
Steve Packwood, and I just have a few questions. Oh, I'm going to be on the timer. Okay. First of all, was our consultant the same consultant that did this 5 years ago?
No.
Okay. Based upon that, do we have comparable data? I know this whole process is based upon our staff saying, this is how much time it takes to do this. And that's what predicates it, and that's what drives your whole process that you're going through right now. In addition to that, you're breaking up and doing specific, and you're allocating different departments if they have an involvement in what you're doing here. That's from a general public standpoint and understanding. Now, I'm going back 55 years to junior accountant stages. So comparative numbers. I know I've heard this gentleman say you can't rely too much on those, but I do think you can look at those data where you say, okay, it's taking me 4 hours to do a plan check. Is that reasonable? Is that not reasonable? What do other people have? What does Beverly Hills do? If we go online and they still do it manual, well, we should be saving some costs somewhere along the line from that type of perspective. So as you go through, I don't even know what the bottom line is. How much money are we going to be generating on this over last year or last time? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure it's going to come, but I hope it was worth it. I'm glad that we're allocating costs, and I hope we're allocating indirect costs when we get to the budget, where we start looking at those things from that standpoint as well. We should be doing it a long time ago. But those are questions you need to answer for yourselves in terms of this from that standpoint. Do we have productivity standards? I don't know. All I'm looking at is numbers. I see our staff over 5 years has increased 25, 30% over where it was 5 years ago. I don't know if that's realistic. I don't think our volume has increased that much, but we're relying on our staff here to tell us what best practices are and how much time it takes. Those are questions, if I was sitting in your seat, which I never will be, that I basically hope you ask as you go forward with this process. And I will give my 23 seconds to this gentleman up here.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. First of all, this presentation was really informative. I learned a lot. Glad I was able to attend. I mean, there was a lot of really good information here, and I think it was really nice, and hats off to the presentation. I'm going to echo the comments of Mr. Packwood. We have a wealth of knowledge sitting right here with Tony. If there's somewhere he could take a look at it and really kind of say, maybe he already has with each of the people he talked to, but really kind of say, where can we do some process improvements? Where can we kind of reduce costs? So it's not just where are we today. I'm wearing my consultant hat that I had on for 25 years. Let's leverage that knowledge. Let's get a to-do list. Let's see where we can dive into some more detail. I think that's really a really important point. Two, one of the things that I was commenting is I learned a lot here. I think a lot of our residents, when they come in, they pay these fees, they're going to, they get upset, right? And I think our first line of defense are our permit techs, I assume. And I hope that we spend the time to educate them on how to talk to our residents so that they really know how to explain this and what those user fees are and why they're going to get those fees. Because that's when people get upset about the city. When they come down here, it's so expensive. Why? If we can explain it, calm them down, they'll feel much more positive about the city. So I'd like to see that as an item that we take on. In the policy statement, I wrote this down before we got to the policy statement. Last year, I guess, if we had made these improvements, we would have increased or reduced our cost by $1.5 million, right? So if you take that over 4 or 5 years, we're talking some real money, right? 4 to 6 million, maybe, somewhere in that ballpark. So the CPI increase would be really good. I think the process of doing this is pretty painful, so probably we need to do it every 5 years, but we need to take a look at some way. Otherwise, we're going to be losing a good chunk of change over the 5-year period. So I really encourage that policy. On the credit card, what I learned tonight, I'm going to echo your comments, is that if I pay by check or online, I'm basically subsidizing the people paying by credit cards. So please, if you're going to pay by credit card, those fees should be burdened by the people paying those credit card fees, not by everybody else. 39 seconds. Okay. Then, I can't even read my own writing here. And one of the things is that I really like this discussion we had on are we subsidizing some of these line items. Just for historical purposes, if we're going to look at this in 5 years, please let's write that down in that spreadsheet, note which ones we're subsidizing and why. So if we do this in 5 years or we look at it in 2 years, we have that record. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Jim Burton, downtown resident, business owner. A couple things. Yeah, the credit card, if you're paying for cash, you're subsidizing credit card. I think Stefan has said it good. The trouble with that is if we go and then start charging a 3% fee, I doubt the rest of these fees are going to go down. There's such a small, minute increment in absolutely everything else. I'd be surprised if they actually went down. So I'm not sure how you want to handle that. A couple things. There's a lot to unpack in all of this, a lot of information. I've got a couple minutes to talk. I'm going to focus on parking in downtown. It's a big issue, and there are some significant increases in some of the permitting fees. There was talk about some of the ticketing fees increasing. As someone who owns property downtown, live downtown, I've got parking meters at the U.S. Bank building across the Morningside from me. I pay property taxes. I've got a business. I own a business downtown. I've had a business in downtown since 2009, right here behind the library since 2021. I pay business taxes. I've got parking meters in front of my business. I've got Metlocks permits that I pay for. I've got a residential parking permit that I pay for that allows me to park in front of somebody else's house on the other side of the valley. I've got a guest pass that I pay for, and it's a great program. But there's a lot of use fees that I'm already paying. And someone, it's here, these minor increases have a significant impact. And I know Maureen was here talking about, the business community. I think Jill's still here. These are for the folks that live here every day and spend all of our money, shop at Bonds and all the restaurants and outdoor dining. These are big increases. And for 140%, the Metlocks permits, the monthly stuff on Metlocks is a lot. Solutions, I think Maureen talked about, some seasonal stuff. I don't know. But even a prepaid something, I know if we're going to go to kiosk meters or something, if you live down here, and it can be open to anybody, but if you bought a card for $200 for the year or something, you could get, 70 cents on the dollar or something, some sort of discount thing. I don't know. But should be some creative ways. If the city wants to get more revenue from the parking stuff, there's got to be creative ways for those of us that are here every day to not have such a large percentage in financial impact. Mayor Holworth, I do have comments on the Coastal Commission, so I will come up on the Coastal Commission side of this on the next public hearing. I'd like to reserve.
Of course, of course.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. And I do believe we will be talking about the parking separately. I'm going to suggest that, but hello, Ms. Lampkin.
Well, hello. Jill Lampkin, Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. I actually want to echo lots of these people here with different things. The first thing, I really like the idea of the staff hour comparison versus the cost comparison. I think that would be a very interesting way to look at it. I also want to dig back into when business classes that you take, you have to do case studies where you have to come up with a scenario that makes it apples to apples to apples. So whatever the differentiating factors are across all of those things, I come up with a house that costs $1 million, that has this square footage, that has blah, 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 whatever all of those differentiating factors are, come up with a scenario and run it through every single model and see what it comes out at. And if there's a huge difference at the end, we know that there's a difference somewhere in the middle, and you have to figure out where that comes from. So I think that that's an important thing. So if we're looking at a building permit, that by the end of all the different 8 departments that have reviewed it, and our process is a lot more cumbersome and it's a lot more expensive than the exact same house being built in another community, then we should take a look at that. I would like to have some more clarification on line 223, the outdoor facilities permit. That seems like a crazy increase to me. 171 to 1173, and that has to do with outdoor dining. All we did for the last 15 months was try to figure out how to streamline it, and now all of a sudden it's more expensive, so I'm not quite sure how that happened. I also would like, with the, thank you for bringing up the bingo, because one of the things that I think that begs us to take a look at is common sense in the code. That is a perfect example of, do we really need to be regulating bingo? And I can give you another example of one of those. If you're a realtor, you can put an A-frame sign on any sidewalk throughout the town without a permit, without a fee. But if I'm a business and I want to do it, there's not even a way to apply for a permit, let alone pay for a permit. So let's look at, I think if you went to all of the different city staff in the departments, they could probably identify code to you that's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. It's like, I think there's a better, smarter, simpler way to do this, and that might eliminate some of the time that we spend on some of these permits as well. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's all for now. You'll hear more from me at the parking.
Oh, I'm sure we will. And we look forward to your input. Okay, any other public comments in chambers? All right, could we go to Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, let me make a few comments to get us started, and then I want to discuss how we're going to go through this. So first of all, I want to say this is quite a comprehensive study, and it had been suggested to me from some staff and colleagues that maybe we should do a study session where we could devote several hours to this or a few hours. And I said, oh, no, no, no. In the past, we've done it this way. It'll be fine. I just want to say that was me. Honestly, I feel this report, this study is so much more comprehensive, right? And I think we found out things when we undertook this study. Things like when other departments are involved, we weren't recovering the cost of that staff time. But that takes a lot of work to figure that out, and it takes a lot of work to understand. So I was kind of thinking of user fee studies of the past. And, I hear the comments about we should be looking at staff time, not these costs. And frankly, we are. I mean, and yes, could we do productivity studies? Yes, but this is what we're faced with tonight. And what we also need to consider going into our budgets, which on May 6th, we're going to be presented with our overall city budget. And we need to understand at least some of this, some of these user fee studies and some of the revenue it could generate or not by then. So there's a little bit of a crunch on us. And I'll admit before the break, I wanted to run from the building. Only because there was a lot of information in my head, but a couple chips, Coca-Cola, we're doing better. So again, a couple more, and then if other council members say we can't possibly go through this, we'll consider that. But I think we have to look at the goal of heading towards the budget, right? And so I think that's really important. And I would say that for the general public, again, we don't try to make money and a profit on this, right? These are recovery costs to pay for staff time. And how I think we should start this is going through some of those fees that have policy considerations, because there's some things that we might want to say, well, yes, this costs X amount, and that might discourage people from requesting it, and so we don't want to charge that much. We don't want to recover all the costs. We will make those kinds of decisions, I'm sure. So with that, I see that my colleague, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Lesser has pressed a button, but you saw that I wanted to, anyway, go ahead.
I was just going to suggest, let's get into it. Let's see how far we can get.
look at you.
Let's go to the fees previously set by City Council. Let's review those. Let's see if there's any new fees that are proposed from a policy standpoint to be underwritten, and answer any other questions that council members may have. And see how far we can get.
Councilwoman Tarnay, do you have a general comment on process, or do you want to also just get into it?
If you can indulge me, it's not related to anything. I just wanted to wish my son Colin a happy birthday. I couldn't be at dinner with him, so I had Mike drag him in today, and my in-laws are there, so happy birthday, Colin. And I don't want to torture him by making a 17-year-old listen to go through this whole process, and unless you really want to go into this.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny because I saw it on Facebook. Happy birthday, Colin. It's also my husband's birthday.
Oh,
He's older than 17. I just want everyone to know. So, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
Aw. Okay. So, yeah, let's get into it. So, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, please give the page number and, you know, so that we can all be.
I would suggest maybe we project page 195 of the staff report. Actually, it's a separate page, I'm sorry, within the deck for the PowerPoint.
Oh, boy. Is it 332? No.
I believe it is 332.
Yeah. Yeah, look at me. This one, right? Yeah. Yeah, project that and let's remember line 223.
We have 2 pages, 2 slides, I should
Yep.
say, of fees set by council policy.
Great. So I'd like to start by
Please.
saying, block party permit, I'm not in favor of the raise that's proposed. I think as a policy matter, we want to encourage more block parties among neighbors. I also want to echo Councilmember Sherillian's frustration. We need to know the total burden of these fees, when without knowing how many we're talking about in a given fiscal year, even an estimate, we're unable to see what the total cost is. So I actually sent out an email in advance. Can you, all right, there, that has it.
It says
That has
24,
it.
yeah.
That has it, not the staff report.
Not every,
Thank
oh.
you. Let me take a look.
Interesting.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
I would actually,
There we go.
and folks, since I want to see this projected, I'm going to try to manage all our comments by site, if you will. I would also agree with that, and if there's anybody else about the block party, like if we could go like that, it would kind of go fast. We don't have to make a motion for every one of these. So do folks agree that not to raise?
I think we could come up with some raise, but not as high as the full
Okay.
cost.
That's where I was.
And
Okay.
help, do you have a rationale or a
Yeah, no,
basis for
I would,
increasing?
I would increase it a little bit, not, you know, maybe $25 or something. But we really need to look at the parking request because they go hand in hand.
Not truly.
No.
Not the parking request, sorry,
The cones, right?
The cones.
The barricades.
The cones.
The barricade, so that was a $600.
Okay. Well, let's do, you're right, but so what page is that on? Is that? Okay, so you're right.
Cones are on 331.
Cones are on, are they? No.
Oh, no, it's not on the, it's not on the.
Okay.
It's on the,
Let's dial, come back to,
We'll run into it.
we'll run into it, so remember that, okay? Placeholder. So block party permit, you know, instead of going to 209, which is the full cost, et cetera, a proposal for 75?
Or 100 even, but I just, not 209. I think many residents will be.
I like 75.
75?
I say
I'd
75.
accept that.
Yeah, I say
It's a
75.
community.
I agree with you.
75.
So 75, and I'm making a note in red here. And we're just going to kind of go down these policy considerations. We'll go back, sorry, Emmy, we'll go back to that.
My apologies. I'm
No,
trying
no,
to
it's
locate
no
the barricade
apologies.
rental.
It's not, I would like to go through this list first, because these are policy considerations, okay? Okay, so Franklin.
Oh, no, I was just going to say,
Right.
all right, yep, you
Yeah.
got the page number.
332.
Yep.
So parking requests. So administrative review of parking related issue. Going up to 670. Is this, would we, go ahead.
So can we just get from staff who handles these, do a lot of, I mean, there's 235 that are requests, but how many get granted? I mean, are people just trying to get it done, or they actually trying to get it done and then they get it done? You know, in other words, it's a lot of people flooding the zone, I guess.
The request, though, is what we're charging for.
Correct. This is Eric, this traffic engineer. With regard to parking requests, these are primarily either a commercial loading zone or a disabled parking request, usually are a green curb for limited time. And they are generally primarily for the adjacent business or residents.
Okay, and so 235 a year, but over 5 years, we haven't granted 1,000 of these, have we? 1,000 parking spots in the city? I guess what I'm saying is someone's going to request it and it's going to be denied for whatever reason. Do we
But-
still take their money?
Yeah, if they're denied, yes. I mean, the whole thing.
No,
is-
actually,
We don't?
let me clarify.
Oh.
We won't take the $100 unless we're going to put in the curb.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Okay.
All right, got it.
Okay, good. Okay, so here's the thing I know that has happened in my neighborhood with regards to these. I know that it's more than $100 to do this because I have seen two staff members, whether it's, someone from Public Works, someone from ComDev, out looking at the garage and the alley so it is a labor-intensive act. I don't know. I mean, they're saying fully burdened 674. Go
I'm
ahead.
receptive to a higher fee, but I wanted to clarify what we discussed earlier, and that is when there is a determined safety issue or whatever the criteria is the resident who had requested this not charged? Help me understand how that applies to this particular charge.
Sure, and the quick answer is no, they're not charged for a safety-related issue. So if they have made a request for a red curb near a corner because they can't see the approaching traffic, we will take a field investigation. We'll take a look and see what the conditions are. If the reason is valid, we will do that work administratively. We won't charge a fee for the resident to have made the request.
Okay.
So the more likely case where the fully burdened cost might be appropriate would be what factual scenario?
It's the fully burdened cost would be appropriate where it's serving only that particular resident or that particular business.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would like to propose, and this sounds so silly. Amy Howarth thinks it should cost $500, but I'm trying to be. I do think this is usually a very personal benefit, and so I would like to charge them near the fully burdened rate. I don't know.
Sure.
And if you need clarification, we can add to the description so that it's clear.
I think that would be helpful as a
Yes.
start. But I'm happy to get closer to the
Okay.
actual burden cost for that to the extent it is a private benefit, because that
Yes.
is the policy rationale behind all of this, is it not?
Yes.
And I'm always I mean, in my neighborhood, as you know, it's very densely parked in. And so when somebody takes over another red thing for their driveway, it's kind of, so is there any objection to proposing 500? Councilmember, what do you want to?
Well, the other thing too, I'm just thinking being compassionate towards the requester, so either they're disabled or they've suffered an accident or something like that, and then they're going to have medical bills and everything like that on top of everything, and then we're hitting them with a large fee for basically just to have the ability to get in and out of their home and have a parking spot. and
No,
things
that's a great point. It still requires staff time, but it is still a very good point. I don't know if you can.
What would be an amount then that you
Yeah.
think would
Well,
be
I
appropriate for
was-
the city to underwrite in that type of scenario?
I was thinking, closer to half of this, so 350, 300, 350.
Yeah.
Do we have a waiver process for someone who can't afford it? I mean,
Thank you for that question. Our current fee table and fee study doesn't have a waiver process for that particular fee. I will defer to Eric regarding any requests that may have been received for a waiver, but currently our fee does not establish a waiver for that.
And I'll just add to that, and Eric can embellish on this particularly, but generally speaking, staff cannot waive fees. That's only council that can waive fees.
Yeah. So that's a good enough answer. And is it legal to, well, I like your idea of 350. I think that's splitting.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Eric, Eric, so $100 at the current cost, and we issue 235 annually, so there's a revenue line item of 23,500 for this annually? Is that, just for clarification, are we looking at it correctly to say the $100 times issuance, a review of 235 applicants?
It's not for the review, it's for the installation.
But it's that many?
I'm a little quizzical as far as the quantity. I think that's high.
Yeah. Sounds high.
I don't exactly know where that's coming from.
Yeah.
And it's not an annual fee. They don't have to pay.
No,
every
it's a
year.
one-time fee.
Right.
Annual quantity.
Annual quantity. How about council, we'll find out those answers, but let's propose 350 and
Good.
move.
Like 'em.
Okay.
I'm good.
Traffic request, administrative review of a limited scale traffic related issues such as request for installation of a crosswalk or traffic calming measure. And as Eric indicated earlier, this is for an individual. And if it was a safety issue, the city would not charge that individual, correct?
That's correct.
Can I jump in?
Yeah,
Sorry.
go
Can you
for it.
give an example of when it wouldn't benefit the public? I'm just wondering, in what instance would we?
Would traffic
we-
calming
what-
not
yeah, what we
benefit?
would, when we would accept a traffic calming measure request and it not be a public benefit?
In this case, we try to avoid it so that we don't have these requests come up, as you can see by the zero number. But if, say, for instance, a private business wanted to have a crosswalk crossing between their business and the parking lot across the street, that would be serving a private use for the most part.
Or
There have been zero requests.
Zero requests, so.
Yeah. Why don't we make it 300 and
Let's do half.
2.5?
Do half, 350.
No, 350, yeah, 2.5. Because again, yeah, they're fully burdened, there's been zero requests.
Yep.
Mostly it's going to be safety, but for this, we can plug something in. Processing a request to install a stop sign following initial denial or approval. This is interesting.
But the second request.
Second.
So,
What seems to make this one different, and I want
It
to
is,
clarify this
yeah.
from staff, is that by virtue of it being a second request, it means that staff has already passed over it and reviewed it, and you previously indicated, Eric, that this often comes to your office by virtue of the neighborhood studies. So perhaps, I'm speaking now to my colleagues, this can be more justified for
Yeah.
full cost recovery as a second request.
100%.
I agree.
And I would agree. What happens is that we will look at the standard state warrants, we'll compare that against the request and see if it meets the warrants based off of information we already have on hand. We do a background study on accidents and things like that. We will get back to the applicant and say, the stop sign doesn't meet the state warrants, it doesn't meet our local justification for it. We may try to have some other kind of measure, like targeted enforcement. The second person that comes in, or the same person that wants to come in 6 months later and say, I want a stop sign request, and we tell them, no, we've already taken a look at it 6 months ago,
Yeah.
and they want to take a look at it again because they want us to do traffic counts this time, well, then we spend a lot of money and time and effort to hire someone to do traffic counts and all that.
I have to ask, and having participated in this process before, what then was the rationale for underwriting the cost of the second request in the past? There must be some perception of a public benefit.
My understanding is when this came around the previous time was that we wanted to give basically the citizens an opportunity to have the benefit of the doubt or have a second bite at the apple.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more in favor of the fully burdened here, as long as we're not shirking.
Go.
Okay,
Yes.
good?
Any
All right.
objection?
Nope.
So, staff, are you guys capturing this? Okay, so, because what we have so far is 75, 350, 350, and then the fully burdened rate. Okay. Under community development planning, appeal of an, okay, so as per Councilmember Lesser, I want to point out these are all, it's escalating in that there's an appeal of an administrative decision to city council, appeal of a planning commission decision to city council, right? So all of these are slightly different. So how do we want to proceed?
I know for myself, having been part of councils which weighed our obligation to be open and transparent and encourage citizen participation, that we were willing to underwrite some of the cost. And I think I'd like to continue applying that here. It would be helpful to know how many we're talking about. In fact, maybe I'll put, let me see here.
It says one.
It says one.
I'll
but-
point out that those numbers are based on last year.
Right.
So it was based on a single year. And of course, that fluctuates. So
Yeah.
you may have 2, 3 appeals to planning commission decisions to city council in 1 year. It just depends on what projects are coming forward that year and which ones are controversial.
I would be in favor of increasing the current cost and also trying to standardize the cost, because I think the different numbers are confusing. But I'm receptive to what other colleagues think.
Well, you had a question, Joe.
Oh,
Did you have?
No.
I would like to know, is there one of these appeals that is more cumbersome to do than the others? Does one of them require more time? Like, is it more time to an appeal to city council, planning commission? Like, where does the cost come in?
Sure. Thank you. So the biggest costs are involved when you're going from an appeal that is based on an administrative decision to something that's going to a hearing body.
So that would be city council
or planning commission,
So-
right? So when you've got an administrative decision, for instance, the last one, administrative decision being appealed to planning commission,
And the first one.
and the first one, the administrative to city council. At that point, there's not a staff report that had been written that's going to be utilized for the work that goes into doing the next go-around of it. So there's a lot more involved in that point.
Okay, that makes sense, because if you're appealing a planning commission decision to city council, there's already a staff report, and the same. So that's different to me. So I would entertain something that would be the same in terms of standardish for the first and the fourth, if they could be somewhat similar.
Yes.
So a number?
1,000 for first and fourth, and 750 for second and third.
I'd say 1,500 for first and fourth. Because yeah?
Sure.
I have 3, you okay for that? 1,500 for the first and the fourth, and we had 750 or 1,000 for the second and third.
I would say 750, since the work is largely
That's
done
fair.
with the staff report. And I agree with David, I mean, Councilmember Lesser, that, we want to make sure that people have access to us for these administrative.
Yeah, and we can,
Appeals.
yes. So, okay, so 1,500, 750, 750, 1,500, correct? Okay.
Staff have any questions?
No, we noted the revised.
Okay.
Through the chair there, or Commissioner, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lesser and Madam Mayor. One question or one thing that from the perspective of the Planning Division, when we get appeals that are from the community, it's well understood that there's the desire, and we hear what the council is saying about the ability to provide that access to the public process. However, if there's a project that maybe, say, is denied and the applicant then wants to appeal it, there may be some consideration that could be given to whether a fully burdened rate is appropriate in that issue.
So the applicant has been denied.
By the commission, are you suggesting, as opposed to by staff?
Either way, whatever it is, if the
receptive.
applicant is appealing the decision rather than the public appealing the decision.
So right now, it's not written, there's not a bifurcation of that.
Correct.
So if we changed the wording here, appeal by a public member, or member of the public, or non-applicant, say non-applicant, you could put that in for all of these. No, yeah, non-applicant public. I don't know, are we?
The reason I'm just hesitating is obviously then an applicant would find a member of the public to appeal. I also want to make sure we're acknowledging that council members have the ability within, I think it's 10 days, I'll ask our city attorney. The process for council members to appeal a decision by the planning commission or PPIC, within how many days, can you remind me?
Well, so there's the council review process, and that's 15 days.
Yeah, we can call it up.
So there's that way for a fee to be waived if two council members believe, and remind me what that standard is. I think there's a basic larger public
Right, it
rationale.
should be decided by the elected officials. It has a greater impact on the city.
With that understanding, I'm in favor of raising that cost for the appeal. I know the mayor was trying to explore whether there should be a different fee for the applicant that perhaps was denied versus a member of the public. Go
But
ahead.
your point is well taken. So what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem, is that we had just discussed these revised numbers, but now you're kind of going back to the closer to a fully burdened?
I'm actually picking up on our planning manager's comment that, in fact, there might be in thought for an increased cost, a more fully burdened
Yes.
cost for an appeal. And so I'm wondering
That's
if we
what I'm
want to have a
asking.
separate, I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, so give
number.
us, so are you saying all of them go to their fully burdened? What are you saying?
I'm receptive to a higher number that would reflect that.
Give me the darn number.
2,500.
2,500? Sure. Good, thank
So
you.
the first and the
Is that all it
fourth
took?
are 2,500?
If it's an appeal of a
Yeah.
decision that's been denied at a commission level. Thank you for making the comment.
It's an additional fee, so there's 1,500, and then there's going to be another line item fee for.
No, I don't think,
No.
but you're saying that?
No, Dave's saying yes.
Yeah, that's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that workable from the staff standpoint?
I'm very
looking at our city manager.
If I'm hearing you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you do want an additional fee specifically for denials by the commission
Better than appealed,
that are then appealed to council.
yes. I'm looking for support
Okay.
for that.
But that's what this, wait. That's what it says. Appeal of a planning commission, it's not denial, right? Because somebody could approve it, and then somebody else may say, no, that should have been denied. Okay. So back to is that?
Yep, so
I want to see if Adam wants to
Yeah,
just
so
contribute.
maybe I can provide a little more clarity.
Please.
The idea is that the applicant has a vested interest in the application. So if they are going to be denied and they really want to continue pursuing this, this is something that they need to, or in staff's perspective, they should be looking to bear the burden as far as the cost to go there. Whereas the public, if they're looking at wanting to appeal something, that's more of something that provides access to the public process, and the subsidy would be more applicable or appropriate.
Okay, so can you bring that language back so that, and we can see those numbers and put that all in red so we can understand that? Do we know?
I think let's move on. Is there
Yep.
another page? And then we can come back to this.
Okay.
And I may propose the suggested rate structure, the 1,500, 750, 750, 1,500, perhaps that could be tied to the public appeal versus the applicant appeal could be fully
That's what I was trying to
So
say.
they could be bifurcated in that way, like each item would be split into two, one at full cost, one at the.
I love
That's a better
that.
way to go, and that's what you're trying to say.
What a great idea. That's such a good idea. That's what I was
Good job.
trying to say.
Go.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
solar permit, plan check, and inspection. So it says here residential, so state maximum is 450. And listen, anyone have comments here?
I wanted to go back to what the CAP, the Climate Action Plan that we recently adopted, and I thought there were several elements of that adoption in terms of what our priorities were, one of which was encouraging solar permits. And I just wanted
Yeah.
to understand how this fee structure plays
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah, I was going to say it too, but I didn't want to.
Ryan Heiss, building official. So yeah, this is the fee that's charged for solar installations on buildings. So if somebody wants to add solar, then they have to pay the permit fee.
Do we mandate solar?
New.
The building code on a new structure, it's not mandatory, but so far we have not seen anyone be able to get a structure approved without solar.
So,
Wait. What's the difference?
The calculations must justify a certain efficiency of a building, and solar is one way to achieve that efficiency.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks.
I mean, I was going to say, I wouldn't want to charge $1,000 for commercial.
I have a clarification.
Yep.
So I see that it says the state maximum is 450, but then in the column it says the full cost recovery is X amount. So is
Oh, I don't
staff recommending that or suggesting that we can charge no more than 450, even though the fully burdened rate is in that far column?
What's the
full
fully,
cost?
I can't see it.
Yeah, where's the fully burdened?
Apologies, the
No,
full
it's not.
cost column for the solar permit plan check, we populated the state maximum,
Yeah.
but the cost, the actual city cost is much greater.
Oh.
So regardless, there will still be a subsidy because they are limited by state statute.
Duh.
Are we
Go ahead.
good with half there?
Half, like for both, 500 for commercial and 225 for residential?
Throwing it out there.
Well, we want to encourage it.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, and haven't they lost some sort of subsidy as well from SCE? I mean, before SCE used to pay them and now,
A rebate?
yeah, well, no.
Oh, no, you're
Federal?
talking about the
Are you talking
cost.
about
They-
federal?
Yeah.
No, you still get, you can still, what's it called? You true up once a year, but you still get.
You still get something back for the extra energy that you.
I had a suggestion of numbers then that are a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
Willard, what were the numbers that you suggested, Councilman?
Well, I said half, so 225 for residential instead of 450, and then 500 for commercial instead of 1,000. It's still, I mean,
We're still subsidizing
that's,
it.
yeah, that by 50%.
But I think it's reasonable. I mean, I want to support it, but, you know,
I mean, I would propose 200 for residential,
200, okay?
and then 500 for the commercial.
200 and 500, 500. Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
Noted.
So now, page 6, no, wait. So these were, okay, we did that. Is that good?
I have
Yeah.
one more suggestion that
Please.
we add where we subsidize, and you'll be not surprised that it's bingo,
Oh, yeah, I haven't even gotten there yet, but I'm not there yet, but go ahead.
because that's Parks and Rec, and that's not listed as fees previously set by city council, so this would be a new one.
Yeah.
And that's on page 241.
241.
Double check.
I think that's a municipal code item.
Well, so we could give direction to, it's not 241, it is.
It's 240.
240 up at the top, yeah, line 52 and 53.
Okay, So what we could do is we could direct, if we have, you say it's a code, we could direct the city attorney to return at a later date and to delete the code. Is that what we could do?
Can you confirm what the process would be?
Yes. Somebody, anybody?
To change the fee would go through the same process, but you can definitely change any of these fees.
Are you looking just to change the fee?
Yeah. So do you need to go through that process?
If that fee isn't specifically stated in the municipal code, then we don't need to change the municipal code.
think we can just
So that's what I'm
lower
looking
it.
for right now.
Okay,
getting
let's do something for the bingo folks.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the code for that. I remember when this came up last year, I don't think we saw anything in the code, but I'm checking right now.
Do we have any bingo permit requests?
We had one.
We got one last year.
One last year, okay.
Well, I'm telling you what, I am buying a wheel. And I'm doing this.
Is there an estimate as to how many we're talking about? Again, this is where I'm.
Let's just get rid of it.
As long as I've been here, it's been about one a year.
Oh.
And so the code says that the annual permit fee fixed by the council by resolution shall accompany the application. So this would just, if we change the fee tonight, it would just go into the resolution.
That's what I thought. So let's pick an.
Can I ask what kind of entity is like, is it a church? Is it a youth group? Is it, you know, if it's
Usually
older?
organizations, yeah.
Oh,
But there is categories. It's religious, charitable, scientific, public safety, educational.
sorry.
Let's come up with a default.
Okay, pick a number.
Fee. I mean, are we talking?
$10.
$50, yeah.
No more than $50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
And then-
couldn't even, oh, there we go. I couldn't even find it.
50 and 25.
50 and 25.
Good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Good.
Do you want to try to find, before we go in even deeper, the barriers or barricades for the
Oh,
street
good.
parties?
Oh, thank you.
And then we have to look at Jill's line 223.
All right.
But first, let's find barricades.
But before we,
Oh.
if we sidebar real quick, we
Uh-huh.
still have these these considerations.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost the page.
We
I'm
lost
sorry.
half a page on the
Thank you
conservation
so
district.
much.
I keep looking at the.
333.
I was on the, anyway, thank you. Okay, so conservation district designation. So I remember this. This was, yeah. I mean.
These are very rare. We don't even have anything that qualifies for a conservation district right now. But the historic landmark one, we do see.
Okay. So let's say that, I mean, we don't, we're never, how can we even create a conservation district? Can we take that cost way down? It's not going to encourage anybody, it's just, you know.
The original policy rationale was we wanted to encourage homeowners to preserve their homes, also any commercial owners too, but the whole idea is to try and preserve what are presumably smaller structures.
That was
to
the Mills
present
Act.
them. That was part of the Mills Act, but this was
This
hand
is-
in hand.
It
with
was
that.
hand in hand, but at the time, I remember the folks who were trying to make it happen. But there's zero, like, interest or impetus.
It does go hand in hand with the historic landmark designation, which we have had. We had one not last year, but the year before, and we've had one prior to that. So we have two official designations in the city.
So I'm happy, or I would be supportive if other colleagues are, to have some support from the general fund, but get closer to the full cost, because the other consideration is
100%.
for a Mills Act property, and I can't recall how many we have very few, there is a property tax benefit that the property owner receives,
Right.
which is perhaps offsetting some of these fully burdened costs. But because we have so few, and we might want to encourage more.
But these costs, again, do not, you can get a Mills Act house and not have to be in a historic district or a historic landmark. So if you have a Mills Act house, you're getting, we should charge that because they're getting a property tax benefit, but that's separate and apart from this.
Separate from this, correct.
Okay, so.
You do have to be a designated historic landmark in order to qualify for Mills Act.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, sorry. Okay, so Name some numbers. I just,
Well, I'm just trying to remember, this came up a couple of years ago.
we were on council.
I'm just trying to
Really?
remember what,
You guys were, okay.
what they were trying to do.
My recollection is your first 2 years without the mayor and me back on council, there was
Yeah.
concern about the district process and.
Right, there was a Walk Street
Yes,
home.
yes.
But I thought some protections were now incorporated in an amended version of the code. I'm looking at the city manager, who is our former community development director. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
I think the question is, were there not some protections that were incorporated into our municipal code to limit the number of historic districts or the process for declaring historic
The
districts?
yeah.
Right.
I remember something about the districts.
This is a separate conversation from just the costs that we're looking at and the fees here.
I think what we should focus on is, so conservation districts and historic districts, the first and the last in that category, take a lot more work than historic landmark designation, for example. So the council may want to consider more heavily subsidizing the historic landmark designation so that you are encouraging people to come forward with those designation requests for their individual homes, and less heavily subsidizing the district just because it will take a lot more staff time. And then the economic hardship exception, of course, is a little bit self-explanatory in that someone is coming to us asking for this hardship exception because they are, challenged from a financial means.
And we're going to charge them $3,700?
No, that's just the fully burdened rate.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so the first and the fourth, why don't we make that, if that's the more expensive thing to do, I think we keep that at that rate. Because that is a lot of work to do a district. I mean,
Which rate?
the full cost.
Yeah, oh, okay.
But what is the advantage of the district? There was some advantage to the district that
A lot of disadvantages.
one could designate their home quicker or
I'll start by
something?
saying that we don't have anything that qualifies for a historic district here. We assessed that a couple of years ago. And so all of the homes in that district or all of the buildings in that district, they're, sorry?
Do they have to qualify, all the homes in that district?
I think a majority of them do,
Yeah,
and
a certain number.
I'm looking to our interim community development director if they want to add anything, but there's nothing in the city right now that would qualify for either of those.
And how old is an historic home? Does it go by
It-
age or by
it varies.
architect?
Our
Huh?
code.
Yeah, the
wow,
70s, I remember.
Our code, I think it still says 40 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to confirm that.
1970s, there you go.
I'm in, baby.
You're in.
I was
No,
gonna
it'd be
say-
1980s.
I was going to say, if we don't have homes within a district that would even qualify, do we even need that?
We should keep that there for future purposes because it is a fee that is specified in our municipal code.
Right.
Okay,
So I would suggest we leave those fees fully burdened.
sure.
And then the two middle ones,
Just the third one.
maybe 2,000 or something.
For the third
the-
one.
Yeah, for the third one.
Third one.
And then for the second one,
Zero still?
$25 or,
that's
something de
fine.
minimis.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a hardship, it's a hardship.
It's a hardship, I know, but I don't want people, yeah, you're right. It's a hardship, it's a hardship. 0 and 2.
Simon Legree.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, that was easy. Okay. So the next one is community development, building, solar permit plan check.
We did that.
We did
that
that.
one.
It was just added.
Okay,
So we can move to the barricades if you like.
Barricades.
barricades, thank you.
Where'd you find them, Steve?
That's on row 119. Row 119 on the user. Oh, it's right in front of you. Right here.
No, we're right here.
Page
Thank you.
212 of the agenda.
Thank you.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a clarification? How many, does staff know how many block party applicants require barricades? I'm just trying to wonder. I can imagine block parties
The
not having
annual
barricades.
quantity says 24.
I see that.
Yeah, and that matches the permits, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, you need a
Matches the
block
block party.
because you got to block off your streets.
unless you're a walk street.
I have a question on that, may I?
Please. Don't,
I'm just confused as to why the increase is so significant. I mean, I'm usually in charge of my block party, and usually I just submit the application, then I go and pick it up. They just they direct me where to go. I go pick it up, and then I return it. So
The barricade?
Uh-huh, the
Oh, okay.
barricades
We do
at the yard. So
I'm happy to clarify
Okay.
for that question. So we found with the block party barricade rental, during the user fee study, we looked at the existing costs that were done in the last study, and there was only a small administrative time involved in processing the request. During this fee study, we assessed that it was missing the actual barricade and the signage associated with
So it's
the
the cost
block
of the
party
barricades.
barricade. Yes, so it captures the external costs that weren't factored. It previously included nominal staff time. This study also includes the material and the external costs involved in providing that service.
Okay, so we've already talked about the permit, so you'd be paying $75 for your permit. And so basically, you're sort of looking at the cost of a barricade over time, right? And the flashers and all that stuff, and the cones, and so I can see going up from $43. I also would just change the language, though, to assist residents. It's going to be the daily rental of
like the
barricades.
yeah.
It's not assisting a residence. I mean, that seems strange, but.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think? I sense you guys want to subsidize this a little bit.
Yes.
So how much do you want to subsidize that?
If you look at it in its totality with both line items, it was $93 before. So it was $50 for the block party subsidized and $43. So I guess let's use that as a benchmark, because that's what the residents are going to see and say, I was paying $93, what should we pay now?
So we went from
I don't know what the number is.
75
We went from-
and maybe go to another 75 for the
barricades.
For all this
Yeah.
stuff.
That would be
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
And do that and is it the same for 120 and 121?
No, I think it's just the 119 is for block party.
Okay, so whatever,
Could be wrong.
so with 120 and 121, this is if you're moving.
That's when you're moving, yeah.
And you've got your moving package standard and your moving package deluxe.
Where's the white glove?
Yeah. Platinum.
So I feels like just make it, how come includes the price of delineators and signs?
Which one are you looking at?
Well, it's funny because 121 seems standard. I mean, rent delineators, 18-inch cones and temporary no parking cardboard signs. And then 121 says includes the price of the delineators and signs. And what else? You see what I'm saying?
That's staff.
Staff? Anybody? Anybody?
So make the first one that's 84, make it 70. The one that's 157, make it 125.
That's fine. I just don't understand the difference.
Well, somebody must know.
Somebody must.
Yeah.
Don't say that out loud like that, quite.
I may add, our traffic engineer is involved in the moving package permits.
The moving package, yes. You get jazz hands with deluxe?
So not that kind of moving. The standard moving van package is for a standard size, smaller moving van.
Boom, that's all I need.
It has 2 barricades, 2 signs, or 3 barricades and
The
2 signs.
deluxe
The
is
larger one
bigger.
is for a very large semi-truck, and it has 4 barricades and,
Makes
four-
so much sense. So let's change it from deluxe and standard to standard size, larger size.
Madam Mayor?
C.
If I can, these fees have not been subsidized prior to tonight, so, meaning
They have been
the moving. So we went from the block party discussion, now we're talking about moving packages, deluxe and standard. Should we just leave these
Yes.
fees, these are moving fees, and the other one's tied to block
Yeah.
party.
Leave these, absolutely, as fully burdened, thank you.
Yep.
But just change that language, and please, I don't like the assist residents.
And let's differentiate if they're moving in or moving out.
If you're moving, no.
If they're moving out, triple them.
Just to let you know that the moving van barricade packages are optional. They're not required by the moving van applicant. There's a separate moving van permit that they pay for. They can post their own signs and they can post their own barricades if that's what they want.
Okay, great. But we'll allow the fully burdened cost. Okay.
Yep.
Can we look at line 223? Because Ms. Lamkin brought that up. I think it was page, no, 223?
Thanks for keeping track of these.
Well,
Lost
that's the only
track
one
of
I got.
what
I
time it
didn't
is.
do
220
enough.
on mine.
Wait,
Yeah.
line or?
Yeah, it's 223, so it was, so this was about, it's about sandwich boards, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, no, this was a little different. This is application to allow outdoor dining went, yes.
I just want to
yes,
clarify that the outdoor facilities permit is for private property. It's not the sidewalk dining permit.
So when you say
So,
private property.
Grunyon's, for example, is currently, they have a setup, the Hangar Inn
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
has a setup in their parking lot,
Grunyons.
and Grunyon's did, yeah. So those were considered outdoor facilities permits. They were on private property, taking up parking spaces. That's just one example of what an outdoor facilities permit is for, but I wanted to specify this is not for sidewalk dining. This is for
Okay,
private
that's
property.
helpful. I still think that, go ahead.
Does it specify how many parking spaces can be covered?
Right now, they're doing that under the temporary state laws that run through 2026, which allow them to take up parking spaces for outdoor dining, but that sunsets in 2026.
So that it's gone.
Yeah.
Unless the state extends it.
So part of this fully burdened cost.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's just that this is relevant. I
Yeah.
had somebody that asked me about it. So it sunsets, but you can extend it?
If the state extends
Unless
it.
the state
Oh,
extends
unless the
it.
state extends. it. Thank you.
So part of the point of the fully burdened rate here is that each property would be very different in determining, right? Like what is needed. Yes, you can have a little structure. No, you can't do this. So, and this is not sandwich boards, correct? This should not be sandwich boards because it's not a permanent display.
Well, I mean, A-frame signs, that would be a whole other discussion since they're not currently allowed by the code. So there's
Okay.
no fee associated with that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note of that for later. Okay. Okay, so what do you guys, for 223, I'm okay with leaving it a little higher than it's been. I don't know, 750,000, should we leave it? It is a very private benefit. It benefits that business, so maybe it is okay to leave it fully burdened because it doesn't relate to the sidewalk dining. So let's leave it fully burdened.
I
Shall
agree.
we?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
With the further explanation, which is helpful to understand what it is. Thank you.
So helpful. And I'll be asking at the end of the meeting to bring back the A-frame policy allowing, so I'll be bringing that up later. Okay, so now, does anybody
where do
else
we go?
remember where we were? Okay.
I know what I'd like to accomplish in this item as well is.
Thank you.
Is provide direction to staff for follow-up items that we've discussed during the presentation. Is now the time where you'd like me to get it? So we're getting towards the end, unless there's other items you wanted to go through.
Well,
Or any
I
other
just,
Councilmembers.
there wasn't,
Actually,
there is one other I want to talk about, and that would be the credit card fees. And then, it is on your list, because I definitely, but I do want to hear what you want to accomplish. So if that's on your list, you want to,
I don't have anything to talk about on the fees. I have general comments and
comments,
questions.
okay.
But you want to go?
yeah, go ahead with yours.
I just wanted to confirm the items where I
Great.
believe there'd be a desire by council to have staff follow up so that we can take action on the item tonight, but we still want to look at the finance penalty. An escalating fee was suggested by Councilmember Sherrillian. I think that's worth exploring. What are the options? What process do we need to go through? And then the second item is the credit card fees. What would be involved? What sort of study would we need to undertake to kind of disattach perhaps credit card fees that are being borne by those who are paying by cash or check? And then there was a reference in passing where I want to be careful how I say this because we are supportive of building new housing. But for bonus density projects where there's going to be additional parking management involved in building some of these structures, what additional fees should apply? So my understanding is staff is already looking at that. Is that right?
That is correct. That is something that was a big takeaway for us over the last few weeks. But just to clarify, we have to amend the code, and then as we amend the code, we can also bring forward a proposed fee.
But would you not want council?
Because the code right now does not require CMPPs for anything outside the beach area.
Would this be the proper item to be able to request that follow-up, or are you looking for a separate dedicated agenda item to talk about it?
We can take the direction through this.
If there's consensus.
Yeah, I just want to make,
Thank you.
we should be recovering
That's
costs.
what I have on my initial list, and
Well, comment on that, as long as we're recovering costs but not penalizing. We're not trying to do that, but we want to make sure that we're doing, You mentioned two items, and other people may have other items, but let's dive into your two items. One being the finance penalty escalating fees, or, the finance penalties, and I don't know what page that was, but, I think the comment was by Councilmember Sherrillian that the longer it goes, you should pay a little more.
can I confirm procedurally? I thought staff would simply want direction to pursue those and explore those options as opposed to taking direction, any further direction.
What's the difference? I mean, why wouldn't we give?
I'm trying to get through this item is all I'm trying to do.
Oh, you're trying to get through the item?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we should give, and with the credit card, we've been giving people, we should tell them with the credit card fees what we think we want. And ask, what's the difference? We've been doing it pretty quickly.
I would welcome staff in coming back to tell us what our options are in terms of a city, in terms of what we could charge. I presume it's our cost, what that amount would be. Some vendors charge a standard 3% rate. Is that what staff recommends? That's what I'm getting at.
Certainly.
Sure, but
like
let's
to comment
ask.
on that. So the credit card fees, we can certainly come back as a separate item to adopt a credit card convenience fee, which is standard we've seen with other cities. That would allow us additional time to research other cities that also assess the fee and their integration within their cashiering systems and the research and the time and the integration that would be involved.
I thought that you indicated there were limitations in the software, and that's why I wanted to give you some space to look into that and get back.
Yes, so we would research the software compatibility, the integration, and we can certainly come back at a future agenda item to propose a convenience fee, which
I
we've
think
seen-
we're giving you direction to do that.
Yeah.
Before we do, I wanted to ask Quinn for his legal opinion because, again, our banking fees are tied to an expenditure that are built, spread down, and a step-down method in the allocation and the overhead of these fees. So if we start charging a convenience fee as minuscule as the dollar amount is for recovery, you might be collecting more than your fee, then it becomes a tax. Oh, hey, Tony, you're still here.
This
I've been hiding.
Never gonna
I haven't
get
seen
there.
you for a while.
Dodging bullets. No, so as part of that direction, we would explore exactly what the impact is
Great.
on the overhead so that we can see exactly what that is. Because it could be less than a penny that goes into the actual fully burdened hourly rate for the staff. And so it could be a material effect on that. But we want to be able to convey that to you and tell you exactly what that was going into it.
Great, and can we include that, so they bring all that back to
Yes.
us, and include,
Yes,
because
absolutely.
some of these fees might change from it.
So that's with the credit card, that's our direction on credit card fees, and then what was the direction on the finance penalties? Do we need to ask them to come back with that, or why wouldn't we just?
Could I add a comment on the finance penalty? So we as stated earlier, we only have the initial 5%. However, after 120 days of a delinquent bill, that bill goes to our third-party collections agency, and they then tack on interest with each day and each frequency of it being delinquent. And so it does escalate, and we get that recovered back to us in the collections process. So there are escalation measures in place when they do become that delinquent.
Yeah, fine with that.
Great, sounds good to me. So you had another?
I do have a
And then
couple
I
of
see-
comments,
yeah.
question, and then I wanted to talk about one other fee, if
Yeah.
I may. It's for the water heater permit, $384. Looks like we issue about 70 some odd a year, if the quantity is correct. It's line item 384.
What page? Oh, sorry.
228.
228.
There you go, thank you. I guess, went up 100%, and this is something that, it's common for residents to change out, but, their fees going up, this is a common thing. If your water heater goes out, your fee goes from 300 to 658. I guess, is there a reason, maybe it's a community development question as to why?
Sure, we did look at this one closely because
Okay,
it went up considerably. And Ryan Heiss, our building official, could relay some of that
Sure,
information.
so there's a combination of things that accounted for the res in this fee. Some of it was that our lots are very tight, so water heaters do need to be reviewed by our planning department as well to ensure they don't encroach in parking or side yards, because oftentimes side yards is where the preferred location of a water heater is, and that's not allowed in the side yard setback. Also, the building code does require energy calculations now to ensure the proposed water heater meets the current code requirements, so there's more review than there used to be.
Is it possible, though, the new water heaters, wouldn't they be compliant for could you even buy one that didn't meet the code?
You can.
You can. Oh, good to know. So what do you think now about that? I agree with you that people replace water heaters
That's
a lot.
a real thing.
Yeah. So maybe we could go to 500 instead of 658, or?
What do the other colleagues say?
I would welcome staff input if we're just nipping at the tip of the iceberg, if there aren't a whole series of other items that might be similarly
I'm sure there are.
articulated.
But this one's a little more, I feel.
We're trying, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mayor Pro Tem, because we're still on this topic or this item, but, we could go back through and we could go line by line.
Just leave it.
No, I'm happy to go with.
No, I mean, just.
Receptive, I just.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I hear what you're saying, but I think
It's
if
just-
things stood out to us, we should definitely address it. So I think that stands out too.
I
I'm good with-
agree. I think that is a steep price, and a lot of residents undergo that. So if
What's
there's,
a fee?
what should the fee be?
What's
Okay,
the
let
fee?
me see.
So what should the fee? It was 300.
300?
It was 300, and it's going up to 658.
I say 350 or 400, and that's something we would be.
Yeah, because then you're splitting, the
Acknowledging,
difference is
yeah.
355, so you're either splitting that and adding
400 then?
400?
I'd be okay with 400.
I mean, it's better than 658. I know what you're trying to do, but what's
That's
that?
half the cost of a water heater.
I know, it is.
That's part of why Councilmember Cerulean, I think, is drawing
Yeah.
attention to it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
400.
because you use a lot of hot water.
nobody wants a cold, well,
Okay.
okay.
So-
So, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a couple more questions.
Please. And I know you
regarding
have
that. I might need Tony. So, a couple questions. Does the overhead capture the wear and tear on the building and extraordinary expenses and obviously depreciation?
Where are you?
No, this is just on the, this is
Oh, in
on
general.
methodology, just general.
Oh, depreciation, I don't believe, I'd have to remember, I don't think we included depreciation within the indirect overhead calculations for it. but-
I guess where I'm going with this is I wanted to get your thoughts or, expertise. You do more of these, but, we have a lot of aging facilities, including City Hall, that are greater than 50 years old. Is there a way to, add some, parse out a piece of the fee for like future building replacement?
So the issue you have typically with building replacement is if it is already fully depreciated based off its useful life, then you can no longer recover that in a cost allocation plan. But there was $846,000 included within the indirect overhead. I'd have to look and see exactly what facilities were part of that, but there is depreciation included. The caveat being for a cost allocation plan is you can only include assets that don't have an alternative funding source, so you will never see utility capital in there. It can't, if you have an ISF that is recovering such costs for a specific purpose, then it doesn't get included in there. So it's usually things like City Hall, right? That can be included if it's not fully depreciated.
Or even like our community center, which is end of life as well. We have Parks and Rec classes in there. Why wouldn't we be able to charge a fee for a building replacement or a community center replacement because it's a fee-related?
You can. The issue is that you will price yourself out of the market on charging for classes and such. Because so even if we just account for the operational costs of doing classes, you're going to be you're going to be charging less than what that full cost is in order to stay competitive in the market with your neighbors. So just so you know, typical cost recovery for like parks and recreation post-COVID is around 20 to 40%. And that's operational cost recovery, not including anything for capital replacement or anything like that.
Any recommendations how other cities do capture funds for building replacement that have been end of life for depreciation?
Grants, CIP projects based off of alternative funding, things of that nature. That would be my inclination, but I wouldn't know specifically because it's not included in the fees.
Okay. I have another question, but I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, line number 231 on page 221. The tree permit, private property. It's currently $100, and it's going up to $558. There's 93, annually. My concern is that if you just make it too high, people are just going to go ahead and remove the tree and go, oops. Yeah, and we want to encourage compliance so that if they do remove a tree, they follow the rules for replacing that tree. So.
I don't think that's a bad consideration.
Maybe we ask the question, what goes into that fee?
Is it on? There we go. So it is a matter of the staff time it takes to review an arborist report that the applicant has to provide. So therein is another cost to an applicant, so that has to be acknowledged. But staff reviews the arborist report, makes sure that the tree is a candidate for either removal, replacement, or being protected in place, whatever the case may be. Usually it takes at least one round back and forth with the arborist to make sure that we understand the rationale for removal of said tree. So really, it's the staff time it takes. We also consult with our urban forester on that too. So it does take a bit of time on the planning side of it.
So I do understand your justification for the fee, but the human behavior aspect that Joe's talking about, I think, is real as well. That if you make it too high, you're going to say, well, by God, at least that's what my dad would say. So could we say 350, 400? What do we think?
Can I ask a question, please? Do you know about how much the arborist report is? I mean, that could be substantial, right?
I don't.
If it's one tree, it could cost a couple $100 to, I would say $500 max for one tree. If it's multiple trees, that number grows.
Oh.
Yeah.
Horror. It grows, get it? So David caught that, not I.
I'd say 300 from the city.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
I mean, our trees are valuable, and
They
they're
are.
and it takes so long to grow back. But I mean, on my street, there's been some that I think have been questionably taken down.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think, but, yeah, so we want to encourage people to contact us. So 300, I'm good with that.
Yes, I'm good with that.
Can we leave it at that? Get it? Leave it?
Leave it. You branched into that thought.
I did.
But I'm just needling you.
Oh, you're such
my
a nut.
goodness. Madam Mayor, can I
Yes.
add to that one?
Please.
On the tree trimming 123 in Public Row, I think for the same reason, it's going from 150 to 696 suggested fee. And
That's 123. Oh, yeah, in the public right-of-way?
yeah.
Yeah.
That is something that I think we want to encourage, because the resident would be incurring the cost of getting that tree trimmed as well, and then paying for the permit.
Boy, you see that, guys, 123? That's a great, these are excellent points. It's called economic behavior, behavioral economics. So, yeah, you're right, they're still going to have to pay for the tree trimming. And so here they're getting a permit to trim the tree, but it's in the public right-of-way. So again,
Any considerations council should be aware of just before we come up with a lower fee potentially?
it costs money. We're
These are requests that residents would have that we would have to approve. They can't just trim the trees however
Right.
they want. But for some reason, the city operation for the year or their cycle would not be touching that tree. So that is the full cost associated with providing it. And if the council wants to have a lower fee to lower the burden to actually getting in a permit process, so we know what trees are being trimmed, there's value in that.
Good. What's the number?
But
300.
300, for me, that's double.
And that's fine, but isn't there also the definition of right-of-way? So if you've got a home, you've got their lawn or their front yard landscaping, you've got a sidewalk, you got a little bit of land there, and then you got the curb. You'd think that tree was in, when it's past the sidewalk, that's really on public land, but isn't it the responsibility of the homeowner to take care of the tree, take care of the sidewalk, that kind of thing?
That is true.
But you still have to get a permit when you do the sidewalk, too.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're thinking it may just be my tree, or,
They might be thinking that. They'd be wrong. I mean,
So are you proposing?
Yeah.
well, no, I'm just trying to get a clarification in my mind of what's going on, where they say, I think it's my tree and I just want to trim it. I'm not going to bother with the city with a permit, right?
That's
Yeah,
on
they're in
us, too,
violation.
education, and then code enforcement if
Okay.
necessary.
All right.
Good point.
Yeah,
Pat.
300?
Yeah,
Yep.
300. Okay. Excellent, excellent work. Okay. Anything else before we move on to parking?
I have one item.
Okay, go for it.
I might need Tony again.
He's here.
Last question. Page 301 on your allocation method for parking citations. It says 100% of the allocation cost was allocated directly to the parking fund, but none of the revenue of parking citations goes into the revenue, goes into the general fund, goes into the parking fund. So if you incur a cost or an expense in in a general fund, don't you have to have the matching in the parking fund?
So it does depend. So like user fees, you collect the cost of providing the services, but you can then use that revenue for whatever purpose that you might want. So it doesn't have to be dedicated directly for that. So in the case of the allocation plan, it's identifying parking citations as a central service, but in this case, it's more of a direct charge. We're just taking that amount of cost within the general fund and allocating it to the parking fund as belonging to that fund's kind of cost structure. The actual interplay of the revenues and how that goes, I wouldn't be able to say on that. This is more accounting for what the bearer of the cost is.
Got you, but to bear that cost in the parking fund, wouldn't you have to put the matching revenues from parking citations as far as that, to cover that expense in the parking fund?
I'd say if it doesn't have an alternative funding source, in order to balance, it would need to have something coming either from a revenue source or from general fund to offset it. But that would be more of a question for finance, of how the revenue's flowing.
Okay, maybe it's, we'll talk about the budget time, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, just, and then, one last thing, not for you, Tony, but for staff, I just wanted to compliment, Libby and our chief accountant, Julie, and Emmy on this process. Having my former self do this process 3, 4, 5 times, takes about a year to do, so I know it's a lot of heavy lifting, and you guys presented it really well, so thank you.
Really well, so well that it exhausted me before, but no, in a good way. Here's what I'd like to say. We've made a few changes. I assume, I think we have to make a motion to adopt with our changes. And then, let's say I go home tonight and I keep looking at it and I say, oh my God, I forgot to talk about the pink porta potties. We could come back and open that up. We could do it piece by piece, correct? If we need to. If we go back, or if a resident says, hey, you didn't, right? So we have an opportunity, but in general, you have our changes and our directions. Okay.
Yes, and we'll be amending the citywide user fee schedule along with the new fees that are set by policy that were not previously set by policy. So
Right,
we'll
there's-
have everything outlined based on the changes discussed this evening.
Right.
And that can either be an addendum to the item this evening, the actual packet, and it will also be posted on our website as the official fee schedule that would be adopted based on the changes.
Okay. All right, so I see a motion to accept by Councilmember, come back.
Oh, no.
By Councilmember Sherrillian, and it's been seconded by Councilmember Tarnay. So call for the question.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, he lost it. Wait, hold on.
Quinn, do I have to read the resolution or no?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, excellent work, in my opinion, to the department, to Tony, to all the department heads. Thank you for your patient explanation. I'm saving this to keep looking at. I'm just putting it in my bag. Okay, moving on. Okay, 7th inning stretch, guys, sort of. Now we're going to conduct another public hearing for the consideration of coastal development permits to approve an increase to parking meter rates and on-street meters, city parking lots and beach parking lots, and an increase to commercial parking permit rates. B, a resolution approving increased on-street parking meter rates outside of coastal zone, and a resolution approving an increase to citywide parking citation penalties.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, I'm Libby Bredhauer, Acting Finance Director, and here to present, hopefully quickly, some proposed increases to parking-related fees, park meters, permits, and citations. So,
Sorry, we just had M&Ms. We're very happy.
Oh, great, yes. Power yourselves up, please. So tonight's item and the public hearing considers 3 actions, including approving coastal development permits to increase parking meter rates and commercial permit rates within the coastal zone, approving an increase to parking meter rates outside of the coastal zone, and approving an increase to parking citation penalties. So just briefly, our presentation will include a quick background on these parking programs, our current parking infrastructure needs, a review of survey data, and a discussion on proposed fees and the fiscal impact. So just some quick background. As we started on our research looking at these items, we found parking meter rates were last updated in 2020 and 2021, about 4 to 5 years ago, and at those times, the meter rates were set to $2.50 per hour in our beach lots and $2 per hour for on-street meters and city-owned parking lots. So commercial parking permit fees were last updated 15 years ago in 2010 in conjunction with the last parking management study. So this established the monthly Metlocks parking permit rate at $27 and the 6-month commercial parking permit rate at $160, or we also offer a discounted price when you buy 5 or more. So at the time, these commercial parking permits were set low to incentivize local business employees to park in the Metlocks parking structure instead of other downtown lots. And last, the parking citation penalties were last increased 10 years ago in 2015, which set most parking violations to $53. At that time, it was a budgeting maneuver where we were looking at a significant loss of sales tax money, and parking citations were increased at that time. So considering these parking-related fees have not been adjusted in 5 to 15 years, that's why we're here tonight. And as the speaker mentioned earlier, we do recommend that we will be reevaluating these fees on a more consistent basis, because I think we can all agree that smaller incremental increases are easier to incur rather than large increases every 10 years. So additionally, consistent with past practice, we've included coastal development permits with the items tonight, which are required for the proposed increases in the parking meter rates and permit fees in the appealable and non-appealable areas in the coastal zone. So just quickly, so we're all aware of several parking infrastructure needs that we're currently facing, and we have increased demands, we have aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance needs. Of course, we see on the slide the Lot 3 parking lot that is now demolished. We'll be speaking on a future item tonight on the conversion to possibly advanced kiosk stations, because we do just have outdated parking meter technologies throughout the city. And then we have other infrastructure projects that are much needed, such as waterproofing our parking structures, as a lot of our aging infrastructure is reaching its maximum useful life. So some of these parking needs, as I mentioned, will be discussed in the later items tonight. Additionally, we'll be discussing capital needs during our upcoming proposed budget and CIP discussions on May 6th and May 13th. And so, but based on these needs and capital costs, we recommend recovering additional funds through the parking meter rates, permit fees, and citation penalties to support our ongoing costs and opportunities to modernize our infrastructure. So we did survey several cities on each of the 3 items. So on this slide, we have parking meter rates in comparing to other cities. So again, our rates are $2 throughout the city, and then $2.50 per hour at our beach lots on the pier, Bruce's Beach, and El Porto. So of the 8 cities we surveyed, you can see that several, not all of them, vary by lot or location, by season, and by time of day, which we're currently not doing. And for these reasons, with the variations, that's why we tried to, we're showing the lowest rates and the highest rates, just to kind of show everyone the ranges. So our recommendation tonight is to set all parking meter rates at $3 per hour throughout the city. And additionally, this is supported by preliminary results of our parking management study that's currently in progress. And that study is considering parking strategies that will include variable rates for location and time of use to capture any seasonality, it's summer versus winter, and weekend versus weekday. So we are already looking at those things, and we'll be coming back at a future date with those items. So moving on to the survey for commercial parking permit rates. Again, our city's rates are $27 for the monthly permits and $160 for a 6-month permit. And you can see in comparison, we are lower than several other cities. As mentioned, in 2010, we set our rates fairly low to incentivize downtown employees to utilize the Metlocks parking structure instead of other downtown lots. But over the years, gosh, the demand has just grown so much. So yes, we are oversubscribed in what we sell, and there are also currently there's a waiting list for the 6-month permits, and then for the monthly permits that we have. So we sell 95 monthly parking permits for the Metlocks structure. They go on sale once a month. And I just wanted to note that over the last year, we did see those permits not selling out. for a time over the winter months, and I think the feedback we were hearing from downtown businesses was part of that reason was that people stopped buying them because they were having challenges finding places to park, especially after Lot 3 came down. However, I just wanted to note that last month in March, we did sell out again. So parking is constantly changing, so we're just always trying to stay on top of those trends.
We're back.
And as for the 6-month parking permits, we do sell 774 of those. So they're 6 months. We sell them twice a year. So of that 774, 667 of them are from Metlocks, and the other 107 are split up between lots 1 and 2 and lot 4 in North Manhattan Beach. So based on the survey and our ongoing demand for the parking permits, we do recommend increasing the monthly permit fees to $65 and the 6-month parking permits to $250, which aligns with other cities. And then again, the parking management study that's underway, they are considering other parking strategies on these permit costs, so we may come back with other variables in a future item. This slide compares the commercial parking permit rates to what someone would pay without a permit and just paying the hourly meter costs. So just following the math down and the highlighted or the bolded bottom line of the table, you see that by obtaining the permits, users are still achieving an 87% discount on the monthly permit and a 92% discount on the 6-month permits. So the third item are the parking citation penalties. So again, most of our penalties are set at $53, and that includes, the big ones are expired meter citations and then street sweeping citations. And then we also have a late penalty set at $31. So both of these we found are low in comparison to other cities, what they're currently charging. You can see on the table how the range is here. So based on our survey, our recommendation is to increase parking citations by $12, which would result in a new citation fee of $65. And then we also recommended an update to our late penalty. So the two options that we are recommending are either setting it at 100% of the original fine, which is what several other cities are currently doing. However, so that would essentially double the cost of a parking citation. So as an alternative to that, we would recommend increasing the late penalty by a smaller amount, say $7, which would reset the late penalty to $38. So bringing all of these proposed fee changes together, this slide has the fiscal impacts, and the net effect would be for the parking meter and parking permit rates, the impact to our parking fund only is about almost $2.3 million. And then the county lots fund and the state pier and parking lots fund, those meter rate increases would achieve additional revenues at $225,000 and $168,000. And then the last item, the general fund line, that's the parking citation increase. We're estimating $540,000 would result from increasing the parking citation to $65, and that number does not include any change to the late penalty that we're throwing out as another option. So collectively, all of these fee increases would total $3.2 million. And so with that, if adopted, again, these new parking-related fees could go into effect as early as May 1st. We are recommending we have to conduct a public hearing for the coastal development permits, and then the other recommended action is to adopt resolutions 25, 39, 40, 41, and 42 to capture all of these fee increases. But that concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank Amy Rose Hanna, our budget and financial analyst, for her comprehensive work to put together all of the historical information and survey comparison data with the presentation. And we're also grateful for the assistance provided by our planning division on the coastal development permits and also our traffic engineering division as well. So we're all here to answer questions now or after you conduct the public hearing. But again, these are the recommended actions on the screen and adopting the 4 various resolutions.
Great. I think we may have questions now, so I will, but first, I do want to say, finance, I hope you can tomorrow maybe, sleep in a little, get a cup of coffee. I know none of you will. But wow, a lot of work, fantastic. And thank you for not being punchy like I am. So, well done.
We'll be here the next meeting with our budget.
Yeah, so just, I guess that's right. There's no rest. Thank you. There's no rest for the weary, so thank you for that. So I will just ask my colleagues if there's any questions now before we conduct the public hearing. Does anybody have any questions?
I have just one point of order.
Yeah.
Mr. City Attorney, at what point do we need to have a vote to extend the meeting?
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a, this is going to go out in 5 minutes, so you might as well do it now. And this would be to extend the meeting past 11.
Oh, that's funny. I keep looking at that clock up there, and I'm like, David, it's 9:25. Okay. Want to make that motion?
We're not in Kansas.
Feels like 9:25.
So
We're
moved.
not in Kansas.
Any limitations? Sometimes council members have tried to encourage council to move a little faster, but we are talking about fees, and I
We're
think it's
doing it,
worthy
yeah.
of the time. So I so move that we extend
Okay.
beyond 11 o'clock.
Call for the question. Sorry, Joe.
No, it's fine.
Thank you
Motion
so much.
passes 5-0.
Can we get that clock fixed or no? Because
Budget a battery.
Budget,
We need a budget
yeah.
battery.
I
What
buy
line
a
item?
battery.
Line item.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
Okay, oh, look at
That's all
that.
it is?
Oh, wow.
Public safety.
How many first responders?
No, what's the fully burdened rate for that?
That is the most expensive, okay.
That's a great question.
How many first
Okay.
responders does it take? Change the
Yeah,
clock?
I love that, okay.
Public Works Directors.
Okay, deep breath. Thank you, though, because that's really, okay, thank you for that. Any questions before we open it up for public comment?
Yes.
Okay, try to use our buttons this time since it's not quite as big of a screen and it is easier for your mayor. Councilwoman Tarnay.
So I know we're also going to be considering the parking meter kiosk. And I know when I've parked in other cities where they have it and there's a reminder to feed your meter when it alerts my phone when my meter is about to expire.
Mm-hmm.
So in that scenario, there'd be a reduction in fines, right? So are we taking those points into consideration?
The dollars that you see projected here tonight do not include considerations for those more modern technology and strategies. But those are things that we're looking at in the parking management study, and then
Great question.
will be discussed later with a future item.
We could tweak the app so it reminds people late.
Yeah.
No, but that's a great question. I don't know how how do we figure that out? But like you say, that'll be under consideration in the next item. So we'll ask some more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you done, Councilwoman? I'm just making sure she's.
No, and I do have another question. I know that part of the consideration for the removal of the bulk discount is because we don't have enough spots, so people are circling around and it's not worth the bulk permit rate. But if we have parking lot 3 coming back up, at least surface level, we'll be adding to that. And then also, depending on what we do with the U.S. Bank building, there could potentially be some immediate parking spots that may be available. So our inventory for parking might increase. So is there a consideration for that?
Well, I think even with those spaces being added back, we will still have a waiting list and be oversubscribed.
Thank you. Good questions. Councilmember Franklin.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're already bifurcated in our rates, right? We have $2.50 an hour for the beach. So that's upper and lower.
The pier lots,
Pier,
upper and
and
lower.
also El Porto.
El Porto and Bruce's Beach.
And Bruce's Beach are already $2.50. Okay. And the rest of the city's $200.
$2.
$2. Boy, it got really expensive. So I'm wondering on the, when you did the comparison of the monthly permits, and everybody should say, wow, I'm going to go out and get a monthly permit, but the disadvantage, if you're feeding a meter, you can't park there for 10 hours, right?
Yeah.
So if you're an employee, you've got to try to park at Medlocks, and
Right, or move it.
otherwise you're going every 2 hours
Yes.
and erasing chalk
Or
marks.
driving, and, yeah.
Or moving your car. Okay. The other question I had was, somebody had brought up, I think it was Maureen, brought up something about seasonally adjusting the parking rates.
Yeah, as I mentioned, that's something our parking management study and our traffic engineer are already looking at. So I'll let him jump in here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Eric Zandpour, the city traffic engineer. These are some of the parking strategies that you're talking about as far as seasonality, parking rates variability based by time. And those will be looked at as a comprehensive plan to try to strategize where we want to incentivize parking and how we want to incentivize parking. That's not part of the discussion tonight. We're treating this as basically a new baseline rate that we'll be able to use for the parking study to either adjust up or down if we want to incentivize or de-incentivize certain parking areas.
Okay. So the meters we have now don't have that technology of changing rates? I mean, can't you change rates remotely, or?
Yes, the parking meters that we do have some capability for changing rates based on time. It's manually,
really?
takes a little bit of work. You can do it by
Yeah.
software and it's pushed out to the parking meters, but it takes work on the backside in order to create that structure in the software.
Okay. And some of the rules, I mean, for a parking citation, it's not just exceeding the time limit, it's curbing your wheels.
Sometimes there's parking citations for curbing your wheels, parking in the wrong type of parking area, parking in a loading zone, those kinds of parking citations.
Okay, and no head in, no
Heading
head
in
in parking.
or backing into where you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And just a.
Or head in only. I
Yeah,
guess.
just a sidebar comment. When we were talking about parking for longer periods of time, Metlock's lower level has 10-hour parking, and you can pay the parking meter for 10 hours. Now, you also have the option of buying a parking permit, monthly or a 6-month permit, that will be able to give you a discount to be able to park there every day using the permit.
But it's
there's options.
Yeah, but it's oversubscribed, right?
It's oversubscribed, so you won't find the parking spot after about 10 o'clock in the
After
morning.
about 10, okay. Gotcha. All right, great, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I think somebody should, I don't know if it's finance or Eric, but on your recommendation on page, I think it's 7 of the presentation, to adjust the 1-month Metlock's parking permit to $65 and the 6-month parking permit to $250. I think what's important here for people to realize is there's a real benefit in this case to buying a 6-month parking permit, whereas before there was only like a $2 difference. Because like if you took $27 times 6 months, it comes out to like $162 versus $160 for the 6-month permit, right? So, so now you're saying, well, if it's 65, but you buy 6 months at a time, that's like a savings of $140 for a permit holder.
Yes, there's that comparison, and then also again on the next slide, it's whether you choose to do per month or
sure
the 6-month at a time. There's still a significant benefit from
To doing the meter. I'm just trying to do apples to apples for if I've been buying a permit, and it seems like a lot, we're going up, but there's still there's more of a benefit now to buying a 6-month pass than there used to be. So, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick, Libby. So just to follow up on Amy's inquiry, There is it's not so much the monthly permits and the value, it's just you can't get a 6-month permit because there's a long waiting list. Can you explain that a little bit? So people
Thank
come
you.
in for the 1-month permit because they can't get a space because there's a year or I don't know how much.
Yes, so we, actually, we did recently have a business that had several 6-month that moved out of the downtown, and so they gave up several, excuse me. And so we actually did have some real movement in the waiting list. I think, yeah, so there's
Wow.
currently only 18 on the waiting list. So we did have some recent movement compared to years past where it just seemed impossible.
I just wanted to clarify that 1 month is like.
Yeah,
it's not-
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions right now, or should we, oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Tarnay.
Just for some clarification, Eric, if I can direct this to you, but so right now, just so I understand, we're trying to establish the baseline rate for the parking meters, but we're also undergoing a study to look at surge pricing, location pricing differences. So what happens if we decide today to adopt a certain amount, and then we have to come back and reconsider if we decide to do a surge pricing and we want to incentivize or give residents and businesses a break during off-season and go lower?
Yeah, the resolutions tonight will establish a certain meter rate at $3 per hour per meter. When we come back to the city with the city parking study strategies, we would then come back with a new resolution or new sets of resolutions for appealable and non-appealable areas to establish a new parking structure completely. And we're not ready to talk about that new parking rate structure at this time. So it does have to come back with new resolutions. And we may decide at that point that the resolution says not to exceed amount so that we can adjust the parking meter rate below that at that time.
And I know it's hard right now, but do we have an estimated time on what that looks like?
We are going to be bringing the parking strategies to you about midsummer.
Thank you.
Excellent. Oh, look at that.
They'll be going through our PPIC for their recommendation to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Does data suggest that higher parking meter rates discourage individual vehicle use and public transportation, or at least rideshare use? Is that part of this strategy, or is that a separate discussion which will be part of our larger parking strategy?
It will be part, though, that discussion will be part of the larger parking strategy with the city parking study. Yes, say for instance, if we are able to come up with incentives to say, for instance, we're parking in a remote parking lot for cheaper, then we can incentivize that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Shrillian.
Quick question. The proposal is to go from $2 to $3 on the street for parking meters.
For the ones.
For the parking meters. So the question is, and this might be for planning because it has to do with the appealable coastal zone. Is there a concern with the coastal commission regarding an increase of 50% on parking have to do with beach access?
Evening, thank you, Councilmember Shirley. So I actually had a call with Coastal Commission on various topics yesterday, and I broached this with them. They did not seem to think that a $1 increase up to a total of $3 would be a big issue.
Or the percentage?
They didn't really look at the percentage. They looked at what we're going to. When I mentioned $3, they questioned, are you raising it by $3 or to $3?
Okay.
And I clarified it's the latter.
And to add to that, Councilmember Shirellian, we ensured that our comparison cities focused mainly on beach cities. That's why you'll see Newport Beach, for example, has a much higher number than us. So we were more confident that going up to the $3 mark from $2 was going to be supported by the Coastal Commission.
Thank you, Adam. Just really quick, one other quick question. I need to stop saying quick question because I have such a thing.
Okay.
But I heard from Jill Lampkin earlier, I don't know if she's still here, but.
She's still here.
Oh, there you are. About the noticing being somewhat late in the process. And since they're our partners in the sense of all the meters are in the downtown footprint mostly, is there,
We did send an email to Ms. Lampkin and then David Curry, the chamber president, the Friday before the agenda packet was going out, just as a heads up. And then the agenda packet came out last Wednesday, and a notice was published in the Beach Reporter as well.
perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Franklin.
And my questions along similar lines is, we're speaking, no offense to our staff and everybody, but we're speaking to and Jim Burton doesn't have a life, we've determined. But it is live entertainment, right? But how have we noticed residents on this? Because once they see it, they're all going to come storming in. So how about residents and notifications of them? And
Well, as past practice, we published the notice in the Beach Reporter, the public hearing notice. But were you expecting notifications to all residents?
Well, I mean, we have, we've done a good job of getting newsletter subscribers and the like. And we got thousands. I think on one instance we had I heard we have 3,000 subscribers to updates and all the various newsletters that go out. Did we send anything out?
The agenda does go out through e-notifications as well, and the agenda included the item.
By spotlighting this, I mean, just saying we're going to be, we're considering increasing rates from, say, 50% or from $2 an hour to $3 an hour.
I guess no. We published the notice in the Beach Reporter, and then it was obviously included in the agenda packet.
I mean, we just heard. I mean, this isn't directed at you, but generally, we just heard a lot about transparency with what we've been going through, and this doesn't seem to be a particular transparent process for something that's so personal to people as parking in Manhattan Beach.
I mean, I will say it's a public hearing, so it gets an additional layer of publication. So it does. So we don't take an ad out in the paper for every item on every agenda. So for public hearing, you have to have that.
No, I understand.
Right.
But I see a lot of, beach reporters in driveways and things like that,
I said shame on them. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I mean, just.
Yeah.
I just think, there's more efficient ways and more broad ways to notify our. But I just wanted to verify what had gone out.
Yes,
and
and
when.
thank you for the feedback. We will definitely keep that in mind for future items.
Well, we've got that on our upcoming agenda for certain projects, and maybe we can broaden that, appeal or something. So, Councilman Tarnay.
I'm just thinking, because we have a plan to reconsider kind of just the overall parking strategy.
That's right.
And as I understand it, this is important for us to do now, to go through this exercise now because of budgeting, because you're working on the budget, and do you need it for the budget? I mean, because I'm trying to think, if it's something that we can wait and do this whole exercise, if we're going to go through the exercise of considering surge pricing, location pricing, or does it have to be a two-step process?
It doesn't have to be a two-step process. We have been talking about bringing our baseline rates up for quite a long time. This dates back, if you remember, to our outdoor dining conversations about sidewalk extension or just expansion of the program in general. It has been a while since we've updated these fees, so we have intended to do this for quite a while, and so we would be bringing the baseline up, and then everything would change beyond that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're going to turn it over to the public. So take a seat. Okay, I'm going to open up public comments now. Is there anybody? Oh, hello, Jill. Hello.
The person's still here.
She pops up.
I came down early, and that's why you couldn't see me. I was like, oh.
She left. She went home.
They all have more to say than I thought. Jill Lampkin, Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. My biggest frustration with all of this was the timing, obviously, because it did come out, but it came out Wednesday night, and our board meeting is on Thursday morning. So, and that was the first time that we saw the rates. And so even if we knew it was on the agenda, we had no idea what the rates were going to be. And so, because it's when the staff report is published that we get to see that. So it was challenging for me to try and rally anyone to get here on that, on short notice, but also for us to even come up with a cohesive idea of what everyone thought the best plan should be. Because, you know, there are some people that are like, well, we can always raise the hourly rate because that's people paying and it's on their credit cards and they don't know. We're somewhere right in the middle, maybe $4 an hour is a better one that's spread around a lot more people than, you know, the individual parking permits. But I don't have a consensus to say that's what everyone thinks we should do. I don't have a consensus to tell you about what we think should happen with parking permits because we just haven't had enough time to talk about it. I think everyone agrees that there have to be some sort of price adjustments because everything has gone up. No one's going to say that in the last 10 years prices haven't gone up. They have, but there are a lot of barriers to entry for businesses to be successful. And the amount of oversubscription has never been more obvious than when the parking is as limited as it is. And so, and I'm doing rough math, and Eric, you can probably correct me, but as you were saying that we sell 774 biannual permits. The lower level of Metlocks, I believe, has about 350 parkings? 200 and something. So the chances of you getting a parking place on any given day are less than 50% with paying for one of those full parking permits. So I want everyone to kind of keep that in mind too, because it's like if we're comparing prices on what they're paying in different cities, I don't know that it's a lottery system like what we've got. It may be I'm paying for a parking space, and so I'm not sure it's comparing apples to apples again. Don't know that it is or it isn't. I'm just saying that there's a lot more, I think, that goes into this than I was able to prepare anything for to get here in less than a week to give you substantial information and even to give you consistent information from my constituents. I think the residents would have a lot to say about this too. I think parking citations are going to be another big issue. I would prefer if we could somehow put together a meeting where we could talk about this a little bit more before we make some decisions. It's just my preference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Madam Mayor, members of council, a lot to say, a lot of echo, a lot of what Jill said. I think unless you're a resident like me who actually looks at this stuff all the time, most residents don't understand, Councilmember Franklin, that rates are going to go up as much as they're going to go up. I would concur. I have a lot in permit that if staff comes in and they're going to the office and I can get in at 4:30 or 6 in the morning, great. But if it's after 10 o'clock, we're paying meter rates. And there is a huge difference between the beach lots and the streets and Morningside and the streets up here. And to have those the same, in my mind, is ludicrous. And if I can't get into Metlocks, I'm paying $6 every 2 hours and you're moving your car around. You don't have an opportunity to do that. The analysis, and I appreciate staff and the finance department, great job, everything, a lot of work behind this, but I don't think the analysis about how much we're saving, if I buy a Metlocks permit, that I'm saving 97% or I'm saving 87%, that's not right. You're not saving, you're not guaranteed a spot, and we're not Newport Beach, we're not Huntington Beach, we're not Beverly Hills, we're not the city of Los Angeles, we're closer to Hermosa Beach or San Clemente or Capitola, or we're a smaller beach community, and continuing to compare ourselves with these other cities and say, oh, yes, and then I like the $3.2 million, yes, we're going to get a whole bunch of money, but it's going to come at the back of something else. And the one thing, this is my one comment, and our traffic engineer and I have talked about this before, but I think there are other things that we can strategize on to helping residents, particularly downtown, and some of it is like Lot 7, for example, right over here in Valley, or what's the other one over here, there are restrictions where you can't park there at night. And so I know that right now, because of Lot 3, our M permit allows us to park in Lot 7 and some other places, but as a resident or as that permit, you can't be there overnight. And I think these are going back to code issues because there was people camping there all night, et cetera. But if we had a permit that allowed us to be there, I think, Adam, you talked, our planning commissioner, director, manager, talked to Coastal Commission. I think Coastal would be okay if you're allowing parking at night, because you don't need beach access. And I think there are some very creative things that can be done besides just this broad brush blanket, hey, we're going to get $3.2 million, let's raise all the fees. And if it's done the way it's presented tonight, it's going to be absolutely on the back of residents, and it's going to be absolutely on the back of businesses and the folks that are here every day. I like the idea of postponing this, doing this in a couple different steps, and coming back and see what is the demand, what is our availability, and what are the costs. And I'm running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, anyone else here in chambers want to speak on this? And on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to start us off a little bit here. I'd like to consider these things a little bit separately. I think we have a real problem with the oversubscription. That's just, there's just no doubt. Charging someone, whether it's 65 or 100 or whatever, 27, whatever it is for a monthly permit, and you have 50% chance of getting a spot, it doesn't seem right to me. I'm eager to hear from my colleagues, but so I kind of want to put that on a back burner, or not a back burner, but, a burner. I want to ask the question about the difference between a city and the county lots. We call them county lots, but we still get the revenue from the parking meters, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We have a separate fund that we call the County Parking Lots Fund that all of the revenue and expenditures flow through.
Great. So, for me, I'm bifurcating the monthly just for now, but that's just in my mind. I do think that our rates should be the same at the beach and the city lots, but maybe I'm wrong. Jim brings up a good point. I think you're trying to say that the beach lots, there's a lot of people from out of town parking there, but the other meters, street meters, are residents, is what I think you're saying. But I really don't see I don't see a problem raising our rates to $3 an hour. I think that, I think with paying with credit card or kiosk people, it's a privilege to park here. I mean, it really, I want to be here. But so I don't see a problem with that. There was one other comment I wanted to make, and then I'm open to what you guys say. Late fees, I think I know we got a great comment from one of our local business owners, don't change that, but honestly, that would be a huge draw for me if I knew that I was going to pay more, if I double. And then the last thing I want to raise is the question of a parking authority. Is that something we can discuss here, or can we give direction?
The council has already given us direction on that, and so staff is already conducting meetings and meeting with some consultants to get feedback to bring to the council at a future date.
And so, so that, I'll just put that in a parking lot. Sorry. I know, I'm still good. So those are my initial comments. Councilmember Tarnay.
So my preference still is try to approach this with all the other things that we're gonna, the parking study, and kind of having a kind of more more comprehensive approach to dealing with this. But if we are going to take these steps, my question is, I actually think the opposite of what our mayor is saying about parking, where the location is. I think the closer to the beach you park, the more you should pay, because those people aren't coming to really bring dollars into our stores and our businesses, and our residents usually want to park near the businesses. So my preference would be to increase the rate at the beach lot even more than $3, be like $3.50 or $4 an hour even. And then if we have to do an incremental price adjustment because it's been so long, I'd prefer to have a lower rate for our local streets and our local parking meters, so maybe to 250, 225 would be
makes
my
sense.
preference.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Sherillian.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, are we taking these one at a time, or you want comments on all three, or?
I think we I think we can comment on everything. I was trying to capture my thoughts while I still could. So.
Okay. And I agree with Councilmember Tarnay regarding the parking meter rates.
Okay.
I feel a 50% increase. I mean, we heard our business owners come in earlier and have that conversation of what a difficult time they have. And it's not just residents, it's the employees.
Yeah.
They can't park
Yeah.
in a commercial spot that are parking, that are going to get hit with the increase. So I think I would phase this in. I would step into it with a 25% increase and do street meters at 250.
250, okay, 250.
And then increase the county lot and state pier to $3. And then take a look at all the other options that are put forth, and we're going to be making probably changes potentially in the future. But that would be, for the parking meters, would be $250 and $3 down on the beach.
Not 350 at the beach?
I don't.
I mean, look at the rest of the.
I mean, but we're looking at other communities, but I think, again, we are a small boutique city. I don't know if we could compare ourselves to some of these larger cities.
Okay.
But I mean, I'll wait to hear what everyone else has to say.
Like Laguna, I heard from the
Yeah.
peanut gallery. Yeah, I mean, okay, all right, I've written it down. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, I too agree with the increase the beach. It's at 250 now, go to 350.
Okay.
3 to 350, just as long as it's a little bit higher. And our city streets, maybe our goal can be 3, but just start off at 250.
I'm good with that.
Because it's not it's going to be a shock no matter what. But, we just have to have the reality that these workers come in, we love going to our restaurants. Well, our restaurants are nothing without those workers. And when you look about the hit that they take on their take-home pay, because they got to keep feeding the meter, wandering around, the productivity, they got to leave, find another spot for their car. It really drags them down. And I've heard of instances where they say, I just can't afford to work here anymore. And that's going to hurt our businesses. It's going to hurt our levels of service that we provide, that kind of thing. As far as the tickets, I just don't want to see us charging more than the city of LA. I mean, the city of LA to me is just this big beacon of mess that's to the north of us. No offense to LA, but visitors remember, I would love to see a breakdown of the owners of the cars and where they're coming from. Is it 40% residents, 60% out-of-towners? But they remember that. You'll talk to them, and 3 years later, I got this parking ticket for, not curbing my wheels, and it was, now it's going to be, what is it,
65 proposed.
65 is the proposed, That's just the same as LA, and we're not LA.
It's less than Redondo. Isn't that funny? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
arguing
yeah, I
with you.
know,
I just
yeah.
thought that was interesting.
If I could jump in, we do receive that data from our
Oh.
vendor that processes parking citations. So for this recent data is from current fiscal year, and so 57% of tickets were from non-residents. So, and then 16% are Manhattan Beach residents. 16% are Manhattan Beach residents.
So we know the rules.
And then they break down, so 11% are City of Los Angeles residents, 5% Redondo, 3 to 1% are like Torrance, Hermosa, but then other non-resident are 57%.
Yes, so I want to moderate, so there's the perfect example about what I was talking about. People from out of town, they don't know about, what do we call it? Head in only, right? That's the sign. And then I noticed in some of the parking lots, you don't see it so readily. And so boom, then they get a ticket, for what would be $65. That's not going to leave a very good taste in their mouth about Manhattan Beach. And people, remember how they feel, at those moments. And when they have a choice of going to Redondo or Hermosa and not Manhattan Beach, it's going to impact us negatively. It's not welcoming that we want to be. I am a little bit remiss about the meters down at the ocean, costing more because you just see all these families, they're parking there and they're loading up a big wagon that they're, and they're walking down to the beach and they're spending the day there. It's great. Maybe they're not, they're buying things in town, but, maybe they brought a lot. But anyway, they're enjoying their beach, and we want to encourage that. So, but we just need to pay attention to the employees. I think we want a high level of employee coming in here, working here, enjoying themselves. It rubs off, and that makes it better for everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Tarnay. Go ahead.
So, okay, thank you. I think one of my biggest concerns is for the employees as well who have to park, and we are at such a shortage. And so one of the things that I hope as we're going through this exercise is now that there will be support for a shuttle system so that we can take residents off the street and shuttle people in, especially people locally, and free up some spots that way. And so I'm hoping that by going through this, we can figure out where we can capture money when necessary, where we can remove cars, encourage more people to bike into town. And all this is going to be really important, and we're going to keep going back to the Olympics, but we're going to have a huge influx of people coming in, and we don't want people getting tickets when they're visiting our town. So weighing all of these considerations, I mean, I'd like to just kind of go through what I would like to see happen is, again, the $250 for local parking city lots, and then $350 for the state and county lots. And I think that's pretty similar to what you will find if you're going down to Dockweiler, or most people spend about 4 or 5 hours at the beach. And I think that's a comparable all-day rate. When we have volleyball tournaments down there, we have to buy the all-day rate for that. So that would be a comparable amount. And then also, there's one more thing on my list, so sorry.
The violation, the fine.
The fines. The parking citations. So I went through and I actually looked up what the average fines are through local beach cities: Redondo, Hermosa, Huntington, Newport, Seal Beach, Long Beach, LA City, Santa Monica, Culver City, Beverly Hills, Oceanside. So I expanded my search: Carlsbad, Mission Beach, Coronado, and the average between all of that is about $64.
Yeah.
So I don't think we would be very far off, and we don't want it, maybe we want to be below average. This is the one area where we might want to be below average
Below
on.
basic, like 60 maybe?
So 60 or even, 58, it's a $5 increase would be something that I think would be a reasonable amount. Because again, if the, on the one hand, I don't want the employees to have to pay these parking citations. And I know that some of them, it's like a whole day's pay or half a day's pay. So it's a consideration. But I'm hoping that once we get the kiosks, we get the reminders, we can get those people taken care of. But anyhow, those are my thoughts.
Can I ask a question for the folks that have spoken already? We didn't talk about street sweeping.
Street sweeping, yeah, is this?
Was there...
I think that's the same amount.
Citations? Or?
There's just
sweeping
one
fine.
amount.
It's just, I don't know if there's actually not a recommendation. Oh, yeah, to raise it by $12. There's a recommendation to raise
The
it by $12.
same amount, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I have gotten this ticket a lot.
Oh, we do too.
We get it a lot. So this is a tax that I'm imposing on myself. But do people consider raising that, or should we? the street sweeping fine that is currently $38. Make it like 45 or?
Oh, no, our street sweeping is more than that.
No, it says it's a fine of $38. It feels like it's more.
It's
53. It is $53.
Yeah.
Oh, Amy's looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, it's 53. I was going to say.
Yeah, sorry.
And,
Sorry, guys.
Because we get a lot of those on our block.
Okay,
so.
58. Okay, I'm going to let David, okay, thank you.
It's, the staff report includes an Exhibit A, which includes all of the parking citation penalties in the correct.
By name?
By
Oh, no, I'm
name, yes,
kidding.
yes.
Amy Howarth?
Oh, no, sorry. The categories and types of citations.
I'm just saying, I pay my salary,
Yeah,
okay.
High offenders.
David Lesser.
Questions first and then some comments. First, if item number 13 on our agenda is approved, what is the estimate arrival date or completion date of the temporary interim lot 3?
I think Public Works Director Eric Lee's coming down to answer the question of the anticipated completion of the Lot 3
Correct.
temporary lot.
The interim lot.
Temporary. We're contracted through June 6th, but we're working on efficiency measures with the contractor in hopes to have it done before Memorial Day.
So hopefully that will help with our parking problem in part, even though obviously we were talking about taking back some of the interim parking spaces that are on the street too, correct? Okay, we'll get to that item in a moment, but I just wanted to note, someone should note, that that interim parking lot will become available within a reasonable period of time, which will help to a certain extent. Next question for our traffic engineer. A higher rate will encourage more turnover, correct? I want to cite the late Professor
true.
Donald Shoup, who was a professor of one of our city managers, that in fact, higher
That's
rate
nerdy.
encourages more turnover, encourages more economic activity, correct?
It does. People are more cognizant of how
Yep.
much it costs, and they'll be watchful of the hours and the maximum hours. There will be more turnover and more compliance.
Great, okay. My comments would be, the challenge of parking in our downtown is not new. It has been an issue, certainly for my 30 years here, and I think 30 years before that as well. It's been the constant challenge. And part of our challenges here at council is we have increased costs to try and provide more parking, and not through our own actions. It's in fact Lot 3, which all of us could see was going to need attention before too long, and obviously that date came sooner than any of us expected. But the need to replace Lot 3, to come up with other parking strategies, all cost money. The fact that the city is underwriting a shared trash enclosure, for example, on the interim lot, that all costs money. It has to come from somewhere. So staff is trying to look at ways that are responsible to obtain additional revenue to be able to pay for these improvements that are partly motivated to offer more parking. So it's a circular issue that we're facing. People are going to be upset no matter what we do. I share the concern of Councilmember Franklin. I do not want to charge the maximum rate, but I think we all need to be realistic that people, those receiving a citation, those paying the parking fee, no matter what it is, are going to be upset. So I share the growing consensus, and that is I'm somewhere between $2.50 and $3.50 for the higher rate for the state county lot, as I believe was the case for a number of years. I'm looking at our traffic engineer. So I would be in favor of the bifurcation that has been suggested. For the citations, I'd rather not be the highest rate, really picking up on what Councilmember Franklin has stated. We don't need to go to the highest, but on the other hand, we want to be commensurate, at least with our adjacent cities and nearby. For the employee permits, they have been lower than what they should be. And we want to encourage more rideshare. Obviously, if we can find a financial way to provide some form of trolley and shuttle service, the problem is that it is a huge expenditure. And I think we need to be honest about that it requires a great deal more expensive than might be expected, particularly for fixed route transportation. But nonetheless, I am in favor of an increase closer, at a minimum 40, if not more, because we need, this is a valuable resource. We recognize the hit on local businesses. We want to support our local businesses. On the other hand, this is an extremely valuable commodity. We want to encourage carpooling or whatever strategies we can help support. Finally, I just want to mention in passing, there's a reference to penalties, whether we should have a 100% penalty or an option 2 of $38. I would be supportive of the second option, no more than $38.
Okay, so, and you're the only, I see you, Councilmember Shirley, you're the only one who addressed the monthly permit. I appreciate that. And go ahead, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you. You guys did a lot of the hard
Oh,
work.
wait, I'm sorry. Sorry, do we need to make a motion to extend again? Because now we're past 11? No, we already did that. Okay, I'm so sorry.
No worries. You guys did the hard work with the dialogue. My input is for the parking meters, $250, for the state and county, $350. Appreciate the input Councilmember Tarnay did with the extending of the survey on the parking citations. I too don't want to be the highest, but I like the 60 number. $60 for the parking citations, and then for the penalty, I like what our Pro Tem Lesser said, which was the second option, and increase that by $7 to $38. It's currently $31. And for the monthly permit, I do like, it's $27 now. I like the $45 number per month. It's $1.50 a day, and then for the 6-month parking permit, I would leave it at $250 as they recommended.
Make a motion.
That's my motion.
Press the button. And I'll second that if, okay, so, and I really appreciate, I so appreciate our dialogue up here tonight and all the other nights because, you know, I was, the way I started off, and I know it's late, but I do really think it's important, you know, like, oh, why wouldn't we make it all the same? You guys made really excellent points as to why we wouldn't make the two rates the same. There's been really great discussion tonight, and I so appreciate it. I said I would second it, but only, I really want to understand this oversubscribed, even though we're going to, you know, bring other parking, you know, online. It's not fair to charge people for that permit if they don't have a chance at getting it, and I've seen it down there too. So I've seconded it. I see Libby standing there. I see Councilwoman Tarnay has a question or a comment. Which should we do first? Did you want to, let's do Libby, and then Libby,
I was just going to read back what I took down for the motion to confirm that we got it.
$250 for on streets.
For streets and city-owned lots, including
City-owned
matlocks.
lots.
Yes.
Yes.
$250.
Okay.
$350 for state and county. $60 ticket.
Parking citation.
Couldn't make it 59?
No, Nina had a great, or Councilwoman Tarnay, she said go $5 and you get to 58.
I like 59 more than 50.
Okay, so let's do,
59?
let's split the babe, oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
I like
I'm
58
finance,
better.
I know they need the money, so I'd
So
still like
let's do
60.
59.
but 59.
Oh,
59.
Yeah, we'll split that baby.
That's,
you.
I'm still, okay, and then 38 for the penalties.
Delinquency.
Monthly at 45 with the 6 month at 250. So
Thank you.
that's that.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Tarnay?
And then I would echo that. I mean, my biggest concern is the parking permit. If we're going to sell a parking permit, we should really make an effort to make sure that there are spaces available for the employees, because that's what we're hearing. The most feedback I heard was from business owners expressing a lot of concerns that their employees are getting, they can't get parking and they're getting ticketed because they have to move their cars every 2 hours. So that's something that I think we should.
Okay. Did you want to say something, John?
Well, do you want to just do a lottery and just only sell as many permits? I mean, there needs, because of time of day, to be a little bit of oversell, but.
Sure, let me just shed a little light on it. If we're selling 770 parking permits, it's not all in Metlocks. It's also in parking lot 1 and 2. Other factors are that, excuse me, not everyone uses every parking permit every day.
At the same time.
I understand.
And so some people may be parking in the morning, some may be parking at night, some people may be parking 2 days or 3 days a week. So it's not an exact one-to-one ratio. There are overflow lots that are more than your Metlock, so you can park in parking lot 7 and overflow, and that doesn't fill up during the day. It's kind of a hidden gem.
And
Don't say anything.
so late at night.
And
no
and then
wonder.
lastly, once we opened up the interim parking lot number 3, we'll have 70 more parking spaces in downtown that we had lost. And so that will it'll relieve the pressure on Medlock, so that we'll have a better chance.
keep an eye on it.
Have a better chance of parking there.
Okay, I accept that. I won't give direction to study it anymore right now because it's such a fluid situation. So we have the motion and we have a second. Any more discussion? What was that sound?
Chair.
Oh, are you sure? Okay, let's call for the question. That was strange. Okay. Motion passes. Okay, so I have for general, moving on to general business. I believe we can discuss item number 11 at a future meeting.
I think there's some urgency to discussing this tonight. I'll ask the city manager. This is item number 11 regarding the revision to the city council assignments for Library Subcommittee, because there is an upcoming meeting, which is what prompted the request to put this on the agenda in the first place.
This is for the kiosks, correct?
No, this is for the revision to the city council assignments to include library subcommittee.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Lester is correct. There's an upcoming meeting.
I'm
That's
happy
why
to
we have to
articulate
place
it.
it on this agenda.
When is the meeting?
I think the 19th.
Okay.
If I may, I'm.
April 19th?
I don't know how the nomination works, but I'm fine with taking that on.
Okay.
That makes it easy to move along.
I think there's a lot of interest.
Oh.
But let's all, anyone who's interested, I think you should speak on.
Can I make, if there's other interest, then I.
No, that's okay.
Can I articulate what this is about?
Oh, yeah. I know. Yes. And I know he's, oh, sorry.
The title of this item is Consideration of a Revision to the City Council Assignments to include a library subcommittee and an appointment of 2 council members as delegate and alternate, and originally was or to have another liaison. Originally, the prior council designated a liaison to interface with LA County.
Yep.
The reason for this is we have a growing surplus. I mean, I'm the city manager. What is our current surplus based on our set-aside funds for the county library?
12.1 million.
12.1 million. It was growing at a rate about 1.5 million.
Yes.
Part of the reason is because we are generating more set-aside funds for our library, which can be used either for capital or for operating funds than are being required. Presently, the prior council instructed staff to pursue a needs assessment or request that because the original memorandum of understanding with the county adopted in 2013 designated the city manager as the point person with the county for good reason because council members come and go. So at a minimum, the reason why this is on the agenda is there's an upcoming meeting which staff had scheduled with the county representatives to talk about this needs assessment, because if we're thinking about using the growing surplus, which is growing at roughly more than $1 million a year, for other potential either programming or capital improvements, it needs to flow from this needs assessment.
Got it.
I was interested in attending the meeting, but in consultation with the city manager, it was appropriate, I felt, to bring it to the entire council to talk about it because there's obvious interest in that. I also should mention that I am a Los Angeles County Library Commissioner, so I'm obviously interested in this assignment as well, but recognize that there's interest among all my council colleagues. Did I leave anything out, Madam
You
Secretary?
did a fantastic job.
I withdraw my interest.
Just explain the duty.
I only have a library card, so I don't.
We can Rochambeau.
It's expired.
So that was fantastic. That was the best staff report ever. But here's the thing. So I thank you for that. I didn't understand there was a meeting coming up. I do know there's been interest expressed to me through, some Brown Act negotiations from another colleague. I also know you've been on this county commission. So I think I'm going to bifurcate this first of all, because I think we do need a revision to city council assignments to include a library subcommittee. So can we separate it? Can we do it in 2 steps? But we have to open it for public comment before we do that, guys. Sorry, you can keep your motions. Let me open this for public comment. And if anybody from the public would like to comment, I will shut up. All right. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I see a motion and by Councilwoman Tarnay, and that motion is?
Okay, I move to revise the assignment to include a library subcommittee and appointment of... No? Oh,
Don't we want to wait and do the appointment, like, because we're going to decide who the council members are?
no, just to create the category
Okay,
was my
all right.
motion.
Sorry, okay,
Okay.
thank you. Sorry.
An appointment of 2 city council members as delegate and alternate.
Okay. And that's been seconded by Councilmember Trillian. Okay. So then, would that be the kind
Sorry,
of thing?
motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now, is that the kind of thing that the mayor would choose then, because it's a so I'm going to appoint Councilmember Lesser and Councilmember Franklin as an alternative, or an alternate, not an alternative, but an alternate. And both of you can go, right? It's never so, okay? How's that?
Thank you.
Done. Thank you for
And
pushing
then,
that.
through the city manager, will report out and try and keep the full council informed. So that it isn't just limited to a subcommittee. But thank you. Thank you all.
So here's my, and this I'm absolutely not going to opine one way or the other. I do feel like these next two items are really big, though, and important. And where is the timing and urgency? How do we do this?
I thought for item number 13, we do need to.
Item number 13, we absolutely have to talk about, but item number 12, can we push that to a different meeting? Or is that also, there's urgency because of something I don't know about? There's urgency on 12, okay.
Yeah, we've got, our consultants have been supporting us all night
Is
here.
that what these, I wondered, I'm like, where, okay, so we're going to talk about it, but.
So we've got a brief presentation for you, and we're looking for high-level direction. We're not making any financial decisions tonight, and everything would be coming back in the budget for you at a future date if you give us the direction to start
I'll
working
allow
this
it,
out.
if you allow me to step in the back, I'll be listening and I'll come right back out. How's that?
And to add to what Director Lee just said, the high-level direction helps us at least get things kind of figured out in the budget, placeholders, et cetera. And that way we know
We'll do it.
generally what
No, say no
direction the
more, we're going
council's
to do
going.
it, and especially,
And then number 13, the Lot 3 item, by statute, we need to do this tonight.
I do understand we need to do that. So you can begin, and I'll rejoin you in a second. I'll bring chocolate, don't worry.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. Eric Lee, your Public Works Director. Tonight, we've got a presentation, brief presentation on parking payment kiosks and mobile pay options for the council. This is in response to the council work plan item related to this. And Senior Management Analyst Nikki Petroff will be giving the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. I'm Nikki Petroff, Senior Management Analyst in Public Works. I want to grab this. So today we're here to talk about the council direction that was provided back in March of 2023 to add parking meter and kiosk exploration to our work plan. This directive prompted a comprehensive review of the city's current parking infrastructure and potential needs for improvements. As it stands today, our current infrastructure, we have just under 1,300 single space meters and 12 multi-pay pay stations, which are all located in Metlocks currently. The challenges we're facing, much of this equipment is aging. It's reached the end of its useful life. Therefore, our maintenance costs are higher. Multiple technical issues, which is creating more and more customer frustration as we go through our days. The proposed plan review, I'll go through each of these items in more detail, but I did want to point out, given the security issues that we have with QR codes and that the city's recently faced, we will not be incorporating QR codes in any part of this plan. They're not going to be part of that. To start off with the core technology update, what does that look like? Transitioning from single space meters to pay by license plate pay stations just simplifies the parking experience. Users no longer have to locate specific meters for their space. They can pay at a nearby pay station using card or coins, or conveniently from their mobile device. And if they don't have a smartphone, they can pay by text. There's lots of options, and by switching to pay stations, we remove hundreds of individual meters, which means cleaner streets, less visual clutter, a significant drop in time and costs needed for maintenance, just because there's a lot less to break and a lot less to go wrong. And pay stations have shown to be more durable and reliable with the elements. It also, collections take a lot less time. The pay stations have larger coin vaults and centralized systems, so staff can check remotely and get out to the pay stations as needed. It additionally, it helps with parking enforcement. Most pay stations charge flat service rates instead of a flat service fee instead of a per transaction fee, which makes budgeting a lot easier for us and helps us save money in the long term. Less hardware infrastructure also significantly reduces replacement needs and costs. And just based on all the conversations we've been having about parking and adaptability, this system is designed to evolve with the city's needs. So whatever comes out of the study, this system would be able to offer flexibility and long-term adaptability. The first, I think, big change will be the enhancement to the LPR. The city currently has, I think, 3 vehicles that actually have LPR. Under this proposed plan, all parking vehicles will be equipped with cameras that will be capable of automatically scanning and reading license plates as they drive through parking lots and areas, which is actually the industry standard used by municipalities of our size. The integration with this LPR and application data will allow for real-time enforcement data of payment compliance. So officers will be able to patrol a lot more effectively, relying on these LPR-generated alerts rather than manually having to check the meters. This LPR data can be seamlessly integrated into online analytic platforms that deliver key insights. So just like we've been talking about, it'll track occupancy levels, turnover rates, repeat parking patterns, and really optimize the enforcement routes. This approach will also reflect industry best standards using near real-time data to inform smart, responsive parking policies and regulations. It's important to note that this license plate data will be held in a secure manner in line with the city policies. In addition to the LPR enhancements, there will be digital signs that will be installed in key lots to improve wayfinding and reduce congestions by directing drivers to off-street locations. This plan aims to standardize regulatory and informational signage with unified branding to create a more clear and intuitive park experience. What we've been talking about, there are so many signs out there, head in, head out, 2 hours, 3 hours. The whole point of this is right now you go to a meter and each meter has 3 different signs. This would be a different experience that'll be a lot easier to look at and understand, which will make it easier for people to follow the rules and park in the right spots. The next is just the integrated parking management that comes with this plan. Integrated tools will collect and analyze real-time data, which provides clear insights into the parking demand, turnover, and the usage trends throughout the city. This information supports more informed policy decisions and will really improve service delivery. Transitioning from a large number of single-space meters to a streamlined digital system with multi-space space stations makes maintenance a lot more manageable. Our operations will be able to focus on the important things and really be able to make sure that everything is handled quickly. There's just a lot less to fix, so it makes it a lot easier. Just like we've been talking about through this whole meeting, the alignment actually with the parking study in this situation is incredibly helpful. This roadmap actually builds on the work by setting the stage for a smarter and more flexible parking solution. With the new kiosks and mobile payment technology, we'll be able to put the study's data-driven recommendations into action, making it easier to manage parking supply, improve the experience for drivers, and just stay adaptable with the change. The fiscal implications, probably the most important part. It's a big ticket item, $3.1 million. But in that $3.1 million, it includes the implementation costs, the purchase, and currently we do have partial funding allotted in the adopted CIP project or CIP update, and we would like to see the remainder be included in this next update. So that is hopefully where we're going. And then in addition to, it could also be funded by the parking rate increase that we just discussed. Annual costs right now are estimated at about $475,000 annually. Currently, the city is covering all of its replacement costs, transaction fees. While it seems like a big ticket number, this new system includes warranty coverage that will has the opportunity to reduce the fees through more efficient processing, helping the city better manage the long-term costs. Let's see, sorry. And then the next steps, if we are directed to proceed, is we would get right into the competitive bidding process. We would go through the RFP, and we do want to have all of our vendors that are qualified to provide us with demos. So actually come out to the El Porto lot, which is probably one of our, that gets beat up by the sun, the sand, all of it. So we want to actually see that their product works. Can our staff actually maintain them? Does the public find them easy to use, find them complicated? And then once we do that, our target installation date would be for the end of next fiscal year. This is our implementation timeline in more detail. As I mentioned, we would start the process, get the ball rolling as soon as you guys tell us we can, and final acceptance by June of 2026. We did not have any public outreach at this time, but should you guys direct us to move forward, or should council direct us to move forward, then we will make sure that we have all stakeholders involved and make sure that the community is a part of this. Recommendation tonight is we recommend City Council discuss and provide direction on transitioning to kiosks and mobile pay stations. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have, and also Dixon is here to field any questions I can answer.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Excuse me. Okay. All right, Councilmember Franklin.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the presentation. How does someone inputs their license plate number?
Yes, so you'll have to remember your license plate number.
All right, and then what do you do with temporary plates? Are they part of the
They are. They
registration?
would work exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Yep.
Great. Is there, I think we discussed it a little bit earlier, an alert feature like, hey, you're getting down, or you're just, you got 5 minutes left, and
There are a lot of different technologies that we can use with the system. So if an alert system is something that the city is looking to implement, then we can do that. But there's a lot of different applications that we would be able to test throughout the RFP process.
okay, so an alert would be, you've got 10 minutes left, but they can generally just put in enough time for the legal limit, right? If it's a 2-hour.
Yes, once you've maxed that 2-hour limit or whatever the limit is in that lot or that street, you would no longer be able to add.
Okay. You addressed the kiosk consult there. When did we do this before? Didn't we do this, a kiosk, and they just got ripped by, but that was 20 years ago? 15 years ago?
What kiosk are we talking
Probably 15 years ago.
Yeah, and I think that's something that early challenges have happened, and they are something that's been addressed. Manhattan Beach wasn't the only one. So the actual robustness of these pay stations have overcome years and years and years of trials and tribulations, and they're right now the most robust they could be. If you'd like to step in.
Yes,
We don't have
I do remember that, that test pilot, and we had kiosks in the beach lots for a trial basis, so we took them back out again. Some of the issues were that we had a line waiting for people to pay, and sometimes there was a police officer behind taking enforcement before they had a chance to pay. That won't be a problem. The difference this time is that we have mobile pay options. So you'll be able to pay on your phone. And so the kiosk is there only as a second choice, really. You're going to be using your mobile pay on your phone to pay for your parking.
Right,
instead.
because you could use the app.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay, and
So
then.
if you still want to use a credit card or you want to pay cash, you can go to the kiosk, but otherwise you'd use your phone.
And then I thought I heard once the Coastal Commission requires at least to be able to take cash.
Yeah, so there is a requirement that's why we have cash at some point. We don't want dollar bills. Those really bog up the machines, and that's a maintenance nightmare. But coins, for sure, we have to be able to accept.
But $3.50 an hour.
Bring your
And some
quarters.
people really do like coins, so that option is there.
16
if they'd like to.
quarters for
A lot of
an
coins.
hour.
Yeah.
But not bills?
No.
That makes sense to me, actually. Let's really try to put in,
Okay.
all
All right.
wants a Coca-Cola.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, Councilmember Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem.
I want confirmation that staff really believes we have the budgetary capacity to do this, particularly with overages, contingencies, and frankly, some of the experience some of us up here have had with prior upgrades and software upgrades, let alone hardware upgrades so close to the ocean.
That's a great question. And Eric?
Your concerns are well-founded. If directed to proceed with this, we'll be incorporating this along with all the other priorities we have for the parking funds in the CIP budget that council will be considering in May. And yeah, as you know, Lot 3, whatever the redevelopment project is going to be, far surpasses anything that we've budgeted for. And so we're going to have to be talking about strategies for parking, how to fund parking in general. Additionally, as Nikki mentioned, this project we've been planning for this since the council added to the work plan a couple years ago. So we've got about half of it has already been planned for, and so we're really going to have to come up with that other portion. Additionally, there's some element of we have to do something because we have aged infrastructure that is difficult to maintain. There's a lot of friction that the customers are experiencing, and we think that there's actually a revenue loss that we're getting because we have not refreshed the technology yet.
But nonetheless, I'm concerned about the reliability of this new equipment because I've been in cities which have had it and it hasn't worked as seamlessly as been represented. And obviously, this is why you've suggested in your staff report that you would have bidders that come out, they do demos, but I think some cities have had mixed results with this beyond the solutions that have been described. Also, I want to confirm there's not been public outreach to our local businesses yet. That's a critical, I think, component, which gives me some concerns even directing
No
this
outreach
forward.
about the specific technologies. We have talked with the Downtown Business Association, and so they're certainly aware of our pursuit of this and general support of it.
And we can make sure that there's redundancy in pay stations, because I very much remember what Councilmember Franklin described with lines waiting for pay stations. Obviously, that was an earlier era before there was such adoption of smartphones, but clearly we can have multiple pay stations. Last question is, when we installed license plate readers for our police department, there are policies in place as to how that data can be used. I'm wondering to what extent there's been consideration of a policy as to how this license plate technology and data could be used.
This definitely could be integrated into the policy, whether it's siloed as a parking policy alone or is integrated with law enforcement. That's something that can be determined.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I just wanted to add for council members Lesser's benefit that there was a lot of discussion in the outdoor dining task force regarding parking meters and replacing them to gain space. So that is something that the public has been seeking for quite a while.
Thank you.
That's a great point. And I think that the slide showed that, part of the cost is there's going to be public outreach as part of this, just to show people so they get, as we test different models out. And I would like to, I guess, suggest or ask, I'm looking at the budget that, Dixon provided, and, I think there's ways that we can always drill down, right? Like, it's like, are we going to do as much, digital? The digital signs are a huge cost, actually. So I would just want to, drill down on that, because also we want to watch out and see that we're, what are we planning for Lot 3? I guess that'll be a whole new thing. Never mind, that's a whole new thing. And to reiterate, the phone is also a kiosk, so it reduces the weights. There was one thing I was going to say, public outreach. Oh, does this also include the removal of the meters, or is that? Eric sits down. Let me.
Yes, it does.
Oh, amazing. Because, and if you looked at any of the notes from the downtown outdoor dining task force, or if you've heard anyone, I mean, once you remove the meters, it's a whole new beautiful thing. So Councilmember Trillian.
Thank you, and Nikki, thank you for your patience with us tonight. I know it's a long night for you, and great presentation. So just a couple quick questions. The $3.1 million is an approximate cost, but you're going to go out to RFP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I know the consultants are here, but how do we derive at that approximate number?
That's a great question. You guys. This is Peter.
Hello, Peter McDonald with Dixon Resources Unlimited. I have to start by saying it's been an absolute pleasure working with the teams. This has been a lot of fun. This is all based on actual industry recent pricing. There was a little bit of contingency built in, so I will address that, and we're confident that we could most likely come under this budget.
Okay, good. And one last thought, I do share the concerns of my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser, about the functionality of these meters, having gone through several processes over the last 25 years and just seeing the transformation of the industry, but it still lacks the, the functionality sometimes. And I too run across that issue. It's even multiplied because we are a beach town, and you got the salt water and you got the salt air. So just kind of caution, and I know we could work through the budget with finance and we'll take a look at the CIP and see, but I do share those same concerns, as well as to try to get the number as low as possible.
Of course.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tarnay.
Just on a technical question, just because I'm not aware, I'm not familiar with how this would work, but when you're doing a text to pay, or if you're doing it from your phone, does that not, does it go off of a kiosk nearby, or
No,
is it?
so consider the kiosk almost like a secondary thing that is there in the event that that's how you want to pay. I would say a lot of our users will likely just be doing it over their phone because you are being, it's the license plate, it's your session.
Yes. And so that would require or be less impactful, like if, say, a kiosk went down or something. I know some of the concerns that my colleagues have, this wouldn't be an issue.
It's less impacted by the weather.
Yeah, less impact to the weather.
Yes,
Thanks, because of the technological advances. And then with the efficiencies that we would be anticipating, do we see any reduction in staff time that we would have to deal with meter issues or?
So there's actually in the roadmap an increase in staff. So currently we're understaffed by about 1 employee. So this would actually just change the whole operations and how they're currently operating.
Okay.
Yeah, with the technology and everything is just going to be, the intention is to make everything in a way where we can adapt and respond more proactively than reactively.
And does the projected cost include that additional person, or?
It does, right? I believe it does. It doesn't. No, it does not. That would be something that we would come back to if that is the direction that we want to go in. Just because the roadmap recommends that we add an additional employee, that would be something that we would have to discuss based on.
Yeah, and to that point, we've got 2 employees that are assigned to this line of our business right now, and so their duties would obviously have to transition with the technology. And before we contemplated increasing any type of staffing, it'd be something we'd thoroughly evaluate and bring it back to the council and not just presume that would be coming.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great questions. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes. How many vendors are there typically for this kind of technology?
About 6.
About 6? Okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Okay. Any more questions before I open it up to the public? All right. Anyone from the public like to comment on this issue? Anyone in chambers? Okay. How about at home on Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Closing public comments. I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to consider this plan, like high-level direction, I guess that is. We always want to keep an eye on the final budget. but I think this is something we have to pursue. I think it's going to be great for everybody in all kinds of ways. And I see it's been seconded by Councilmember Franklin. Are there, yeah, of
We
course.
accept a
comments?
friendly amendment. I think staff is already going to be exploring just some sort of policy related to the data license plate readers.
Sure.
Just to include
And-
that as part of what you're going to.
Absolutely, that's
Great,
so
thank you.
friendly. And I would say that, actually, I'm wondering if even the policy we already have for the license plate readers might be amended to include this, because of, we'll see. But direction, yes. Okay. Okay. What?
I've been frozen out. No?
Yeah, no? Okay, we have to do it, let's try it again.
There you
Nope.
Nope.
Nope, we have to do a
Something
roll
I
call,
said,
a
right?
vocal vote, or.
Past
Okay.
11:30.
It's past 11:30.
It's
gone down.
tired.
Councilmember Tarnay,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Mayor Haworth,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Moving on to item 13. We used to do this all the time. When we first started, it was like midnight all the time. I was a lot younger then.
Let's not try to do it again. For Nina and I's sake.
Good evening again. This is your regular update on the Lot 3 project. We've got a really brief presentation that we would be willing to forego if you want to just ask any questions you might have. We're happy to give you the presentation as well.
I think a brief
I
presentation would
think
be
it's-
helpful.
yeah.
Many of
we-
the
With
public
that,
are interested.
Principal Civil Engineer Jeff Fialka will give that presentation.
Especially since you've waited all night, Jeff. No, but there's considerations that we're making. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth, members of the council. Jeff Fialka, Principal Civil Engineer, here with a brief update on the Lot 3 Emergency Demolition and Replacement Project. I'm joined by City Traffic Engineer Eric Zandvoort, who will provide a portion of the presentation. Back in early March, staff solicited competitive bids for the construction of the interim parking lot at Lot 3. 2 bids were received on March 19th. The low bid was from Carbon Activated Corporation in the amount of $1.16 million. That bid amount includes construction of the concrete pavement on site, the refuse enclosure, landscape and irrigation, striping and signage, as well as installation of the solar lighting and payment kiosks that will be within Lot 3. City manager authorized a construction contract on April 8th with Carbon Activated. This was done under the authority of the local emergency declaration that was issued by City Council back in September of 2024. The funding was available within the parking fund to support this contract. And the contract allows 40 working days, Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., unless otherwise approved by the city engineer. Based on the start date, the last working day would be June 6th. However, as Director Lee previously indicated, we're working with the contractor to find ways to expedite the work. At the time of the emergency declaration back on September 3rd, City Council directed staff to extend work hours as necessary to expedite work. So in that regard, we've already been working with the contractor. They've asked to start work as early as 6:30 a.m. with a 6 a.m. mobilization, and that request has been approved. This is in alignment with the hours for the demolition work that we did back in October, November. And additionally, Saturday work will be reviewed and approved on a case-by-case basis. So if we're able to work at least 6 Saturdays, we'd be able to bring the completion date into May, before the end of May. And then with the additional work hours, we may be able to bring it closer or potentially even, before Memorial Weekend.
Wow.
So I'll now hand it off to Eric Zandvoort, and he's going to discuss some on-street parking modifications that will be implemented at the time that Lot 3 is put into service.
Thank you, Jeff. Eric Zandvoort, City Traffic Engineer. As we mentioned in our previous Lot 3 updates, at the time that the new interim parking lot number 3 will reopen, we have the ability to adjust our street parking alternatives. We were able to capture 86 new parking spaces on the street and in our parking lots right after the Lot 3 was closed. We almost got to 90, but We had to provide a couple of handicap parking spaces, and a couple of spaces just didn't work out. So when parking lot number 3 reopens again, we have a couple of areas that have some circulation issues that we would then have a chance to remove. So specifically speaking, on Morningside, the diagonal parking spaces that are against the Fusion Sushi area would need to be removed anyway, because we have to have access into the parking lot because the driveway's on Morningside Drive. And so that's a requirement. We have to bring those back to parallel parking spaces. And so we lose 3 of the parking spaces that we gained at that time and bring it back to the way it was before. On Valley Drive, there's been concern about the parking spaces that are in front of the Joslin Center next to the orange water barriers, and so those would go away after the parking lot reopens, as well as farther down on Valley Drive in front of the Shade Hotel, where we've removed one of the travel lanes in that area. It only allows for one southbound lane in one portion of that street, and that's a concern for circulation purposes. I believe that the Shade Hotel owner is fine with them staying there for the interim as well. And then lastly, there's one parking space next to the fire department or the police department exit on 15th Street that we'll remove as part of the circulation as well. That told, that would be 30 spaces that we added that we will remove, and there will be 56 remaining alternative parking spaces that will stay on the street for the time being. And then you add in the 70 parking spaces from our new interim parking lot, and we'll have 126 parking spaces restored for the summertime. And so that we're only 29 parking spaces shy of the 145 parking spaces that we had in Lot 3 before this all started.
Great.
So that's the summary of what our plan is for our alternative parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
Were you done with your presentation?
We just have the recommendations.
sorry.
I'll read to you.
Yeah.
So to wrap this up, staff recommends the City Council determine by 4/5 vote that there is a need to continue the emergency action. Additionally, we recommend that City Council adopt Resolution 250042, ratifying a construction agreement with Carbon Activated Corporation in the amount of $1,160,755 for the construction of the interim lot. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll have some questions. Open up public. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Jeff. Helpful. Quick question. I looked through the design plans for the interim lot. I didn't see how many pay stations they were planned for those spaces.
There are 2 pay stations. The city actually already owns these 2 pay stations. They've been outfitted with solar cells, and the contractor will install them.
Could we add more if demand indicates it, or if there's lines of people trying to put in their numbers, particularly in an adjacent city to the south where I've seen lines of people waiting for 2 stations. Sometimes one might be out. I'm just wondering if we have additional capacity.
We could, if we don't have additional ones on hand, we could, if these are not able to meet the demand, we could order more. I don't know if these can integrate with cell phones. Okay, yeah, they don't have.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
For Hermosa. Let me see. Okay, me. When I attended the Downtown Business and Professional Association meeting, I mentioned the spots on Morningside were going to be removed. And a lot of folks there or many folks there were saying, oh gosh, I love those spots because it slows down the through traffic on that street. I believe that, Eric, I think this might be more for Eric, you mentioned that in order to access the interim lot 3 for construction, and I think you're going to have to remove those, correct?
That is correct. We need the turning radius to get in and out of that.
Okay, so
not enough room.
I needed to clarify that for those folks that asked. Thank you. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, thank you. And Eric and team, well done on finding those extra spots.
Oh, yeah.
That's just incredible what you all did. And the total comes up just great. And Councilmember Lesser, I counted that between what we paid for the demo with your
That's right.
demo
Saved.
brothers,
Saved.
and this, it was $16,000 per parking spot. So that's
Oh.
just incredible for new parking spots. But
That's true.
so can you describe the exits and the entrances, or is it just one?
Into the interim lot, it's going to be similar to what was there before. There is an entrance at the northwest corner entering off of 12th Street.
Mhm.
And then also out onto Morningside at about the center of the site, almost
okay.
exactly in the same location of the original entrance and exits. And there's also spaces that can be accessed directly from Center Place, again, similar to what we had before with the Lot 3 structure.
Cool.
Okay, and then did I hear something that we had to have chargers there, so?
Yes, the code does require EV chargers. So under this current contract, the contractor will be installing the underground conduit for the 4 that we're going to install now, plus 10 future ones. They're just putting in empty conduits, and the city is working with Edison on an electrical design, and then we'll separately contract for the installation of 4 chargers, which are what are required by code at this time.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you. Really quick, echo Councilmember Franklin's words, just well done, job well done. Eric, the map you showed and the items that you're removing, the parking on Valley, those are huge, huge things.
Yeah.
So those were, no, I'm good, and I thank you guys for the effort and getting this going before summer starts.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I'm going to open it up to public comments.
Following up, Jill Lampkin, Downtown Business Professional Association, following up on what Mayor Haworth mentioned, would it be possible after the construction to put those diagonal spaces back on Morningside?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so it's not, okay. Okay, well, and the only.
It's about to slow down. It's
That-
about, here, yeah, you got to
honestly,
have,
It was.
through the chair.
It was
Sorry.
really, it was great because it did slow down. That
Yeah.
street was very dangerous. And
Yeah.
it-
I think that
it-
point
that
is,
was-
yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
that was great. The other thing was I got the message loud and clear. If there are any of those spaces that can possibly be saved, even if it's just through the summer, the ones on Valley, the ones near Shade, any of those, if it's not an actual dangerous situation, because we still are, very tight on parking. They've been working. I mean, I really never thought anyone would park in those water barrier spaces, but they're full all the time.
Yeah.
So if it's not particularly dangerous, I would love us to keep any spaces that we possibly, not just I would, our businesses would love if we could keep any of the spaces that we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Thank you to Public Works because they have been so amazing with this whole process. Every single time there's a change, anything, they let me know. They, like, when the Saturday work came up, they were like, can we do it, but not on holidays? I'm like, you do what you need to do, but they've been great partners, so thank you, thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you for that. Shout out to staff. Any more comments in chambers? Okay, are there any comments on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm closing public comments. Before I check out the motion, and there needs to be 2 motions, I might ask my colleagues, maybe we can give some direction that after construction, staff kind of look at maybe some traffic calming measures there, like, I don't know if it's a crosswalk, I don't know, but something so that there's not the diagonal spots, but there's some traffic calming, because that was what I heard loud and clearly. So, Councilwoman Tarnay?
I think if we can preserve those temporary spots until the end of summer, that would be a great idea. And it would only be if
The water
we
barrier.
don't, the water barriers and even some of the spots in front of Shade.
That can be at the discretion of the city council.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
I'd rather give direction to staff to see what spaces they could find. I'm aware of the Morningside spaces that have been referenced. There were some really perilous instances there where trucks had been parked for loading, and people were walking in the street and almost got hit, particularly with those diagonal spaces.
I don't think we're talking about
But
that.
I think giving staff direction to look for more spaces would be terrific.
Now, let me clarify. We're not talking about the morning side. Those are gone, I think.
Yeah.
But when you say more spots, do you mean more in addition to the ones that are already there behind the barriers?
I was supporting what Councilmember Tarnay
Yeah, so what did you mean, though? Because that doesn't mean, she said, keep the ones that are there behind the water barriers on Valley. So do you mean more?
What I heard from staff was that staff would be looking for spaces that could be found to be added in terms of some of the interim spaces perhaps, or perhaps others. And did I hear you correct, Eric?
Yes, so there may be some opportunity to mitigate some of the concerns about circulation along Valley and still be able to maintain some alternative parking spaces.
I'm just going to say, I know it's late, and I'm parsing it out, but I don't think Councilmember Tarnay was bringing in the concern of circulation versus parking. I think you were talking about just the parking.
Someone's ready to go home.
Okay, so I'm parsing it out, but maybe it's, I don't get it. So, because what you're saying is if it keeps circulation going and we can get some of those spots, great, but you're saying just keep those spots.
I would say, I mean, I'd be amenable to asking staff to look to
Okay.
see what spots we can keep
Okay.
that are
But
safe
not on
and
Morningside.
doesn't impede circulation too much.
All right, thank you for letting me be parsing it out, whatever, well, I've said that 3 times. Councilmember Shirley.
Just really quick. Yes, I'm for trying to maximize what we can prior to the summer, but I am sensitive to the Valley Drive with the water barriers. I jog that path probably 4 times a week, and it's just really super tight, especially for a bike lane. I implore you to take a look at other options, but I'm really sensitive to that area. It's not safe, and I'll leave it at that because Quinn's looking at me. He's like, don't say anymore.
We don't use that word.
Right, and I think that's what I was trying to get at. I understand that I think, okay, Amy, try to speak.
Give it to staff.
Give it to staff. Thank you. Give it to staff. Give it to staff. Councilmember Franklin.
Can we pick up some spots at the US Bank location?
Oh, hello.
For the summer?
We're actually coming back to the council. We're hoping to come back to the council on May 6th with some temporary considerations. So I can't give you that information tonight, but we will be back on May 6th with more information.
Sure.
Okay. So we have, first of all, I want to say to my colleague, you were right. I want to say we have a motion. Councilmember Franklin, what's your motion?
To continue the emergency action for Lot 3, and then adopt resolution number,
We have to do 2? Do we have to do 2?
Let's keep those separate because the first one requires a 4/5 vote.
That's right.
okay, so let's go ahead and vote on that.
And so that was seconded by Councilmember Shirley. Let's see if, do you actually get, we have to do it orally
I've been
again.
deprived of voter streak. You're done. Must be something I said.
That's okay. Councilmember Sherillian?
Yes.
You were
Mayor
right.
Pro Tem Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Howard?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so now we need another motion.
So, so I move that we adopt resolution number 25-0043, ratifying a construction agreement with Carbon Activated Corporation in the amount of $1,160,755 for the construction of the interim parking lot
And that's been seconded by Councilwoman Tarnay.
at Lot 3.
Call for the question. I'm guessing you won't be able to, let's see.
No?
We got to do it orally. Yep.
Councilmember Sherillian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Howard?
Yep.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and staff understands the direction that's been given. Given safety concerns, balance safety with parking. Okay, I don't have, I think, Madam City Manager, I don't have a City Council AB 1234 report, but I did want to report on something that we'd been directed to do. So I want to tell my colleagues and the public that the Legislative Subcommittee, which consists of Mayor Pro Tem Lesser and I, and as it relates to an item that was brought up on March 18th by Steve Shrilly and David Lesser, to discuss potential legislative updates that could help us with some form of potential help regarding RENA numbers, et cetera. And this report is in response to that request. So the subcommittee and the city manager, sorry. It's late. So we took the appropriate, this is in response to that request, and we took the appropriate action where the legislative subcommittee and the city manager met with Senator Ben Allen, as I know other colleagues are doing independently, potentially about other things as well. But the subcommittee met yesterday with Senator Allen, and it was a fabulous meeting. And we are discussing legislative, the legislative potential of giving some, aid in our planning process while not reducing the number of units that we are required to, provide housing. So we're not trying to reduce that number. But there's a lot of potential there, and when the language starts to get more precise, it'll be shared with everybody, and it'll come before council, and then we can go from there. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and so then number 15 was a consideration of a request by Mayor Pro Tem Lesser and Councilmember Tarnay to discuss city's noticing policy. I give that a third. Okay. Any other future agenda items right now? Anybody? Okay, so with that, the most epic meeting this council has had yet, I'm adjourning it to the boards and commissions interview. Wait. Oh, midnight. Wait, you interrupted. Now we're even. Meeting adjourned to the boards and commissions interviews on Tuesday, April 22nd at 4 p.m. in the City Council chambers. This meeting is adjourned.